use that. I don't know why hers is up here. Yes, Faith points out that I shaved. I shaved on Monday, like last Monday. But so I found out actually that uploading the videos on Classroom, like just from a video file, can take quite a bit of room. Like if you have to, I think you have to download the video, which that can be a pain, especially if I'm uploading 5 videos a week and they're all like 20 minutes long. So what I decided is I just put them on a YouTube channel, and then I will post the link to the YouTube video on Classroom. So I will, yes, I have a ton of tabs, I know. That'll be our system, and it takes me about 20 minutes to upload all this. So expect about 20 minutes after this meeting for it to be uploaded online. I'll do that all 5 days of the week. So we're going to start with the civil rights movement and the struggle for equality. Let's see. So we're going to start with segregation. And before I forget, as far as what I have underlined here, but that's kind of an old lecture. Since you guys are able to go back and stop and pause, I would recommend going ahead and writing everything. Just to have the information, when in doubt, write it out. That's what I would go with. So don't get caught up so much in how much or what you need to write. Just if you have the ability, go ahead and just record all of it. What is segregation? As the definition of segregation is the separation of people according to race or ethnicity. Segregation can be, whether it's separating African Americans from white people or Hispanics from white people or really any other non-European ancestry from white people. And it comes in many different forms. We think of the most basic forms of segregation as, different restaurants or water fountains or bathrooms, but they really come in all kinds of forms. We'll go over those as we move on. So before 1950, segregation was common really all over the place, all over the country. And segregation is a problem itself, obviously, in that it deprives rights. Your right to use certain amenities or products just because of your skin color, something you have no control over, and that we know today has no bearing on what type of person you are. For decades and centuries, people have been discriminated against because of it, and segregation is just another form of discrimination. Withholding the rights to certain things based on purely on race or ethnicity. So I'm going to change the slide. Remember, you can go back and finish your notes if you need to. So there's 2 kinds of segregation. And people don't really know that. The main type that we're pretty well aware of is segregation by law, which is known as de jure segregation. And that was common in the South. Like the South was known as the place that struggled the most with race issues. And still to this day, it does. That's segregation by law. We'll talk in the next slide about Jim Crow laws. Laws in the books that specifically hinder people of certain ethnicities from, daily life. These included the laws on the books that prohibited African Americans from attending churches with white people, or prohibited them from certain swimming pools, or dining in at restaurants, or even just marrying white people, or having any kind of relationship with white people. So these were strict laws, and we see them today as being ridiculous and unnecessary. But within the last 70 years, they were on the books, and they were followed, or they were enforced pretty heavily. So that's the commonly known type of segregation, is by law known as de jure segregation. The other type of segregation, which was just as common but not as much awareness to it, was known as de facto segregation. And that is segregation that is done socially, really without written laws. So it's known that the South was where a lot of racial struggle happened, but be aware that just as much racism took place in the North. People think that the North was the safe haven for African Americans after the Civil War and everyone treated them nicely. No, they were just as despised in the North. There are multiple reasons why slaves didn't necessarily run away to the North. Some did, obviously. You've heard of the Underground Railroad, but people wonder, why didn't all of them run to the North? Well, because in a lot of ways, certain places in the North weren't much better. So keep that in mind, that even in the 50s, there's still discrimination and segregation in places like New York City and Philadelphia and Boston, places in the North. The most common ones were like housing. So a lot of neighborhoods, if they were previously a lot of middle-class white people lived there, they would not allow African Americans to live in their neighborhoods. And now, how can they do that without laws? Well, house sellers would really jack up the price of a house if an African American was looking into it. They would drive the value up, or they would just be obviously not welcome in that community. That's why we see today a lot of, especially inner cities, have certain ethnic pockets, as they're called, because that's where they were allowed to go. So segregation leads to these communities that are naturally homogenous. And when I say homogenous, I mean like everybody's the same ethnicity. Harlem was a place where a lot of African Americans went because they were allowed there. There weren't many white people there to discriminate against them or segregate them. New York City has certain pockets in it that a lot of Hispanic people are a part of, or LA, Los Angeles has a lot of ethnic pockets in it where people kind of stick together. So that's a form of segregation without law, with no laws in the books, is the housing discrimination, forcing them to live certain, not necessarily forcing them to live certain places, but not allowing them to live in certain places. So life for African Americans in the South. The Jim Crow laws were laws put on the books to separate African Americans and European ancestors, or people of European ancestry. Those were all in the South. Laws that said they couldn't eat at certain restaurants, they couldn't swim in the pools. The de jure segregation, those were Jim Crow laws, and those were around for over 100 years. Like those were in place as recent as the 60s. Plessy versus Ferguson was a landmark case, one of the biggest cases in American history, also one of our most shameful. The Supreme Court ruled that all facilities are to be made separate but equal, meaning that things like restaurants and train cars, any kind of transportation, African Americans had to be put in a separate, quote, but equal facility. Now, those often were not, or those were rarely equal. In fact, they're mostly run down. And that's where the problem with this lies. The background behind the case, if I can give that quickly, background behind the case is Homer Plessy was a man of 7/8 white and 1/8 African American, meaning he had one grandparent that was African American. So by looks, he looked white. You would probably have no idea that he was African American or he had African American background. On a train car, someone found it out and he was forced to sit in an African American train car and he found that unacceptable. Took it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ruled against him and created that separate but equal clause. And this disenfranchises a lot of African Americans to where few can vote, and ways that they did it in the South. There were grandfather clauses, an old rule that, or first of all, I'll go over poll taxes. Poll taxes, they had to pay a tax to vote. Well, that tax would be really high for African Americans. And so it would say, well, you can't vote since you can't afford it. Literacy tests were probably the most ridiculous. The county clerk or whoever was giving out people's tickets to vote, they would give a literacy test. How smart are you? Are you smart enough to vote? And the person wanting to vote was completely at the mercy of the clerk behind the desk. It was almost always going to be white. And that person could tell them, okay, read the first line of this piece of scripture. And it'd be like 4 words. They would tell a white person, read that. And they maybe can't even read. But if they're white, the clerk would say, oh, that's good enough. You can vote. And then they give an African American an impossibly difficult test. Impossible. I've taken one. And I would do this if we were in a normal classroom environment. There is a copy online if anyone after this wants to look at it. I think it's the Louisiana State Literacy Test. It's from the 50s, I believe. It's 30 questions. You have, I think, 10 minutes to do it. And in a normal classroom, I would offer, if anyone passes this test, they get an automatic A for the semester. Now, I can't do that now because I can't ensure you took it. But in order to pass the test, you have to get all 30 questions right, and all 30 of them are ridiculous questions. Like, I think I got about 20 of them right, and I really worked on it. It took more than, and if you don't, according to the rules, if you don't do it in 10 minutes, you fail. So it definitely took me more than 10 minutes and just to get 20. But yeah, if you wanted to Google it sometime, I think it's Louisiana State Literacy Test. It's ridiculous, but it's something that they handed out to disenfranchise African Americans. And then to get around any of this, for white people, they adopted what's known as the grandfather clause. The grandfather clause is the rule that if your grandfather could vote, then so can you. That's what it means when we say grandfathered in. This rule is if your grandfather could vote, so could you. And so white people, obviously, they've been able to vote as long as their grandfathers were landowners back in the 1800s, early 1900s. Well, African Americans, none of their grandparents could vote. So just another way to rob them of their rights as a citizen. So now, coming to the end, here's the essential question. What is an example of de jure segregation and what is an example of de facto segregation? So I talked about that. I think I listed a couple. So what you're going to do now is go to Google Classroom and under the not at this moment actually because I forgot to do it beforehand. Here in about 5 minutes. I will create an assignment that says essential week of 3-30 essential questions. And you will open it. There will be nothing there. You will click Create Google Doc. And in it, you will just write out this question and then write out your answer. And then tomorrow, when I upload the lecture, you will again open that same document and write out the question I ask at the end of that lecture and write out your answer. So that is it. I had to rush it there at the end because we're running out of time. So let's see. Oops, nope, don't want to do that. What's up, guys? Welcome back to American History. This is the lecture for Tuesday, March 31st. Glad you're tuning in. we are going to just pick up right where we left off yesterday. Yesterday, we talked about the definitions of segregation, forms of segregation and discrimination, and how that sets the tone for the civil rights movement. So, to go over just a few more ways that this era is affected by racial tensions. So, a common place for discrimination was through employment. Back in the early 1900s, even through the mid 1900s, the workforce was known for hiring minorities, specifically African Americans. They were being hired for the very lowest positions in firms and businesses and industries and things like that. So bottom of the rung means you're getting also bottom paycheck, like bottom salary. So, and people will counter that with, well, they didn't have the education that others had. And I counter that with, well, what's the reason? Oh, because schools are underfunded and the minority population, whether it's Hispanic or African American, or in the West Coast case, Asian immigrants, they are being left with very limited, if any, opportunities to, advance or to grow in an educational way or to be given those opportunities. And we see a little bit of that still today. Certain cities especially have an issue with, inner city schools being poorly funded, poorly taken care of, and, being left for no one to care for. And then these opportunities, nowadays, it's considered a success story if a student makes it out of, South Central Los Angeles High School. And that, whereas, it's not considered a wonderful success story when a student graduates Chaparral High School and goes to college. It's great, but it's not considered out of the norm. And if we're teaching generally the same thing, using similar methods, what's the biggest difference? Well, it's the exposure and the opportunities that those people are given. And then, we tell them, well, you're not qualified for these other jobs. Well, it's because they haven't been given the training and the experience beforehand. So that's where the issues of the past kind of meld into the issues of today. But back to early 1900s, the African Americans especially were considered people that were the last to be hired, but the first to be fired. They're kind of last ditch effort. Well, if no one else is applying for this bottom tier job, then we'll hire so and so. And then when cuts are to be made, well, we can't keep the lowest worker. We can't keep the only African American here, because if we fire white people before we fire the only African American, then there will be an outrage amongst the white people. And I'm not saying like all white people are that way, but at this time that was kind of the school of thought, and that's where these issues kind of arise from. Along with that, the standard of living, I kind of dove into that when I talked about education. Standard of living was just lower and different. Illiteracy was clouding a lot of these cities or townships that had a high number of minority people, because school wasn't as big of a deal. It wasn't pushed. It wasn't as beneficial to some people. And that leads to poverty because they can't get an education, they can't get a job, and they can't make money. And then, then they turn to whether it's unhealthy lifestyles or dangerous lifestyles, and it leads to shorter life expectancy. Like, this is all just a complete cycle, a chain reaction that affects all types of people. It just happened to be affecting African Americans more than the rest. And then, as we talked about, a form of the de jure, de facto segregation was housing. The fact that they would withhold property or withhold houses from people because they're African American and it was a white neighborhood. Now, this takes us through World War II, and at the end of World War II, a lot of African Americans back home saw, well, we defeated this, racist and anti-Semitic monster in Adolf Hitler, and his blonde hair, blue eyes theology. And so surely we see the error of our own ways. Surely we will come out of this realizing, hey, we don't want to be anything like that guy, so let's turn things around. But while there may have been a tiny bit of progression and improvement, it was not near enough to really appease the people. So we're going to back it up a little bit. The civil rights movement is credited with starting in the mid 50s and taking place in the 60s. No, civil rights has been going on forever. The majority of the groundbreaking and change-making civil rights happens in the 50s and 60s, but those movements don't happen without the groundwork being laid. And the groundwork being laid starts in 1905 with the Niagara movement, which takes place obviously in Niagara Falls, actually on the Canadian side, because they felt like if they held it on the American side, they'd be banished or the meeting would be crashed. So they held it in Canada, where Canada didn't really hate anybody. They're just indifferent to everyone. And this movement's led by a number of people. The biggest name is probably a man by the name of W.E.B. Du Bois. That's French. He's American, but he's got French ancestry, so that's how you pronounce his last name. And William Monroe Trotter. Those were the two biggest advocates for this. Now, this is a movement that is created off of the ideals of a man named Booker T. Washington. Maybe you've heard of him. He's a very influential African American. He's from, is it Tulsa, Oklahoma? He's from somewhere in Oklahoma. And he's extremely famous and maybe one of the most well-known civil rights activists. But this Niagara movement was created in opposition to Booker T. Washington, which is strange. There's a rivalry here. Du Bois and Trotter and many others at this movement were advocates for, well, actually, first of all, Booker T. Washington was an advocate for compliance and peace. He said he wanted people to stop getting worked up over all this stuff. He said, let's just take what we got and let's not feud with white people. Let's not try and rile things up. Don't stir the pot. Let's try and be civil, and let's educate ourselves and take some time to educate our people. And then we can kind of mold ourselves into this civilized society where we're all equal, kind of force our way in diplomatically. Well, Du Bois and Trotter were not fans of that. They said that's not going to work. We tried that in the 1870s and 1880s, and we just got lynched over and over, especially in the South. So we need to change that. That's not gonna work. So Du Bois and Trotter pushed this movement, not as a form of like militancy, like they're gonna be violent, but they said that could be a possibility. But this is going to be a movement that's going to need to accelerate quickly. It's going to need to pick up pace, and we're going to have to force their hands, force the government's hands of equality, or in terms of gaining equality. That's all they want. If you look up like the demands that were created by the Niagara movement, I got a list of demands that they wanted. All of them are, by today's standards, perfectly reasonable. And by today's standards, for the most part, they're mostly accomplished, not 100%. But the demands at that time were considered outlandish. What, you want the right to vote and not be intimidated when you show up to the polls? That's ludicrous. Well, you want to be seen as equals in the eyes of the law? You want to be given the same punishment for a crime as a white person? That's ridiculous. That's where we were back in 1905. And Washington and Du Bois just bickered over it. Like, it was a big issue between the two of them. And the Niagara movement kind of falls apart within the next 4 years. Trotter and Du Bois actually have kind of a falling out themselves, and the big reason why was because of their ideals on whether or not women should be allowed to join the movement. Du Bois thought women should be, and Trotter did not. So even then, I mean, you see the difference in the times, in how people thought. Even during the civil rights movement, people are campaigning for the rights of African American men, but then half of those men are not in favor of women gaining equal rights. So that causes a split, and the movement falls apart. Now, in 1909, the creation of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also known as the NAACP, that is kind of a compromise made between the followers of Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. Now, Washington and Du Bois never really joined forces and become allies. Washington dies in 1915. But this was kind of a compromise of we are going to, try and push the envelope, try and push along this or accelerate this movement, but we're going to try and do it calmly and not rile people and ruffle feathers. So that is where the civil rights movement, I wouldn't say really starts, but that's where the 20th century civil rights movement takes off. Now, some people that were involved in that movement, Jane Addams, if you remember from the the American Industrialization chapter, Jane Addams is the creator of Hull House, which is that community center basically in Chicago for the poor or for the financially struggling. She also lends her support to African American rights, and they go to the courts to try and challenge some of these unfair, whether they're racist laws or just standard ways of life that weren't on the books but were being enforced. Ray Stannard Baker was a journalist that wrote a book following the plight of the African American person pursuing the right to vote. So some developments here. The Urban League is created in 1911. That was like the first workers' union for African Americans. Think back to labor unions. They were still extremely young here and not all that effective, but it was a start in the right direction. I forgot to mention, back to the um, Niagara movement. The person who funded that event, the person who paid for that meeting, was a man known by the name of Andrew Carnegie. If you think back to, again, the industrial chapter, Carnegie is the one that actually, he's one of the two richest Americans who ever lived. He was a pretty big supporter of civil rights, even way back then, even before it was cool. So kudos to Andrew Carnegie. Now, in the 1920s, a man by the name of Marcus Garvey creates what was known as the Pan-African movement, or Pan-Africanism, but he called it the Back to Africa movement, which was, he's an African-American, and he believes that we've tried 50 years, 60 years now that African-Americans have been freed and not technically enslaved, and we still can't come to an agreement on, treatment and how to be civilized. So how about us African Americans, how about we just go settle a colony in Africa and move and live there, and we'll voluntarily segregate ourselves. That's essentially what this Pan-Africanism movement was. And that is an interesting idea on paper. Also an idea that was kind of already happening. If you remember the talks behind the country Liberia in Africa, which is created by James Madison, I believe it was. Or no, sorry, James Monroe, excuse me. Created by President James Monroe as a freed colony, or as a colony of freed slaves. Now, I think Garvey was looking for something a little bigger and more substantial, but he tried, and he had a decent amount of followers and people that believed it, but it never really took off. It never gained a ton of traction because it's not that easy just to uproot and leave. You show up to whatever colony. I think he talked about either a place in Africa or Jamaica. You show up there and you've got no money and no opportunities and no idea of what to do. Whereas in America, you have no money, but you have possibly ideas on how to dig yourself out of whatever hole you'd be in. So a lot of people didn't follow that necessarily, but it was an interesting idea and something that other movements built off of. Now, in 1930, the Nation of Islam is created by Elijah Muhammad. Now, this is a branch of the Islamic faith, but it is, on the surface, different. Like, Nation of Islam is like 99.8% African American. It's still around today. Today's membership is nowhere near as big as it was. I think like in the 60s was probably its peak, which also, no coincidence, happens to be the peak of the civil rights movement itself. But the Nation of Islam is created, and Elijah Muhammad is one of the co-founders. He's actually the second leader of it. And he's in charge for, I think, 35 years, 40 years. And he's extremely popular amongst his people. Like, the Nation of Islam got membership by basically preaching about the evils of white people and how all these white Americans are Christians or some branch of Christianity, and they preach intolerance, and they have held us down for all this time. So we need to counter that with our own faith, and so they follow the Islamic faith, and it turns into almost like a hate group. And that's not Islam itself, but the Nation of Islam had many followers that preached hatred against white people and against Jewish people, and really any outsiders. So they decide to fight intolerance and hatred, they are going to use intolerance and hatred, fighting fire with fire. And it's very confrontational and controversial. Some of the most famous members of the Nation of Islam include people like Malcolm X, who's leader of it, and a man by the name of Muhammad Ali was a member of the Nation of Islam. And it adds more fuel to this fire. You know, they really attacked any kind of cooperation with white people and white government. And it sets a stage for quite a bit of opposition and confrontation. So today's essential question is, what person do you think was most influential in starting the civil rights movement, and why? That's important. Include why, don't just give me a name. So of the people we talked about, and possibly if you know of people that we didn't talk about in today's lecture, if you know some or do some research and find someone else we glossed over, and you can mention them. But who, in your opinion, there is no right or wrong answer as long as it's someone that was actually involved in the civil rights movement. Who do you think was most influential in starting the civil rights movement? And in starting, I mean probably pre-1950. Someone like Martin Luther King, I wouldn't say is a wrong answer, but Martin Luther King more accelerates the civil rights movement to a great deal, but he more accelerates. He doesn't so much start it. So what you're going to do is go to Google Classroom and open up the assignment from yesterday, where hopefully you answered yesterday's essential question. Just go down a couple lines, type out this question, and answer it on that same document. And then at the end of the week, you should have 5 questions, 5 answers on that one document. You'll turn it in, and you'll get credit for attendance. So what person do you think was most influential in starting the civil rights movement, and why? Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you learned something. We will be back again tomorrow, another pre-recorded lecture. Thursday will be our Zoom meeting, which will then also turn into another lecture. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. Stay safe. Wash your hands. I know how nasty some of you guys are. Stay clean, stay healthy, and stay busy. Have a good one, guys. Welcome back, students. I'm glad you could tune in for today's lecture on April 1st, 2020. We're going to pick up where we left off again with the civil rights movement. We've gone into the early 1900s all the way back to 1905 with the Niagara movement. And today we're going to pick up in the 40s, and we're going to take this into the 50s. So in 1941, President Roosevelt pushes for movement in the equal hire, equal shot, basically giving African Americans a more fair opportunities in the workplace, or in search of work. You know, trying to eliminate any race-related questions on job applications, or providing defense for an African American who was passed over for a job, which that still kind of happens today, and it's still a bit of an issue. So you can imagine the difficulties in 1941 in enforcing something of that magnitude. In 1942, the Congress of Racial Equality, which was known as CORE, It's founded by a man named James Farmer. Really, there's a big group of founders of CORE, but they push for racial equality, not just racial equality, but equality regardless of sex, gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. They pursue equality of all kinds during this time. And it's a pretty popular movement. The group grows into the 100,000s, and it has quite a bit of influence. And one of the reasons that it has so much influence, why it has maybe more influence than the hundreds of other organizations that are created in hopes of finding equality, one of the reasons this one was one of the more successful ones is because it had the backing of a lot of white people. When this is founded, the original couple hundred members, 2/3 of them are white. And so it actually helps push the agenda of the organization. Now, CORE is motivated by nonviolent protests. Kind of, as mentioned yesterday, the Booker T. Washington theory, but even further. They were, especially Farmer, they were motivated and inspired by Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi was a massive figure in the world at this time. In the 30s and 40s, Gandhi is in India, and he is advocating for freedom and peace in India from British rulers. At that time, India was still a British colony, and there was a lot of strife and a lot of conflict between the two sides. And Gandhi was known for hunger strikes and sit-ins and all these types of nonviolent protests. And so CORE starts to adopt those, and they start studying him and follow, because this is right in the middle of Gandhi's reign as leader of these protests. So this is where CORE is responsible for introducing a lot of the nonviolent protesting to the civil rights movement. Sit-ins, silent protests, bus riders that will come in the 50s. They are bred out of CORE, which is inspired by Gandhi. So it all connects. In 1944, a man by the name of Gunnar Myrdal, a man from Sweden, I believe, he's from somewhere in Europe. I know that's very broad, but I can't remember if it's Sweden or Switzerland. But either way, he's an outsider, and he is asked to write an essay or kind of a research paper on America's racial tensions. And it's called An American Dilemma. Like, this is basically a research paper that he's being paid by an organization. I can't remember the name of the organization, but this organization wants an idea of how things are going. Like, and the reason they got Myrdal to do it is because they want an outsider's perspective. They didn't want Americans' perspective, because an American's perspective during that time especially is going to be inherently biased one way or the other. And so they decided, let's go with an outsider. So Myrdal comes in, writes this essay, and in it he writes about how the situation is tense, and the people are uneasy, and he kind of paints this dire picture about it's a problem. The civil rights struggle is an issue in America, and then he goes into the reasons why, and he traces it back to this endless cycle throughout generations of white Europeans would discriminate against African Americans and leave them in the dust, leave them with really no opportunities to crawl out of this hole that we've put them in. And then those white people would say, well, they're inferior because you see how much they're struggling. You see how unsuccessful they are. Well, that's the problem right there, is we're leaving them, at these disadvantageous positions, and then we're saying, well, that's why we're not helping them, because they can't handle it, stuff like that. So Myrdal said, well, there's really two options here, or there's a couple solutions in this chain of events, because the two aspects of it are just that. The African Americans are left in this hole and they can't get out. And then white people say, well, they can't get out because they can't handle it, blah, blah, blah. So Myrdal says, well, you can either solve white people's discrimination, basically breed generations and breed people of understanding and compassion, to where over the course of generations, then African Americans can be brought out of this disadvantaged position and be risen up. That's one way to look at it. And he says, or we could flip it and provide all this assistance and aid to African Americans to bring them out of the pit, and then white people will then see that, no, they're not inferior. They are, they're, with some assistance, they are able to sustain success. So, but each of these has a bit of a problem attached to it. The first option I mentioned about changing discrimination patterns, and then using that to uplift African Americans out of the cycle, that takes a long time. That takes quite a while, and it takes generations and generations, and you still never really get that little sense of discrimination out in some of them. And the issue with the other solution is that breeds conflict. You're putting all this effort and money and time into helping African Americans, someone that a lot of whites, especially in the South, didn't like, and then you're lifting them to their level and then threatening them. That was the biggest thing, is they would feel threatened by the success of an African American, and that's going to breed conflict. And so, looking back at our history, we can see time periods where each of those solutions per se is being used. The 60s was pretty well an entire movement to lift African Americans up and out of the hole, and then it threatens white people, and then violence ensues. And there's been periodic events throughout the rest of history along with that. But for the first solution, I think that's kind of what has been going on, is slowly you start to hopefully change white people's perceptions in defining African Americans more equal. And now we're seeing today where we still have people that have kind of a possibly racist mindset, but I don't want to call it, sometimes just ignorance, an ignorant mindset. But it's way fewer than it used to be. That's how long that kind of process takes over time to change. But that's what Myrdal posted in An American Dilemma. It was a huge success. It was sold millions of copies, and it really shaped the civil rights movement from there. But I talked about that a lot more than I planned on. Okay, sorry, went past that one. In 1946, the Committee on Civil Rights is created by Harry Truman. It's a temporary committee that is meant to basically, again, assess the civic strife and come up with solutions. And they come up with a couple solutions. Harry Truman issues an executive order in 1948 to desegregate the military, to get rid of all white and all black regiments in the military. Now that takes time. Something like that takes quite a while to fully create and fully do, just because the military is the oldest American institution there is. Like that was the first American thing ever, was the American military. So tradition is extremely hard to break in the military. And so that, even though he made an executive order that said, you can't segregate the military, it still took a while to integrate the Marine Corps and the Navy and the Army and all that. And then in 1947, Major League Baseball, I should say integrated, not desegregated. Oh, sorry, no, reading error. Yeah, they did desegregate when Jackie Robinson joins the Brooklyn Dodgers. Now, being a baseball person myself, I could speak forever on this. I'll try not to. Major League Baseball had barred African Americans from playing. But again, it's one of those de facto rules or de facto laws. There was nothing in the books that said an African American couldn't play on the team. It was just kind of a silent agreement from all the owners in baseball that said they weren't going to hire an African American. And then Branch Rickey, the general manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers, decided to break that rule and sign Robinson to a contract. He's a very successful player. He's a Hall of Fame baseball player for his accomplishments on the field, but his impact in the civil rights movement is a million times greater than any impact he had on the baseball field. And he's maybe the most well-known baseball player in the history of baseball. His jersey numbers retired by every single Major League Baseball team. So it hits the sports world as well. Civil rights movement hits every aspect of life in America. Now, the big event is Brown versus Board of Education, 1954. This is a case of, in no other place than Topeka, Kansas. A young third-grade African-American girl is being forced to go to a school miles and miles away, an all-black school miles away on the other side of town, and she's being forced to walk like a mile to her bus stop to pick her up and take her to school, when about 6 blocks in the other direction is another elementary school that she's not allowed to go to because of her being African-American. And so they take it to the courts, or they challenge the school board. School board doesn't do anything. They challenge state courts. They don't do anything. So they take this to the Supreme Court. Now, this is not the first case of a family versus a school board on the grounds of racial segregation. In fact, there's quite a few. None of which are really that successful. The reason this one is specifically successful is because it focused actually more on the convenience of going to a nearby school than on the conditions of an African-American school. And so that's when the Supreme Court of the United States decides, hey, that's true. This whole separate but equal kind of causes an inconvenience, and it's not fair to the kids. Now, this is kind of a state issue because there are certain states in the whole South, the entire South of the U.S., they had state rules that they were de jure segregation. They were on the books. They were legit laws that said African Americans could not go to school with white people. Then other states in the North and out West had laws in the books that didn't allow segregation. Like they enforced integrated schools. And then there's a couple states that had really no laws, kind of up for grabs, and It really depended on the type of people there. Kansas was one of those states where there's no laws, but segregation is kind of practiced. At that time, there was a law saying that there's no segregation of schools at the high school level, but anything below, so elementary and junior high, segregation was a thing, unfortunately. And this overturns the doctrine of Plessy versus Ferguson, which we talked about earlier, the separate but equal conditions. They found out the separate does not pertain to equal, and if we're promising equal rights in our Constitution, then segregation kind of blows in the face of that. The attorney for the Brown family's Thurgood Marshall, he's an African-American, he ends up becoming the first Supreme Court justice, first African-American Supreme Court justice. 10 years later, or in 1954, he's pleading his case to the Supreme Court, and 13 years later, he's on the Supreme Court. He's a very influential figure also in the civil rights movement. Thankfully, the judges come to a unanimous 9-0 decision in favor of Brown. They come with the statement of, in the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. So they agree that in education, this doesn't get rid of separate but equal, only in education. They're only desegregating schools. Now, they don't issue a plan on how to do that. They don't issue any kind of, well, this is how we're going to get it done. In Brown versus Board 2, which is kind of a revisiting of this case where they come up with a process and solutions, they ruled for desegregation with all deliberate speed, which if you're wondering what does that mean, it means nothing. There is no way to measure with all deliberate speed. So schools all over the place in the South, wherever there was a problem with segregation, they took their sweet time. There was no rush on this. There's no, hey, by the end of the year, we've got to be desegregated. No, there's none of that. For years, schools in the South remained segregated. For over a decade, probably, in places like Alabama and Mississippi, schools remained segregated. They could still plead the case of, well, we're in the process, but it takes a while. Big issue with this is it can overpopulate schools, but it also school boards wouldn't hire African-American teachers. So all these teachers at these old African-American only schools, they were without a job, many of them, because very few of the integrated or desegregated schools would hire them. So that was another issue that came out of this time. And there's a ton of opposition to this, and it becomes a real big contentious point in American history. We'll talk more about the conflict that comes out of this. But with that, we're going to go to our essential question. Remember, go to the essential question assignment on Classroom, open it, and if you haven't already, create a Google Doc. Now, if you've been doing this correctly the whole time, great, but I want to make sure everybody is on board. You open a Google Doc and you will go through and you will type this. You will do one document for the entire week, and you will just continue to add this question and this answer. And do not press submit or turn in until Friday after the last lecture. And then next week, we will do it all over again, okay? I understand that was probably confusing, but that was the goal of this whole thing. So on the essential question worksheet, you will type out what previous Supreme Court case did Brown versus Board challenge, and you will type the answer. We talked about the answer the first day of the lecture. We briefly talked about it today. Okay, it's the only other court case I think we've talked about so far. So simple question, simple answer. Don't overthink it. That'll be it today. Tomorrow, Zoom meeting. I changed my mind for this one. I want everybody there. Zoom meeting Thursday, 2 o'clock. Please join. I'll repost the link on Classroom probably Thursday morning, but I want everybody there. I didn't do a very good job of getting this cleared up and getting things out there. So please show up. I won't lecture. I will record a lecture later on and post it that day. It'll be a short Zoom meeting. I just want to feel everybody's questions, give you guys answers, catch you guys up, make sure we can even have a question of the day. But I want everybody there so I can track some attendance real quick. So, all right, guys. Hey, thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys all tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Have a terrific day. Oops. Good morning or afternoon to you guys, depending on when you're watching this. But today is April 2nd, Thursday. We will be having a Zoom meeting today at 2 o'clock. I will post that link back out on Classroom along with this lecture here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Since we're having the Zoom meeting, and again, it won't be long, it'll kind of be a, asking, checking, make sure everybody's where they need to be and all that. We can even have a question of the day if you guys want to. But I'll try and keep this lecture brief. So let's just get into it. We are picking up with, in the mid-1950s, the Montgomery bus boycott. So here's I'm big on how fragile history can be, or just events in general can be. And what I mean by that is one seemingly small change to an event can have this massive effect on the outcome and on how we view history, the butterfly effect. So let me take you back to 1955. An African-American woman is on a bus in Montgomery, a public bus. And now back then, buses were, they were, as well as everything else in Montgomery, Alabama, they're segregated. But the system in which this is segregated in is the first 8 rows. So let's see if I can count this right. A public bus has 32 rows. The first 8 rows are white only. And then the back 8 rows are black only. Now the middle 16 rows are just whatever's left. If one of the sections fills up, if either the front 8 or the back 8 are full, then the middle 16 is where the spillover is. Now, if there's more than 8 white people on the bus, or more than 8 seats full, then white people would just extend their rows back. If there's more than 8 black people on the bus in the back, then they just extend their rows up, basically meeting right in the middle. That was kind of that was a law on the book, so that's a de jure segregation. But if, let's say, there's quite a few white people on the bus and they fill up all the way through the 16, if there's more people on, then the African Americans have to stand. So white people were not to stand, they were to always have a seat, no matter what. Now, this hypothetical that I talked about, let's go back to 1955. A woman sits in the middle section, in the spillover section. She sits in the middle section, but she sits in the front seat of that section. Now, when she sits there, the white section is not full. After a while, the white section becomes full, and her seat is the next one back. So a white person who is standing basically stands over her and says, "You're in my seat." And she doesn't move. And the bus driver gets out of his seat and goes back and tells her to move. She refuses. She's arrested. Now, this event that I'm speaking of happens in March of 1955. You'll notice on these notes here that I included that Rosa Parks got arrested in December of 1955. The story I'm telling is of a woman named Claudette Colvin. Claudette Colvin gets arrested, and all these civil rights organizations rush to her side and interview her and ask her questions and evaluate the movement, her case, basically. Now, Claudette Colvin is 15 years old, unmarried, and pregnant. And the civil rights unions come to the agreement that she is not the best face to put on this movement. They agree that she will not be the positive spin on this that they need, so they stand down. 9 months later, Rosa Parks does the exact same thing. Rosa Parks was a nurse in World War II. She is married, has a steady job, is respected in the community, and a very charismatic young preacher in Montgomery, Alabama, steps to the forefront and becomes the voice of the civil rights movement. And that young preacher was Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. was an up-and-comer. He was very new to the scene. This was his first action. He was not ready before. If Claudette Colvin is not 15 or is not pregnant or unmarried when she is arrested, then Martin Luther King is just some preacher you've never heard of from Montgomery. But that was not the case. King steps up. This goes to court. This becomes the motivation for the Montgomery bus boycotts. So buses were a very popular mode of transportation in the public, and many people use them to get around the city. Montgomery is a decent-sized city. So African Americans and few white people that were in support of the civil rights movement, or of this movement, boycotted. They stopped paying to use the buses. They found other ways. They carpool, or they just walk, which was dangerous. They often got beat up or abducted or even murdered. Or they would, get rides from sympathetic white people with vehicles. This boycott lasts for 381 days, and it has such an impact on the economy in Montgomery. 80 to 85% of all bus riders in Montgomery were African American. So they're essentially losing 80 to 85% of their business. And finally, they give in. And in the process, the Supreme Court rules that segregated buses are unconstitutional. So the boycott ends, and the rules, the social rules, didn't really change that much. Not many African Americans felt safe sitting in the front. They still felt susceptible, and they still felt like they could be attacked. So most of them still sat in the back for many, many years after. But it did lead to further advancement of civil rights. The civil rights movement does not end with the desegregation of buses, and it was never meant to. This was just the kickoff, the starting point, or I guess not start, a continuation of Brown versus Board. Now schools are desegregated and buses. So the SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, that was a civil rights group created by Martin Luther King. They were the ones that sponsored the Montgomery bus boycott. And they provided support in the form of money and motivation and really just a place to congregate. You know, this turns into completely religious based or led by the churches, because that's what Martin Luther King was, a preacher. So he was using his influence as a preacher to further this movement, and that was controversial at the time. Some preachers were uncomfortable with the fact that he was involving religion in this, because this kind of seems like a gray area, mixing societal problems with religion. But he hung with it. He was arrested multiple times for many of the protests that he participated in, along with many other people. But he stood strong and continued the movement. Now, in the face of this rapid change, there was a lot of violent retaliation from white people. Churches were bombed. Houses were shot up. There were cases of white people just sitting on rooftops waiting for an African American to walk by with a gun. It was a very nasty. This was, as I'm sure you're aware, this was not a seamless transition. This entire event, or this entire movement, was met with tons of violence. I mean, they led a march in, oh shoot, what town? Might have been Montgomery March. They led a march through town, African Americans, just peaceful. They were worried it would lead to rioting or brutality, but it was relatively peaceful to start with. Thousands of African Americans in Montgomery marched through the streets, stopping traffic, just walking in unison as one. Elementary school children, African American children, got out of school and participated. College students left class and participated. And this was met with the police chief of the town, Bull Connor, a white segregationalist who decided to take action against them and turn fire hoses onto the protesters. News cameras had live feed to TVs all over the country of children 10, 11, 12 years old being attacked by police dogs and shot with fire hoses. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen water coming out of a fire hose. It is powerful. And it hurts. I mean, I haven't been hit by it, but you can just tell by seeing it. It is a powerful stream of water. You feel like you're drowning being hit by this water. The water probably breaks skin too, because it's coming out at such speed. This was brutality. And as terrible as it was for the protesters, in the long run, it helped their movement. People on TV saw this, and it changed some minds. The brutality that they were faced with, and the fact that they never retaliated. These specifically, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the NAACP, those peaceful conferences, they never retaliated violently. And they earned a lot of people's respect and support because of it. So, I don't know why this is, oh, that wasn't right. I'm trying to get rid of that bottom bar. Um, hmm. And these nonviolent protests were based on the writings of a man named Henry David Thoreau many years ago, and then Mohandas Gandhi was a follower of Thoreau. He was a reader of Thoreau, and then Gandhi, as I mentioned yesterday, was using those methods himself in India 10 years before this. So Martin Luther King was inspired by these men, as were the rest of the nonviolent protesters. And as I said before, this was a Christian-themed organization, and that's where a lot of this nonviolence and morality in their protests came from. So I told you this is going to be a shorter lecture. I talked plenty, but the notes themselves weren't terribly long. Today's essential question is really simple. What city and state did Rosa Parks refuse her bus seat to a white man? Real simple. It's the first note you took today. So that should be a short and sweet answer. You will add that to the document that you have been posting the questions on. And that should make four questions and answers. We have, like I said, mandatory Zoom meeting 2 o'clock today. So tune in. I just want to touch base with everybody. There's still a couple that haven't answered any of the questions, or at least haven't done it so I can see. So please join in, touch base. We'll get this taken care of. That'll do it. I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful day. Hello, class. Welcome back for today's lecture, April the 3rd. It's Friday. So one last lecture going into the weekend. Yesterday, we talked about Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and the start of these nonviolent protests. Now we're going to move along into 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas. In 1957, early 1957, there was a conflict, kind of, following or as a result of the Brown versus Board of Education decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, ordering all schools to desegregate. Arkansas, a part of the Deep South, had some issues towards that movement. And in 1957, the school board in Little Rock, specifically of Little Rock Central High School, they produced a plan, the school board did, of how to segregate, or not segregate, how to desegregate, how to integrate the schools. And in that plan, 1957 was the target year for this to happen. Remember, Brown versus Board happens in 54. And so by 57, they wanted to be desegregated. Now, the Little Rock Nine was a group of 9 African-American students chosen to transfer into the previously all-white Little Rock Central High School. These were all students between the ages of 14 and 16. And they were hand-chosen to be the new African-American students in Little Rock Central High School. They were chosen based on their exemplary grades, community service, discipline, really everything. They were students that did everything right. They were
thought to be the best ones to start this change. They wanted to put students in that wouldn't retaliate to any kind of abuse or wouldn't cause any kind of a stir themselves based on personality or behavior. So these 9 students are planning on arriving at school on September 5th, 1957. The governor of Arkansas was a man named Orville Faubus, and Faubus was a Southern Democrat, a segregationist, and he knew that the people of Little Rock, or at least the people in the area, would be very against the desegregation of the school. And there had been some threats made beforehand about violence, and Faubus himself was, as I said, a segregationist. So he sends in the Arkansas National Guard, or a branch of the National Guard from Arkansas, in to block the Little Rock Nine's entrance into Little Rock Central High School. Now, he says it was to keep the peace and to protect all students from any kind of violence that would ensue. But it was pretty obviously in blocking the students from entry and trying to block desegregation. So the students are not allowed in the building. On September 23rd, about 2.5 weeks later, President Dwight Eisenhower sends federal troops from the U.S. Army to usher the Little Rock Nine into Little Rock Central High School. So they're doing quite the opposite. They are providing armed guard to these 9 students to make sure that they come in without any kind of issue or conflict. Now, the first time the Little Rock Nine tried to get in and the National Guard blocked them, the 9 students all walked up the front steps together with a crowd of people around them, yelling, cursing, saying horrible things, and even spitting on them and throwing things at them with no one to protect them. So having federal troops there provided if only for a moment, some protection. Now, Faubus heard that Eisenhower was planning on doing this, and Faubus threatened to display the Arkansas National Guard again against the federal army that Eisenhower was sending. Now, this wasn't to turn into like a battle, like warfare, where soldiers were shooting at each other, but it was going to be a standoff with two military bodies. But Eisenhower, being the president, actually federalized the Arkansas National Guard, meaning he took power of them himself because he can do that because he's the president, and he turned them against Faubus and then deployed the Arkansas National Guard to this time also help escort the students into the building. A real power move by Eisenhower. Now, this doesn't necessarily stop the racism or stop the abuse. Once the students were in the school, then for the rest of the year, they had to endure some very serious mental abuse and emotional abuse and even some physical abuse. And then in 1958, Faubus has had enough with all the uproar and the threats of violence and the threats of violence, that he decides to basically cancel school for the entire state of Arkansas. He was told by everybody, you can't stop desegregation. He goes, watch me. And he cancels school completely for a whole school year. 1958 was known as the lost year in Arkansas because students did not go to school, and it just causes everything to stand still. And then people in Little Rock specifically blame the African Americans for it. It is a twisted time for sure in the South. So he stopped school for a full year. Teachers are still required to go to the building and prepare for when students return, because at the time, he didn't say when he called it, he didn't say school's canceled for the year. He said it is canceled until further decision. And then it just happened to go on the entire school year. And then teachers are laid off because they have to make cuts and they're not teaching anybody. And it just causes a huge conflict in Arkansas. Eventually, school is forced to be restarted the next school year. But as you can imagine, it also does not do anything to lessen the abuse that African Americans would face in the desegregation of schools. So that's the Little Rock Nine. Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1957 is passed. It is passed through both houses of legislature. And in it, it establishes the United States Civil Rights Commission, which is a group of people that were to investigate the civil rights progress and then to provide ideas for the furthering of civil rights or provide solutions for any problems or obstacles to civil rights. Any kind of violations would be thoroughly investigated federally because states, specifically southern states, were not doing anything to combat civil rights violations. And it also put laws in place that protected African Americans' right to vote. They've had the right to vote since the 14th Amendment, which was passed in the 1870s. But in the South, there were many things, as I mentioned before, that hindered African Americans from being able to vote. Things like poll taxes and literacy tests and grandfather clauses, and just voter intimidation. Standing next to a voting booth with a gun and then pointing it at someone because you don't want them to be able to vote. And then having a police officer right there watch the whole thing happen and him not do anything because he doesn't care. He's also probably against civil rights in general. So this is the first time that the crime of taking away someone's right to vote could be prosecuted in a federal court, which is going to be much more effective than in a southern states court. Now, this is the first federal civil rights legislation or bill or law passed since Reconstruction, since the 1800s. And the Civil Rights Act of 1957 has a lot of holes in it, and it has plenty of things that didn't get enforced. So the bill itself was not entirely all that effective, but it sets the tone for civil rights movement and civil rights laws and actions. And there's like 6 more civil rights acts passed after 1957, and it all passes off the back of this one. Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1957 is also notable because during the legislation of it, when the Senate was debating about whether or not to pass or defeat the bill, a Southern Democrat named Strom Thurmond from, I believe, South Carolina, got up, and during the debate before the passage, because it became known that the Senate probably had the numbers to pass the bill. So Strom Thurmond did what is called a filibuster. A filibuster is basically talking a bill to death. They can't vote. If you are in the debate phase of a bill, you cannot pass on to the next stage, which is voting, until debate is done. And debate is not done until everyone is done talking, or until no one else has anything to debate about or talk about. Well, Strom Thurmond gets in front of the Senate, and he talks. And a filibuster is possible because you don't have to talk about anything actually in the bill. You could talk about literally anything. Strom Thurmond gets in front of the Senate and reads from the Declaration of Independence, reads it from start to finish. He reads American election laws in alphabetical order out of an encyclopedia. He reads George Washington's farewell address. He reads the Bill of Rights. He filibusters for 24 hours and 18 minutes. 24 hours. He stood on his feet and he talked it down. Now, the point of this is eventually a senator may get sick of it and decide to adjourn or take a recess, which basically puts a pause on the passage of the bill. And that was his goal, was to get them so sick of hearing him talk that they adjourn and the bill never gets passed. But eventually it finally does. And thus the Civil Rights Act of 1957 is passed. Now, the final slide that we'll go over is about the Greensboro sit-in of 1960. Sit-ins were another form of peaceful protest or nonviolence. 4 African-American college students from the University of North Carolina A&T show up to a segregated department store, and they sit at the counter, which was not allowed by African Americans, and they sat there and they refused to order, or they order and their services refused because that was the law at that store, and they refused to leave. So they take up space, they get yelled at, cursed at, all this stuff. They stay until the place closes that night. That night, after it closes, they go back to their college campus and they recruit more people. And the very next day, about 20 college students show up to the same department store, Woolworth's, and they sit in the department store, take up space, and don't order anything. And again, they are yelled at, cursed at, spit on, and they leave when it closes. Then the next day, they do more recruiting and they bring 300, or they bring 100 people. And the day after that, they bring 300. And eventually, they get about 600 to 700 people either sitting in the store or standing right outside of it, taking up space, not ordering anything. Until finally, Woolworths feels like they have lost enough money and they decide to desegregate their department store. This was not the first sit-in, but it was definitely the most effective, most influential. News cameras were all around documenting the event, and pretty soon people all over the country saw it, and it inspired them. And it forced businesses to desegregate because they had to make money. If they weren't making money, they would be forced to close. So Woolworths started selling to African Americans and allowing them, actually they were already serving them, they just couldn't stay. They were serving them and allowing them to stay and dine in the store. So this sparks more sit-ins, It sparked read-ins, sitting in a segregated library with a book or any kind of office building and just sit and read. Or my favorite, wade-ins at the beach. It just, because beaches were segregated too. There was a whites-only area in beaches. And they would go and stand in the whites-only area in beaches and just take up space. That was somehow quite effective. So you see how creative protesters get and how effective it is. Forcing Southerners' hands, forcing them to change. Now, they did it begrudgingly. They didn't make any friends doing this. But movement had to get started somewhere. And now it is in full swing. And the civil rights movement itself is gaining a ton of momentum. Now our central question, what led to the standoff in Little Rock? Meaning, what happened? What were the two sides? You know, just show some detail, put a little bit of effort. Don't just say, oh, a racist governor didn't want black people going to high school. That's not an answer. Okay, I want a little bit of detail. Doesn't have to be much, couple sentences. Should do just fine. So that is the end of it. Now after you answer this question, now you can submit the assignment. You will be done, and next week we will open a new document and we will do next week's questions on that. So great job this first week. I'm proud of you. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Again, reach out to me if you have any kind of questions or concerns. Have a terrific weekend. Go out on a walk, go to the park, go do something. Okay? Maintain your social distance, but go do something. Hopefully it's beautiful weather. So that is it for me, guys. Have a good weekend. Good morning or afternoon, depending on, or evening, depending on when you're watching this. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a fabulous weekend. Got some good rest. Maybe got outside, got some exercise. I know it was pretty cold, but next couple days are supposed to be really nice. So glad to have you guys back. We're going to jump back into the civil rights movement, and we're going to learn today about a group known as the Freedom Riders. Riders being, as in riding a bus, not riders like writing papers. So this starts with a court case in 1960, another Supreme Court case known as Boynton versus Virginia. It's another passing of civil rights legislation that says it outlaws segregation in transportation in all of the South, like buses. So, because think back to the Rosa Parks incident, there's no Supreme Court case that follows directly after Rosa Parks. There's the Civil Rights Act, but that didn't explicitly itself outlaw segregation in transportation. Or if it did, it was kind of included as a blanket coverage, but it wasn't enforced. Well, here's Boynton versus Virginia, 1960, where it is on the books, it's outlawed. But again, Southern states did not enforce that law, or did not enforce desegregation of really anything up to that point. And federal lawmakers or federal prosecutors did not go after anybody that was still segregating. Like the South was still very much segregated in 1960 and 61, and they weren't enforcing the laws that they had put in place. Now, the first Freedom Ride starts in Washington, D.C. This was a plan of civil rights activists to ride Greyhound buses from D.C. to New Orleans, Louisiana, and they're going to go through the hotbed of racial tension through major cities in the South. And they're going to ride the bus, African Americans riding really anywhere in the bus that they want, refusing to leave or refusing to move because of their right to any seat on the bus. And it gets very messy. It's going to get very violent, and it's going to bring about a lot of publicity. Now, the Freedom Riders were originally 13 members. Now, this movement grows massively, and there's multiple Freedom Rides. But the first one, the most influential one, was the one leaving D.C. going to New Orleans. So one bus, one of the two original Greyhound buses, as it heads into Alabama. Anderson, Alabama is very close to the border, and it's one of the first towns you get to on that route in Alabama. And the city mayor or police chief, can't remember which one, probably both, but they allow the local Ku Klux Klan to usher the bus into town. Actually, they couldn't even wait before it, like a couple miles outside of town, before it gets into Anniston, Alabama. They cut off the road, they force the bus to stop, and a big white mob surrounds the bus, pushes it side to side, throws rocks through the windows, throws basically like a Molotov cocktail, if you know what that is, a ball of fire. They throw it into the bus, and they keep all the exits on the bus blocked so no one can leave. And they're planning on just letting the bus explode, killing everyone on board. And local police kind of watch this go by. They watch all the previous stuff happen, not do anything, which is going to be a recurring issue. But once the whole bus gets set aflame, that kind of freaks people out, or freaks police out. So it was reported that one of the officers fires his gun up in the air and scares the mob off, or at least makes them back up and allow the citizens off the bus. Now, when they get off the bus, the mob attacks them again and physically beats them up, sends multiple people to the hospital. But the others are able to board another Greyhound bus and continue. Now, the other bus makes it to Birmingham, Alabama, and in Birmingham, they are met by an angry mob, and they are attacked and beaten. They're pulled off of the bus, beaten with bats, crowbars, bike chains, just horrific things. And even the driver gets attacked. And the police, again, stand and watch it happen. Now, the police, in a lot of these places, the police were actually, not all of them, but I'm sure a considerable amount, were members of the KKK. So they were probably a part of the organizing of this. So these people are pulled off buses, beaten within an inch of their lives. Some are sent to the hospital, where in Birmingham they were refused service. If the hospital heard about the Freedom Riders, and when these people showed up to the hospital beaten to a pulp, the hospital turns them away, because hospitals were still against the law, segregated. Even the white people that were injured, like even the white Freedom Riders, they were not allowed. They were forced to seek help elsewhere. And this continues throughout the rest of the journey. Now, it picks up quite a bit of publicity and the violence shown by the segregated South gets a lot of people on the side of the civil rights activists. And along the way, some of the Southern African Americans would volunteer to fill the seats on the bus of the previous bus riders that were now in the hospital. And it just seemed like every city they stopped at, it got worse, or it got more brutal. But they continue their trek, and when the bus reaches Montgomery, Alabama, word has reached back in Washington of the Freedom Riders, and the President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, sends in U.S. Marshals. He sends in peacemakers, or people that are supposed to try and ensure the journey is finished without any more violence, which again doesn't really work a lot. After more violence, JFK strikes a deal with the local government of Jackson, Mississippi, that says, if you guys promise not to attack and viciously beat the Freedom Riders, we will not intervene in you enforcing your laws. Meaning JFK was giving the Jackson, Mississippi police the okay to arrest the Freedom Riders. Now, that's ridiculous to me, seeing as now it's still on states' laws that buses are to be segregated. Those haven't been taken off the books yet, but they should be, they should be canceled or be overruled by federal law, which it was a national law that these could not be segregated. But JFK waived his power in that sense to appease the violent mobsters in the South. So the ride stops in, I don't remember what part of Mississippi, but the ride's basically stopped. JFK actually condemns the Freedom Riders and says, you guys have caused way more harm than good, because this is in the middle of the Cold War, and the Soviet Union is claiming America is racist and dumb, and how can they handle the rest of the world when they can't even handle their own citizens? So he thought this is a bad look, and he tells them to stop it, knock it off. And so the Greyhound buses are stopped in Mississippi, short of their goal of New Orleans. But that doesn't stop the movement. The riders decide to board a plane back in Jackson, Mississippi, and fly the rest of the way to New Orleans. Now, the plane ends up getting there, and they arrive in New Orleans. But they had to vacate the plane before initially taking off due to a bomb threat. So, the mobsters did not stop once they left the bus. Now, in 1962, a man by the name of James Meredith, he is a World War II vet. Or no, sorry, he is not. He is a Korean War vet. He graduated high school in Mississippi. He goes to Jackson State for 2 years and then joins the military. And he spends 8 or 9 years in the military. So he comes back home, and he is 28 or 29 years old, and he applies for the University of Mississippi, which everyone refers to as Ole Miss. And he's rejected. He's inspired by JFK's inaugural address, in which he speaks to civil rights movement. And the very next day he applies, knowing he's going to get rejected, and he does. And so he takes that rejection and takes it to the federal courts, and challenges it. And the University of Mississippi and Mississippi state government fight him over it, with the governor saying that as long as he is in office, University of Mississippi will never be desegregated. Now, this is after 8 years after the decision of Brown versus Board, which desegregated educational facilities. But again, the state had not followed that plan, and the federal government had not done a good job of enforcing it until now. And Meredith continues to push the case. James Meredith was a very good student, and he had a sterling military record. He had never been in trouble. Like, if anyone was to force their way into a segregated college or an all-white college, James Meredith was probably going to be the most successful one. So he continues to push and force, and with the help of a man named Medgar Evers, who we'll talk about on the next slide, he's finally admitted after a year and a half after initially applying. He is admitted into Ole Miss, and he only has 2 years left because he only has 1 year left because he went to college in Jackson State beforehand. He goes through a bunch of abuse. He's beaten, he's picked on, he's ostracized, ignored. And in his time there, actually, he inspires another African American to apply at Ole Miss, and he gets in. Cleve McDowell, I think was his name. And they become roommates. Now, Meredith graduates in 1963, which I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, I need to go back over this. Medgar Evers, who is a civil rights activist, works and helps James Meredith get in to the University of Mississippi. Evers, years before, had applied to get into Mississippi Law School, which he was not admitted to. Riots on campus led to, and the federal government moving National Guard in to allow Meredith into the university. Shots are fired and 2 mobsters are killed and another 160 are injured. Meredith graduates after 1 year. Continuation. So it was about 3 years total in college. Graduates with a degree in political science. Now, I said he was roommates with Cleve McDowell. McDowell was only a freshman, so Meredith graduates and then leaves. And with him leaves the federal protection. He had some bodyguards. And when he left, so did the bodyguards, because Meredith was a major national star and McDowell was an afterthought. So he leaves, and then McDowell asks the university if he can carry a registered weapon on him, a handgun, like a conceal and carry. And they said no. But he did anyway because he was very fearful of his safety, and he was caught, and he was thus expelled because of it. Now, unfortunately, Medgar Evers is assassinated really actually before Meredith graduates. He's assassinated in June of '63. He was a very marked man by white terrorist nationalists. He feared for his life very much, and he was killed right outside of his own home. He got out of the car and he was shot in the back by Byron De La Beckwith, a member of the White Man's Council, which was a white supremacy group, just like the KKK was. And De La Beckwith was he was charged and taken to court, and he was tried by a jury of all white people. And the first trial resulted in a hung jury, which means that they couldn't agree if he was guilty or not. And then he's tried again with an all-white jury. And again, they can't agree that he's guilty, so he's let go. And it's not until 1994 when the case is reopened and brought back up, and they decided to allow a few African Americans to join the jury, that Byron De La Beckwith is found guilty, and he's sentenced to prison, and he ends up dying in prison. It was 30 years after the initial act that he was finally found guilty. And then in 1966, James Meredith, who was inspired by Evers and appreciative of his assistance after Evers is assassinated, Meredith becomes an advocate for civil rights. And in 1966, he begins on a march against fear, where he was going to march 220 miles from Nashville, Tennessee to Jackson, Tennessee, or Jackson, Mississippi, I believe was the destination. And he was going to walk it. And he didn't want a bunch of others along with him. He didn't want this to seem like a big mob or seem threatening or violent. This was going to be a one-man show. He turned away assistance from CORE, from the Congress of Racial Equality, or from the SCC, or from any of those groups. He does it on his own, and in the second day, very early in the trip, he is shot. Now, he's not killed, but he's put in the hospital. And again, media attention swirls around it and inspires many different activists to take up his place and finish the march. And 4,000 people finished the march for him. And Meredith becomes a staple in the civil rights movement. He even becomes a politician in the 80s and 90s. So that's James Meredith and Medgar Evers and the Freedom Riders. Today's central question: who was the first African American student admitted to the University of Mississippi, also known as Ole Miss? Very simple question. We just talked about it quite a bit. The assignment is posted on Classroom. This time I've created the Google Doc, so that way you don't have to feel like you have to create one and then I can't track it. So it's a blank document right now. Go and add the essential question and the answer. We do have a Zoom meeting at 2 o'clock today. If you could make it, fantastic. We'll have a question today. We'll talk a little bit and just check in some. So that will be it for today. Hope you guys have a great day. Again, if you have any questions, please reach out. But so long. Hello, class. Welcome back. This is the lecture for Tuesday, April 7th. We're going to pick up after talking yesterday about early 60s, the attempts to desegregate the South. We talked about Medgar Evers and James Meredith and the desegregation of the University of Mississippi. Now we're going to move on to some more national civil rights movement. We're going to get into Martin Luther King and the SCLC. Now, kind of the main city of this whole movement is Birmingham, Alabama. And the reason was Birmingham, Alabama was considered the most segregated city in the country. They had one of the highest slave populations in America back before the slaves were freed. And they still had a very considerable population of African Americans in the 1960s. So this was met with a lot of tension and resistance. So Birmingham, Alabama remains the most segregated city in the country. And so Martin Luther King, who's originally from Montgomery, Alabama, decides to kind of move the headquarters of this movement to Birmingham. Martin Luther King is a part of what was known as the Birmingham Campaign, which was many marches, sit-ins, peaceful protests in the city. They're trying to force change any way possible. And he is arrested. He's treated pretty brutally in his arrest. It's a peaceful protest. Being that he's the leader of it, he's arrested for, I don't know, inciting a riot or something. There was no riot. It was all peaceful, but they arrested him on grounds that were questionable. He's taken to jail. He's thrown into solitary confinement, and he's not allowed anything. And he's treated horribly by the guards. Now, he has an ally in the prison that smuggles in a newspaper from that day. He was there for a couple days in the Birmingham jail. And the newspaper has an article, an op-ed piece. It has a letter written to the people of Birmingham from, I believe it was an anonymous citizen, but it was a citizen that claimed they were a member of the KKK. So it was a white man that wrote a letter to all of the African Americans protesting, saying now's a bad time. You guys are going about this the wrong ways. You're pushing something that doesn't need to be pushed. You're outsiders, and you're not welcome, Birmingham. And this just makes MLK irate. And King gets a hold of a writing utensil somehow, and just in the margins of the newspaper writes a retort. He writes a response to the Birmingham newspaper, and it becomes known as the letter from Birmingham jail. And it blows up. It's a huge hit. It's a huge piece of the civil rights movement. And in it, he talks about, first of all, he addresses the being called outsiders. He says, we are all citizens of the same country, and we all must abide by the same rules. No one is an outsider within the borders, regardless of race. Then he talks about the concept of time and how they've been told to wait forever. Being told to wait is being told no. Wait means never in this case. So he said they are done waiting. They are going to push change now. And he uses on the grounds of religion and how change had been forced throughout the Bible in a peaceful but tense manner. Civilized tension, as he called it, is constructive, and it forces positive change, and it's needed. He says, you may not like tension, but this tension is required. One of the famous lines he had in there is, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So back to that outsiders comment, injustice being performed in Birmingham, Alabama was a threat to justice all over. You know, if crimes can be committed in Birmingham, then there's nothing to really stop it from spreading everywhere else. That's exactly how the South operated. So he was right in that sense. Public Safety Commissioner and candidate for governor of Alabama, Eugene Connor, better known as Bull Connor, was a classic segregationist. He was a Southern Democrat, a Dixie Democrat, and he was very against this movement. He called for, during the Birmingham campaign, during the peaceful march down Main Street, he called for the police to turn fire hoses and police dogs on the protesters. I did mention that one of the first days, kind of got ahead of myself. But Bull Connor was the man who called for that. He is not someone that history looks upon very kindly. So, and that happens in Birmingham, but that was not an isolated incident. That kind of stuff happened all over. I mean, these injustices were done to protesters everywhere. But this particular incident was shot on TV, on the news. The people around the country saw it, and it actually had a massive impact as it gained sympathy for the demonstrators. And a lot of people in the North that previously were either kind of ignorant or just not aware of the problems and tensions, they came around to this, and they saw the struggle that these African Americans were going through, and that helps force change as much as really any of the movement itself did. Now, in March of '63 the August of '63 comes the March on Washington. Maybe the high point of this entire movement, or the most recognized part of this movement. All these civil rights organizations come together to plan a march on Washington. They thought that was the most effective place to do it. There's been plenty of marches on Washington. There's a March on Washington in 1946. Also, a Civil Rights March, but was much less effective and just smaller. If you guys think back to, I believe it was the Great Depression chapter when we talked about the bonus babies, the World War I veterans that wanted their bonuses, and they led a march on Washington, and General MacArthur had them expelled and moved. That was another march on Washington. This was, the official name was the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. This was as much an economic movement as it was a social movement. King and others were just as much clamoring for equality in the workplace, or opportunities to work places that they didn't have previously. And they planned this march for a while and planned on bringing thousands of demonstrators in. Buses from all over come into Washington, D.C. The day before, city officials estimated that 100 buses an hour were arriving, filled with African Americans and white people that were wanting to march. I think like 45 buses alone came from Harlem. Some buses from Boston, a couple buses from Montgomery and Birmingham, Alabama. I mean, they came from all over the place. They marched down Washington, and President Kennedy was very, very nervous beforehand. He didn't like this idea. He thought this would enrage white people and would lead to violence. He said this would be threatening. And so he tried to talk the organizers out of it. But they wouldn't. And so Kennedy agreed to meet with the organizers, which there's about 10 of them, 10 major organizers. He agreed to meet with them after the march. He wanted to wait till after because he didn't want he knew if he met them before, they'd just give him like a list of demands. And he didn't want to deal with that. So they provided thousands of soldiers to protect the demonstrators as well as the police officers. And it turns into a massive success. It was peaceful. There was no violence. It was everything they hoped. It was televised. And the one thing that is notable from the March on Washington is Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech right in front of the Lincoln Memorial. This was the highlighted speech, and it's one of the most famous speeches ever. I mean, I'm sure it's on YouTube. This is by many professors and students of English. His I Have a Dream speech is thought to be one of the greatest orations ever. So, massively influential movement. And it receives a lot of positive press, and Kennedy even sees it as a personal victory because he was trying to pass the civil rights, what would be known as the Civil Rights Bill of 1964. And this movement, or this March on Washington, directly helped get that passed in both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And we'll talk about it tomorrow. But this was the high point of the civil rights movement. Extremely influential. About 250,000 people participate. Probably 85% of which were black. So 15% are white people that joined the movement, which was an increase, and it would only continue to grow from there. Now, an unfortunate event in the civil rights movement was the Birmingham church bombing about a month later. Another unfortunate, I didn't have in the notes, but following this speech, a chapter of the KKK had a meeting. I don't even remember the city now, but they had a meeting, and a couple teenage boys left that meeting all fired up, and like a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. And on their way home, they saw two little African-American boys, like ages 12 and 13, riding a bike. One of them was riding on the handlebars of his older brother, and one of the white boys had a gun, and he shot the one sitting on the handlebar, shot him through the cheek, killed him, and the boy that was pedaling the bike was shot in the chest and killed. All because they were all fired up leaving a Klan meeting. Those two boys weren't even a part of the march. They were just wrong place, wrong time. Now, along with that, we have the Birmingham church bombing. In September 1963, an African-American church in Birmingham, Alabama, one morning during gospel, an explosion that was wired underneath the church main front steps. Sticks of dynamite were planted there. They were attached to a timer, and that timer was to go off and blow up. And it blew up the front part of the church. And the explosion took place right above the basement, which is where a group of little girls were changing and practicing for their time in the choir. They were putting on their choir robes. And the explosion went off, and it killed 4 girls, ages between 9 and 13, I think. It really damaged the rest of the church. I mean, all glass was shattered. It injured 22 more people. But the 4 girls that were killed there right next to the explosion, they were the ones that were the closest. And the explosion was so big that it actually it decapitated one, and it like melted all their bodies together, and it it damaged a couple of them so bad that the only way they could be recognized was by process of or only way they could be identified was by the process of elimination when they took a roll call. It was a horrible, horrible scene. And witnesses had said that the night before they'd seen a car with a white man get out holding sticks of dynamite and place them under the church steps. They were able to identify the men as former members of the Klan. Now, I say former members because they found that the KKK was dragging its feet with the civil rights movement. They thought they had lost their edge. So they created their own kind of branch off of it. I can't remember what they called it. But it was a more militant and more violent group of Klan members. And they decided to bomb this church, and they got four of them were taken to court. And as so often happened, an all-white jury could not convict them, and they were let go. About 13 years later, a new district attorney, or prosecutor, prosecutor who was in college at the time this happens. He's in college when it happens. He's a white man, and he thinks it's despicable and horrible. And he says when he gets to the power of position that he needs, he's going to reopen this case. And so he gets to the prosecutor, and he decides to reopen the case in 1977 and tracks down the main suspect again, brings about new evidence, brings about new witness testimonies, more effective witness testimonies, and the perpetrator's name, I think, was Robert Chambliss, is found guilty and sentenced to life in jail. And his accomplices, and years go by, and I think he dies in 1984, 85. In 1994, more evidence, I guess, comes out, and they decide to try the other, well, two of the remaining three. The third one had already died. But 32 years later, they decided to try the other two, and they found them guilty of being accomplices. So they are sentenced to some jail time. So justice eventually is found, but again, it's a sign of the times. It took years to get this ironed out and to get some semblance of justice. But it was a tragic event, and it puts pressure on the government. It put pressure on the Kennedys because they had to convince some of the civil rights leaders and protesters to remain nonviolent. Like, their entire movement's based on nonviolence, but this is a despicable act, and I can only imagine it's difficult to remain civil and nonviolent in the face of horrific crimes like this. And that's along with the fact there were branches of civil rights groups that were violent and militant. You know, the Nation of Islam, as we spoke about earlier, led by men like Malcolm X, they were very violent, and they would respond in ways that would only escalate the tension. And so the government was, needing to come up with something, and that's when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is passed. But that'll be talked about tomorrow. So today's essential question: what city was considered the most segregated city in America? that was talked about in today's lecture. Should be written down somewhere. So you should be able to answer that question. Just go back to the assignment from yesterday, that same document you answered yesterday's question on, and put the question and the answer. And you'll be good to go. All right, guys. Have a great day. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Today's lecture is scheduled for April. What day is today? The 8th. April 8th, Wednesday. Yesterday, we talked about Martin Luther King and the March on Washington and the Birmingham church bombing. Today, we're going to let that take us into the Civil Rights Act of 1964, one of the most influential and important pieces of legislation in our American history. Now, in this bill is a wide umbrella of coverage of the of non-discriminatory acts. So, some background on this: this was handwritten originally by President John F. Kennedy. I believe he started it in 1962. He finishes it in 1963, and he tries pushing it through approval. He tries getting votes and whatnot, and there's kind of a push against it, so it doesn't get pushed immediately. And then in 1963, President Kennedy is assassinated, and it's a huge shock to the world, just shock to the American individuals. This is for that generation, an unspeakable tragedy. Kennedy was pretty popular. Like, he wasn't everybody's favorite, but he was a likable person in the White House. He was young, he was energetic, he was charismatic and respected, and he was killed in such a brutal way in front of everybody that his assassination shook the country. You can ask your grandparents or anybody old enough from around that time, and if they were 10 years old and above, they will remember when they heard that Kennedy was assassinated. It was a huge deal. It is maybe the most shocking single event of that entire century, and it made everybody uncomfortable and uneasy. And so when his vice president, Lyndon Johnson, stepped in, many of Kennedy's cabinet believed that there was no greater show of respect and admiration for the former president than to pass his civil rights bill. And so that was kind of the momentum that ended up getting this passed, because it was a big deal. There was a lot of pushback, especially from the South, and certain northern legislators were kind of on the fence about it. But Kennedy's tragic passing is actually kind of the nudge forward that they, I guess, needed to get this passed. So what's in the bill? Well, the Justice Department, the American Justice Department, which is a federal department, can now prosecute any individual or any company or organization that discriminates based on race, color, sex, or origin. So if someone applies for a job and you don't, or if you have a bunch of applicants for a job and it's pretty well understood that based on resumes, one individual sticks out as most impressive, and then you don't hire them because of their skin color or because of their gender, then you could be prosecuted. You or your company could face federal charges. It also outlaws segregation in public. So no more separate drinking fountains, no more separate bathrooms, or restaurants that wouldn't serve African Americans. They could all be tried in federal court. And these aren't like fresh ideas. These aren't things that they just thought of. But this bill was the first one that actually provided a plan for, well, what happens if someone violates the desegregation movement. And now the Civil Rights Act of 1964 says, well, now they can be prosecuted. Now they can be taken to federal court. And that was a huge deal. It further requires schools to desegregate, and it really just carries on the practices that were decided by Brown versus Board 2 and Boynton versus Virginia, the previous educational court cases. The difference here was, again, it actually provided a plan, and it provided a punishment for any school that was not going to comply. Now, this isn't perfect. The Civil Rights Act of 64 isn't extremely enforced originally. It takes some time. It takes a couple years before the Justice Department is big enough. When it was originally created, the Justice Department was not very big, and so it couldn't possibly handle all of the discrimination cases and all of the resegregation cases. Over time, they eventually get to the point to where they can handle it, and it does further push forward the movement. This bill was met with a lot of Southern pushback. Some of the Southern senators were very against it. A man by the name of Strom Thurmond, who is probably the one individual that's most closely linked to segregation in the South. Strom Thurmond was from South Carolina, and he was a big segregationist, and he said in front of the Senate that it'd be a cold day in hell before he desegregated South Carolina. And after a filibuster, which we talked about before, trying to talk down a bill, after multiple Democrats gave long individual filibusters, as a group, the filibuster lasted through probably 4 or 5 sessions. So about 60 hours, quite a bit. But to combat a filibuster, the group that is against talking down a bill, they can vote. They can vote to end the filibuster and immediately get to a voting of the bill. But you need 2/3 to end the filibuster, which in the Senate, if you have 100 senators, which we do, we have 2 per state, we have 100 senators, so you need 67 senators to vote in favor of ending the filibuster. And that doesn't happen very often to get that number, because usually the party lines are split, and regardless of which side has a majority, whether it's Republican or Democrat, there's I don't think ever actually been a 67% majority of one party over the other. But in this case, some of the northern Democrats were like, okay, this is dumb. Let's vote on this thing. We're tired of listening to these segregationalists, jabber nonstop. So they ended up getting, I think, 71 votes to end the filibuster and to go ahead and pass. And then they voted on the Civil Rights Bill itself, which passed, and Civil Rights Act of 64 was in effect. Now, what this doesn't do is it doesn't directly address the voting situation in the South. So they had to create I don't know if you call it an amendment or an add-on to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, but they had to add into it some laws about voting. As before this, most African Americans in the South could not vote. Now they had the legal right to, but that right was violated numerous times. And there are many different ways in which African Americans had their right to vote stripped from them. One of them is just through intimidation. You had people standing at the voting booths, standing outside of them because you couldn't be inside of the booth, but standing outside with a gun or looking like they were about to punch you if you were African American and tried to walk in that voting booth. Or there'd be a mob and you would for sure get lynched in that case. So intimidation was an unofficial way of keeping African Americans from voting. Then there's poll taxes, which required a fee to vote. And in the South, many African Americans were sharecroppers, which they didn't make much money. In fact, they hardly made any. Like sharecropping really just provided you with your basic necessities. You worked land that someone else owned, and you provided the owner of the land with the fruits of your labor, and they allowed you to live on that land. That was that's the life of a sharecropper. So they couldn't pay the poll tax. Charging people to vote. That's basically what a poll tax was, which in today's society is ridiculous. No one pays to vote. It's a basic right of each individual who's a citizen at 18. And then a grandfather clause. You didn't have to do any of these poll taxes or tests if your grandfather had the right to vote. If your grandfather had the right to vote, you were considered what they call grandfathered in, and that's where this term comes from. The term being grandfathered in is directly from the grandfather clauses of voters. Now, the impact that has is think about the age difference between you and your grandparents. Say your grandfather is 50 years older than you. So think about in 1960, you're a 30-year-old, let's say you're a 40-year-old African American going to vote. You can't afford the poll tax, you can't pass the literacy test, and you are at the booth and the clerk asks you if you pass the grandfather clause. And you think back to your grandfather, you are 50 or you're 40 years old in 1960. So let's just estimate that your grandfather is 60 years older than you. 60 years older than you. So let's go back to when your grandfather was 30 years old. So let's say, I know this is a long thinking exercise, but okay, you're 40 in 1960. Your grandfather's 60 years older than you. He's 100 years old. So let's think back to when your grandfather was 40, which would have been in 1860. Would your grandfather have had the right to vote in 1860 if he were African American like you? No. So you are not grandfathered in. You can't skip these other steps like the white people could. So that was another obstacle. Now, I skipped over literacy tests because I wanted to talk about that last. Literacy tests were just basic tests that were handed out, and you were told to, pass it. There are different kinds of literacy tests, and they were given by I forget what they call the person that runs the voting booths, but it's completely up to their discretion which test you get. And most places had tests that were extremely simple, like, could you write your name, please? You write your name? Okay, you pass the literacy test, correct. That was more than likely given to you if you were a white male. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, the test could be something near impossible or confusing, or just a quiz full of trick questions that we could look at, being semi-educated as we are, and we would struggle with it. Now imagine the fact that many African Americans in the South, especially sharecroppers, they have but only the most modest and basic of education. Many of them had no more than like a 5th or 6th grade education. And now they're being told, well, if you can't pass this college level algebra 2 test, well, then you don't get to vote. So there you see the difficulties in this system for African Americans. The system was made against African Americans, and it was meant to keep them from voting because their vote would balance out many of the white votes, which were in the South especially, given most white people down there voted for the segregationalists, the Strom Thurmonds, the Orville Faubus types. And in states like Mississippi, where a majority of the population was African American, like over 50% of the people in Mississippi are African American. Think about if a majority of the people could vote, and they could vote for politicians that weren't segregationists. Imagine a state like Mississippi giving all of its African American eligible voters a voice and the changes that would have been made there. That would have been just strange. That would have been so different from how it actually was in reality. So I wanted to cut the lecture kind of short today. Maybe that wasn't actually short at all. I talked plenty, but the essential question is going to be a little different today. Now, with this lecture, I linked a website that you will go to. At the bottom, there's a short article. You don't have to read it. You can. It's not long at all. It's like two or three paragraphs. At the end of it, there's a copy of a 1964 Louisiana literacy test. Now, I don't have a way of getting you a hard copy of it, and I don't want you to have to print it off. read through the test and mentally think of the answers. And I don't have an answer key on me. I did find an answer key to this somewhere else, so I do know the answers. But I want you to mentally go through, and if you want to write them down on paper, you can. Mentally go through, read the questions, honestly think about it. Read the directions. That's the important part. Read the directions. See, it tells you what is considered a passing test, which is insane. And then mentally go through, answer the questions, and then come back to the essential question assignment and tell me what questions or questions do you think you probably got wrong, or do you think were most confusing? That's it. And don't tell me you got it all right, because then I'll quiz you at Thursday's Zoom meeting. Don't think I won't. I want you guys to understand just how unfair the system was. And this was given in 1964. This is like right before the Civil Rights Act of 64 is passed. Like, this is a model. This was a test that was given, let's see, let me math here, less than 60 years ago, to block someone's right to vote. Less than 60 years ago. In the scope of history, that is a short amount of time. So look it over. Let me know how you think you did. And we will talk on Thursday. Zoom meeting Thursday as well as the lecture, and then we'll go into the nice long weekend. So that'll be it. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Welcome back, students, for today's lecture. It is Thursday, April 9th. This will be our last lecture of the week, so we can get a nice head start on the weekend. We'll have a Zoom meeting today at 2 o'clock. So if you can make it, that's great. It'll be similar to last week, or to, I guess, Mondays. Just catching up, making sure everything's going all right, that kind of stuff. So yesterday we talked about the Voting Rights Act or Civil Rights Act 1964, and then we went through the ways Southerners were disenfranchised from the right to vote. Now today we're going to talk about the events that inspired one of my all-time favorite movies. Now, this is a true story. It happens in Mississippi in 1964. And the events surround 3 civil rights workers that were from Washington, D.C., or they were sent from Washington, D.C., and they were to participate and help lead some of the civil rights movements. A lot of the movements were led by Northern African Americans or Northern whites. It wasn't until later on that Southern African Americans were able to lead movements, and it's not because the Southern African Americans didn't want to. They didn't really know how, and they were worried about it originally. They were nervous about it because they saw firsthand the struggle that it was and the tension that it caused. Some of the Northerners didn't have quite as much conflict, so they were free to do more of being activists. So it was common for Northerners to come down and help lead movements. Now, these 3 men, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, they come down from Washington, D.C., and they swing through a bunch of places in the South. And they get to Mississippi. They get to a town called Philadelphia, Mississippi. not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, not big Philly, but a smaller town in Mississippi called Philadelphia. And these three are a part of groups that are known to Southern white people as for causing trouble. That in their eyes, that's what they were doing. Now, Andrew Goodman and Michael Schwerner were white civil rights activists from the North. James Chaney is originally from the South. He's an African American from the South, but he had become fed up with, he's from Mississippi. I think he's from Philadelphia. That's why he went on this specific trip. He had become fed up with, you know, the abuse of his rights. So he participates in some of the movements, and now he wants to help lead one. They originally went down to Philadelphia, Mississippi to investigate and help after a church bombing. So they go down June 21st of 64. They are in jail, or they are in Philadelphia, and they are arrested for speeding, and they are held what is known as incommunicado. I don't really know how exactly you pronounce that, but incommunicado means they are not allowed to they're not allowed to communicate with anybody outside of jail. Like, it's a basic right. When you get to prison, you are allowed one phone call, and they were not allowed that. So no one knew they were arrested. No one knew where they were. This is obviously the days before for social media and, worldwide connectivity. Like, they couldn't just pull out their phones and record being arrested or post on Snapchat like happens all the time now. They were held there for a couple hours for speeding and not even resisting. They pulled over, and the police officer knew who they were. He knew beforehand who he was pulling over. They were followed, basically. But they're let go a couple hours later. Now, the events of all this are going to seem kind of strange, but it'll all add up here in a moment. So the sheriff's deputy, Cecil Price of Philadelphia, Mississippi, was a Ku Klux Klan member. While these three men are sitting in prison, he lets his local Klan chapter know what's going on, and he sets up a plan. So wheels are turning, and after a couple hours, they drive the boys back to their car, which was just on the edge of town, and they are released, and they are told to get the heck out of Philadelphia, Mississippi. Get out of the South. So the boys get in their car, and I don't know if the boys were going to get out of the South and end their trip. Probably not. But they get in their car, and they're on their way out of town. And then he follows their car. And he pulls them over again, a couple miles away from where he let them off. Now, by this time, Klansmen were able to get in position. That's probably why they were held in prison for a couple hours, was to allow the Klan to get set up. So they pull over again. And Schwerner and Goodman are sitting in the front seat. Chaney's in the back. And the Klansmen all surround the car. And this is off on a country road. This is not like a highway. Like, this is pulled off to the side where it's not going to get much traffic, and there's really not going to be anything known. They shoot Goodman and Schwerner in the chest and kill them. And then Cheney is shot in the head 3 times, whipped with a bike chain, and castrated. And the order of those 3 things is unknown. My bet would be he was shot and killed last. I'm sure he was probably tortured before his killing. And their bodies are buried just in the middle of nowhere, try to cover their trace. Their car is pushed into a river, like deep into a river. And these 3 boys go missing, and media runs with it. It gets a lot of media attention. Now, this was a big deal, but this was far from the first time something like this had happened. Civil rights workers from the North had gone missing and were killed in the South pretty often. So what made this so publicized? Probably the biggest reason was that there were 2 white boys killed. If they were all African American, or if they just killed Cheney, it probably doesn't get more than a half a paragraph mention in the local newspaper. And there probably isn't much of an investigation. Probably. That's not for certain, but, you know, history does tell us stuff, and history has said that that is probably what would have happened. But regardless, there's an investigation that follows. The state refuses to pursue anything. They give a very minor investigation, ask some questions, nothing becomes obvious, and they go, all right, well, that's too bad, and they leave it. But President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who is more commonly known as LBJ, LBJ is very in tune with the civil rights movement. He was an interesting president. He was JFK's vice president. He takes over for him, but LBJ is very interesting. He's somewhat of a Southerner himself. He's from Texas, and Texas doesn't really count as far as like the deep South. Texas had its segregation issues, but it wasn't near anything like Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, those places. But Johnson takes this seriously, and since the state won't pursue anything, Johnson decides to force a federal investigation. So he puts the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, in charge of this investigation. J. Edgar Hoover is one of the most famous I don't even know what he qualifies as, one of the most famous Americans in our history. For some of the things he did as head of the FBI. Some good, some not very good. But he leads this investigation, and it takes 44 days, over 6 weeks before they find the bodies. They sent thousands of officers, of soldiers, of really any branch of public office they could find. They sent them down to investigate, and they finally find the boys buried. And then they find the vehicle, or first of all, they find the vehicle. They pull it out of the lake. And then they find the bodies. So now we have a case. Because Deputy Price had said, oh, they probably just ran off. They're probably in Canada. So there's no proof they were even killed until now. Now it's a murder. Now it's serious. So as I said, this catches national attention. It hits people right in the heart. And from there, the FBI gathers a lot of information. They question Deputy Price. They question local Klansmen. And they come to the conclusion of the Klan is definitely responsible for the death of these boys. And the officers were at best negligent, at worst complicit, meaning they helped with the murder. But the problem here is there is no admissions of guilt. There is no ratting out of anybody. And most of all, there's no proof of a murder weapon. In murder trials, the most important thing that the prosecutors can have is the murder weapon. In this case, there was none. Like they as far as evidence, like they didn't have the gun. Whoever shot them still had the gun, and there was, unless they left it somewhere or it was found on them, they weren't going to be caught. So none of these men could be charged with murder because out of all of them, 5 shots are fired, 1 each into the white boys, 3 into James Chaney. There is no way to prove who shot who unless somebody snitches. Somebody rats someone else out, and that didn't happen. So they could not pin the deaths on one individual. You can't pin a murder trial on a group of people and just punish them all for the acts of 1 or 2 people. Now, I know that well, first of all, so they are charged with violating victims' rights. That is the only charge that that Hoover and the federal prosecutors could bring up on them, with no proof of who pulled the trigger, but they could prove that the boys were falsely arrested and falsely imprisoned and held without a phone call. They could prove that, which in their eyes was better than nothing. So I think about 10 or 11 of them are found guilty, but their prison sentences are suspended, meaning they're not forced to serve. So they basically get away with it. Now, I think in the 1990s, new evidence comes out, and the guy that actually did pull the trigger is tried for manslaughter. Again, he can't be charged with murder. 30 years later, he still can't be charged with murder because they never found he pled not guilty and they never found the murder weapon. But he's charged with manslaughter, and he's found guilty, and he ended up serving the rest of his life in prison. I think he died recently. And it's kind of a sad story, 'cause there's just you don't get the sense of justice that you like to see when something as horrible as this happens. And you see all the time people getting off on light charges or getting off on a technicality when committing a crime that we think is egregious. But you have to understand how our justice system works. And this, what I'm about to say, this isn't, you need to know this, but this isn't for the test. This isn't for this chapter. This isn't even for this class. This is so you, as a citizen of the United States, understand how our judicial system works, how our justice system works. Our founding fathers founded the laws and the enforcement of laws in order to keep innocent people out of prison, not to lock up bad guys. That is the focal point of our justice system, is to defend the innocent. And more often than not, that's the correct way. That's the moral way. And sometimes that's not satisfactory, and sometimes that doesn't create the outcome that you want. But think of the flip side. If the justice system is created purely to lock up bad people, then you have what is known as a police state. And you are in danger of being prosecuted for crimes you never committed. And you are in danger of being found guilty of crimes you didn't commit. Now, does that happen in our court system? Sure. Yeah, it does. But with way less occurrences than it would in a police state. Sometimes our judicial system doesn't seem fair, but I promise you it is way more fair and morally built than the opposite way. And that's just a lesson that I want you guys to know as citizens. It'll serve you well, because the saying innocent till proven guilty, it's not just a cliche. That is the basis of how our judicial system is founded. Guilty till proven innocent is way more flawed. And that is usually the justice system of a totalitarian regime, of a dictatorship. And if we don't want to fall under those lines, then we must protect our rights to freedom and our rights to innocence. So, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to get on my soapbox there, but I think that's really important that you guys know that. So, a movie is made about this murder in Mississippi. I don't remember the years, it's either late 80s or early to mid 90s. And it's called Mississippi Burning. It wasn't a blockbuster movie, like it wasn't a big record breaker. It had some pretty famous actors in it at the time, none of which you guys probably know, like Gene Hackman. He was the original Lex Luthor. But I think that's what he was. Or the head coach in Hoosiers. But the movie's about these murders, but it's from the perspective of two FBI agents from DC. One's a northerner and one's a native southerner. And it's about their chase for this case. It's a great movie. I love it. It's one of my favorites. I recommend if anybody ever it's not on any of the stream apps, like it's not on Netflix or Prime or Hulu. I've tried finding it. But if you guys ever come across it, I highly recommend watching it. It's a great movie. So that is Murder in Mississippi. The essential question: why were the suspects charged with violating civil rights and not charged with murder? Hey, I talked pretty extensively about that. You don't have to get real long and give me a 5-paragraph answer about our justice system, although if you want to, that'd be great. Just word of the basics. Why weren't they charged with murder? It seems pretty obvious that they should have been. Why weren't they? So that is the lecture for today. We will get a nice hefty 4 days off. There will be no Zoom meeting on Monday. Since Monday after Easter, not having any lecture or any notes, no Zoom meeting that day either. We'll just skip it, and then we'll plan on the scheduled one next Thursday. We'll still have one today, 2 o'clock. But I appreciate you guys stopping in and listening. Be safe. Have a great weekend and a happy Easter. Welcome back, guys. Hope you had a relaxing and good 4-day weekend. We're going to jump in for today, Tuesday the 14th. We will pick up where we left off on Thursday now. Before I dive into it, we are going to finish the notes probably tomorrow. And I know that's sneaking up on you guys, and it snuck up on me too. I've been trying to figure out how to give some type of assessment on this. So the thought that I have had is either Thursday or Friday. I don't know which day yet. We'll definitely have our Zoom meeting on Thursday first. So maybe just do it on Friday. I'm going to just post like a paper version of the test on Google Classroom, like as a normal assignment. And then I'll have you fill it out or highlight the right answers, however you do it, but it'll be online. And I'll just have you guys fill that out. I'll give you a day or two. It's like a take-home test, obviously open note. I'll try and ask the questions in a way to where you don't just Google them, like in a way that makes taking notes worth it. So it'll be open note and all that. It should be simple. Please don't ask each other or send your copy of the test. Work with me here. Please don't just try and cheat the system more. This isn't going to be a big test. I'm not going to make it worth 100 points. It's not going to be like a normal test. It'll be worth more than a normal essential question would, or even the week's worth of them, but it won't be something that's going to destroy your grade if you don't do well or any of that. Right now, the whole theme of this virtual learning is to maintain the progress we're on. I'm not trying to bomb anybody's grade. I'm not trying to make things more difficult, but I still have to be able to assess your learning. So I'll do that. But I'll talk more about that at our Zoom meeting and probably tomorrow's lecture. But today we're going to jump into a couple Supreme Court cases. They aren't, massively known. They aren't considered landmark cases, but they're very important to our current political landscape. And we start with Baker versus Carr of 1962. So if you guys know anything about elections, you know that there's voting districts. We try and draw voting districts based on, the amount of people, basically trying to get everyone's vote equal. our vote means the same as a vote from a person in another district. Well, back in the 60s and really any time before, there was an issue with certain districts having way more people than other voting districts. Let's say that you're voting for, I don't know, governor of the state. And we break down voting by districts. That way we can tell, people from this area feel this way and people from this area feel another way. So not every, we'll break it down by county. Not every county has the same number of people in it, right? We know that. But someone living in Harper County, their vote should mean just as much as someone living in Sedgwick County. But the problem is that Sedgwick County gets more state senators. They get more representation because they have more people. Well, there's a problem way back when that, especially in certain places in the South, these districts were not updated. People move all the time. And a lot of African Americans were leaving the sharecropping lifestyle, out in the boondocks, out in tiny, small, rural towns, and they were moving to cities. Well, we'd found that in certain places in the South, these cities were not being represented as they felt they should. Counties of 500 people they had just as much influence on decisions being made as counties with thousands of people in them. So if if a city with thousands of people in it, half of which are African American, are being outvoted by small towns with a majority of them being white Southerners, then many of those African Americans' votes are going to be, negated. They're going to be outdone. So in Baker versus Carr, and this may be confusing, the Supreme Court, in Baker versus Carr, the court decides only that now the federal government has the power to redraw voting districts. That's it. They didn't make any decisions on how to redraw the districts or like what the result would be. Baker versus Carr was just the decision to give the federal government the power to redraw districts. Now, Reynolds versus Sims 2 years later was enacting Baker versus Carr. Reynolds versus Sims was a continuation of Baker versus Carr. Reynolds versus Sims redraws districts, actually redraws them in a way that gives one person one vote. So that's why if you look at a voting district map, you will see some voting districts that look really big as far as land size, and then some voting districts that look really small. Take, for example, Kansas. And I'm going to bring up a map here. So here I have a map of the voting districts of Kansas. Now, Kansas has 4 state representatives. So we get 4 districts, voting districts, and each representative is, responsible for each district. You will see that by land size, these districts are not equal at all. But by population, they're as close to equal as we can get. So you see voting district 1 is green, and it covers by far the most land. But because population is, as we know, out west is not very high, and so it's balanced out by cities like Manhattan and Salina. But that's District 1, and its population is pretty close to equal with District 2, which is most of eastern Kansas, which has Topeka and Lawrence and like Pittsburgh and places like that, and Leavenworth. Voting District 3 is by far the smallest in size, but it actually does have slightly more people in it than the other districts. That's because it has Kansas City, Olathe, Overland Park, the biggest cities in Kansas. And then District 4, where we live, is Wichita. So that's why these districts look a little weird. We try and match up populations. So that way, each state representative has, same amount of people, same amount of responsibility, and each of the people have equal representation. Now, that word up there that you may not recognize, gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is a word that is used to describe when governments will redraw voting districts based on political leaning. It's really difficult to explain and not actually be there to show you. Basically, if you have a district, let's say there's a district of 10 people, and 6 of them are Democrat and 4 are Republican. If you were supposed to divide those 10 people into 3 voting districts, then you could, well, that wouldn't work. Let's say 12 people. You have 12 people, and you need to divide them into 3 voting districts. And you've got 7 Democrats and 5 Republicans, whereas raw numbers say Democrats should have a majority and they should be in power. You could draw up the districts to put a district of all Democrats together, so the Democrats win one district, but then the Republicans are split up to where they can win the other 2 districts. And then you have a 2-to-1 Republican victory, despite only having fewer people than the Democrats. It's a difficult situation, but that's ultimately what these court cases were trying to fight. And gerrymandering still goes on to this day for both parties. Happens all the time. It's unfortunate, but that's just what it does. So then the U.S. passes the 24th Amendment to the Constitution in 1964, and that just purely outlaws poll taxes. We talked about poll taxes, charging someone a fee to vote, usually a fee that would make it so poor and poor and uneducated African Americans can't vote. Well, now we have an amendment that strictly outlaws that in federal elections. Keyword there is federal. The amendment itself only outlaws poll taxes in national elections, like the president. It didn't mention anything about local elections, like governor and mayor and all that stuff. So for a couple years, southern states would still use poll taxes in local elections. In 1966, there was a separate, not an amendment, but a court mandate that outlawed poll taxes of all types. But the 24th Amendment specifically outlaws federal poll taxes. So civil disobedience is a theme throughout this entire chapter. It's a theme for the entire movement. So civil disobedience is purely just breaking the law or causing a disturbance in order to get attention for your cause. That's it. It doesn't have to be breaking the law, but that's kind of the common way to get the attention for your cause. But it's causing some sort of public inconvenience in order to get people on your side or to force government change. It's happened all throughout our nation's history, but this is the most well-known era for it. So forms of civil disobedience can be violent or nonviolent. Luckily, the civil rights movement was mostly nonviolent protest. Some examples of nonviolent protest would be boycotts, which happen quite often. Boycotts are swearing off the use of any kind of product or good or service because you disagree with that business's, basically you disagree with anything of that business. Like African Americans boycotting the buses in Montgomery, not using them, not giving them their service. When you don't give them your service, or when you don't give them your business, they lose money. So they are more likely to change in order to appease whatever it is you're fighting for. People boycott restaurants if they feel they've been treated poorly or if the restaurant stands for something that they don't appreciate. So yeah, boycotts happen pretty often. Hunger strikes, those weren't super common in the U.S. during this era. They happen, but the most famous hunger strikes are those done by Indians when fighting for their freedoms from the British government. When I say Indian, I mean actual Indian, people living in India. Those are the only real Indians. Like Gandhi. Gandhi was very known for his use of hunger strikes. Now you might think, what does that do to get attention? It just makes you hungry. Well, you're not just sitting in your living room not eating. It's usually joined with some other kind of civil disobedience to bring attention to your cause. Petitions are a widely known or widely used form of civil disobedience and nonviolent protest. Basically writing your local government or even that federal government, writing them and getting support. That's why people walk the streets and get signatures for a petition, because if you can get enough signatures, that shows the government just how much support your movement has and how important it is. And the government is there to work for the people. So if the people want something, then in their power is in numbers and they can get it accomplished through petitions. So marches and demonstrations, again, another popular use during this time. I'll move that. The March on Washington, the march from Tennessee through Alabama by James Meredith and his group. Another just inconvenience for people, whether you're marching down the middle of the street or you're taking business away. Just bringing the public in, getting as many people as possible to gather and bring about publicity and attention. And strikes, refusing to work. This has been, that may be the oldest form of nonviolent protest, at least in our country. I mean, strikes have been going on forever, and they always will. Workers' unions, workers that don't feel like they're being either paid correctly or treated well, they can stop working, and you can't be fired for going on strike. Legally, you are protected in that case. But that doesn't mean your job is safe. They could hire someone else to do a similar job to yours and then slowly force you out. But it's a complicated system, but these are all forms of nonviolent protest, which is a form of civil disobedience. So, and these all get used. They were used a lot during the civil rights movement. They're used a lot during any era of American history, and they will continue to be used. Nonviolent protest, thankfully, was much more popular than violent protest during this era. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot more confrontational and deadly. Luckily, it was not. So our essential question is simply, what is civil disobedience? That's it. What is civil disobedience? I want my definition, not Google's. I made a whole slide just with the definition. So it should be pretty simple. So that'll be it for today. We'll have one final lecture tomorrow. And then Zoom meeting Thursday, I'll tell you what we're going to do for as far as like assessment. And then we will go from there. So Thursday's Zoom meeting, mandatory. I want everybody there. I want everybody to hear what the plan is, and so that way everybody's on the same page. So please be sure you can make it. It still won't be all that long. I'll try and keep it short and sweet, and we'll get that stuff taken care of, and then we'll just keep moving on. So, all right, guys, thanks for tuning in. We will talk tomorrow. Have a good one. Welcome back, guys. Today's lecture is for Wednesday, April 15th. We're going to finish the lecture today. Notes are going to be finished. I will upload the study guide onto Classroom tomorrow. So you'll have the essential question. So this week we'll only have 2 essential questions, and then you will have the rest of today, Wednesday. So you have the rest of Wednesday and Thursday to do it. And then Friday will be when I will assign the quote-unquote take-home test, and you'll have the weekend to do it. So we're going to start off with the Southern Manifesto. We're going to go back a few years. So we pretty well stayed on a specific timeline from start to finish this chapter. But now I'm going to get into I'm going to go back a little bit to 1956. And the Southern Manifesto was, I don't know if you'd call it a declaration or a decree, but it was a document that was written by many Southern, or it was written mostly by Strom Thurmond, a Democratic senator from South Carolina. But it was supported by much of, really almost all Southern congressmen. In it's about their displeasure with the Supreme Court. This is following Brown versus Board. So this is in response to the government deciding to integrate schools. So in it, they talk about how they believe the Supreme Court grossly overstepped its boundaries. Like they thought the Supreme Court was abusing their power. These Southern leaders do not believe that the Supreme Court had the right to desegregate the South. So, and their response would be to push back on any kind of legislation that the federal government planned on passing. This is really just a statement saying, we think you were wrong in what you did, and so we are going to fight every chance we get. That's all this was. It doesn't actually provide any change, but it fuels some of the counter protests by Southern whites. So African Americans are protesting for their rights, and then some Southern whites are counter protesting that. It's a real big mess. There's a few dissenters. Now, I probably should have worded this differently. There's about, when you break up the map into like southern states versus, if you think about the Confederate States of America, think back to Civil War when this South versus North really starts. There's a deep South, and then there's border states. And some border states join the Confederates and some stayed with the Union. Border states such as Kentucky, Delaware, later on West Virginia, states like that, Oklahoma. And there were plenty of congressmen from those states that didn't sign the Southern Manifesto. But as far as deep South congressmen, these three men were the only three senators. Now, there's a few representatives that didn't sign it, but senators are a little more powerful. These three Southern senators did not. From the state of Tennessee, there's Al Gore Sr. and Estes Kefauver. And Senate Majority Leader from Texas, Lyndon Baines Johnson, future President Lyndon Johnson. They refused to sign the Southern Manifesto. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily they were extremely passionate about civil rights, but they didn't feel it necessary or effective to sign this. Now, Al Gore Sr. later on has a son, also named Al Gore, who runs for president in 2000. He's defeated by George W. Bush. But if that name looks familiar to you, that's probably why. Estes Kefauver, this is about the most famous thing he does. As I previously mentioned, Lyndon Johnson becomes president. So they go out on a limb by not signing this. They're kind of scorned by their own party and even by their own people that voted them into office. Like Gore and Kefauver especially face a lot of opposition from their people. They're shamed for not joining the rest of the South. But this was just a document that was kind of a warning to the federal government of, hey, we're going to fight this. We're not just going to lay down and let desegregation and integration happen. And for most of them, they certainly did. They certainly lived up to that. So now we get to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So fast forwarding back to our normal timeline progression, now we're at a time where Lyndon Johnson is now president. He actually just got reelected in 1965. He fills in for JFK after his assassination, and then Johnson runs for re-election or for election, and he wins in a landslide. Actually, he has a ton of support. A lot of it's from, Kennedy supporters and wanting to believing that Johnson was the best option to carry on Kennedy's plans, and he was. Johnson becomes very involved in civil rights litigation, and he was instrumental in the passing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This was a piece of legislation that further enacted voter protection. So it furthermore gives federal government power to oversee all elections. So there's a federal officer at every voting booth that is there to make sure there's no voter intimidation, there's no handing out of literacy tests or charging a poll tax or any of that stuff. There is now a federal officer there to supervise. It also provides bilingual ballots for citizens that were in territories with a large amount of immigrants, or not necessarily immigrants, but people of a different language, because you have to be a citizen to vote in the U.S. But that was actually a really big deal, because that was not something that was previously fostered, that idea. So this Voting Rights Act has been amended a handful of times since. It gradually gets more and more protective over voters' rights. Basically, nothing can be used against you to keep you from voting except your age and your record. Record is in like your criminal record. I think, what is it, if you have a felony, or if you've been found guilty of a felony, something like that, or a certain grade felony, you can't vote. But yeah, this is probably the most extensive piece of voter legislation that had passed, because again, none of these ideas are brand new. Maybe the bilingual ballot part is kind of new to this bill, but the biggest effect was that the federal government laid out a plan on how to enforce these rules. That's the most important thing. You can lay out all these rules and how they're going to shape society, but if you have no plan on how to enforce them, then they're pointless. If I have a list of class rules and then I don't hold people accountable to it, then that list of class rules is pointless and it has no meaning. That's what so many other pieces of voting rights and civil rights bills were lacking, was enforcement. And this Voting Rights Act 1965 definitely laid out a plan of enforcement. So no more literacy tests. Now, the only thing they could discriminate on was age. which I mean, that's probably not even the right terminology, discriminating on age. The point being, like, it's a rule, you can't vote until you're 18, and that's the only discrimination, the only qualifier. Doesn't matter what your skin color is, what language you speak. If you're a citizen and you are at least 18, you can vote. Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1968. So we go from a Voting Rights Act to an overall Civil Rights Act. This was just a continuation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which we talked about last week. And in 64, it made illegal to keep someone from living in a certain area because of their race. Okay, it made it illegal. Now, what the Civil Rights Act of 1968 does is it creates a way to enforce that. Again, these ideas are great, but you have to have a way to enforce and make people follow those rules. Well, the Civil Rights Act 1968 placed people in charge and set forth rules and enforcement of them. So, equal housing opportunities for all races. It was now a federal crime to threaten someone to leave your neighborhood because of their race or ethnicity. That was a legit federal crime. If you had a case, or if you felt like you were being ostracized or threatened and forced to leave your neighborhood because you were the only minority living there, you could call a federal agent and they would prosecute. They would move towards an investigation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 said that was breaking the law, but there was no federal enforcement. You would go to your local police and say, hey, they're burning a cross on my yard telling me if I don't leave, they're going to kill me and my family. And that local police is probably going to say something along the lines of, oh, well, if you didn't see specifically who it was, then we can't do anything. Well, now the federal government gets involved, and they're always going to be more powerful and more stern. Now, within this bill, or within this act, was also a couple sections that pertain to Native Americans. It actually provided protection for Native American citizens. It gave Native American citizenship, something they had. Native Americans that were living on reservations now became American citizens. And they were protected under the equal housing opportunities. Their land was protected by the federal government as a, hey, sorry for all those years of torture and taking all your stuff. So at least we did that, I guess. But yeah, so this Civil Rights Act covers a lot of, this wasn't just a bill to help African Americans, although it does help African Americans, but it helps really all minorities, all ethnicities. And the Civil Rights Act 1968 is seen as probably the most effective piece of civil rights litigation in history. The most effective. And it 100% boils down to the fact that they put a plan in place on enforcement. That's the most important thing in any government bill or act, is to have a plan to make people follow those rules. Well, that's kind of a problem with modern politics today. We have all these bills and acts that are passed, and there's no plans in place on how to push them or how to enforce them. That's why a lot of it gets wasted. And then the few bills that do have enforcement plans, they get met with a bunch of opposition because we're so split down party lines right now. If a Republican drafts a bill, then the Democrats have zero interest in passing it, and same vice versa. If a Democrat writes a bill, then the Republicans have zero interest in passing it. So anyways, that's a whole different topic and issue. So now to our central question, why was the Southern Manifesto written? What did they say? Like, what was the point of it? Why did they bother sending it? Like, it was like 100 pages. This was not just a little letter of, hey, we don't like what you did. Why was it written? It says it on my first slide today. So that's the end of the lecture. That is the end of the chapter. Obviously, civil rights doesn't end in 1968. That last act, the Civil Rights Act 1968, I forgot to mention, it was written in response to Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination and the riots that followed. There were a lot of riots by African Americans in the South afterwards because it sent them into a panic. Their leader had been killed. And the last part of this, I forgot to mention this, the last part of the Civil Rights Act 1968 actually made any kind of travel, the way it was worded was travel by interstate commerce in order to start a riot or cause corruption, or not insurrection, which essentially made peaceful protest difficult because peaceful protest requires interstate travel by groups of people to cause insurrection. So that was one negative to the Civil Rights Act 1968, was it blended peaceful protest with rioting. So anyways, yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that part. It's the end of the chapter, and let's see, today's Wednesday. So tomorrow we will have a Zoom meeting. I want everybody there. It'll be quick again, but it will be mandatory. I want you guys there. We're going to talk about how we're going to do this test, and I'll walk us through it, and if you have any questions, you can ask. But I just want to get that taken care of. I want everybody tuned in, and I really just want to hear from everybody. Make sure we're all still on the same page. We're kind of in that middle phase. You know, we got, what, I think like a month left of school, so I just want to get some things ironed out, make sure we're all on the same page, and make sure everybody's doing all right. So, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I will talk to y'all on Thursday. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a great weekend. I hope that take-home test wasn't too brutal. Today, which is April 20th, we will be jumping into my favorite topic of history, of any discipline, whether it's American or world. I love the Cold War. I think it is fascinating, and it is, in my opinion, not appreciated enough. So, as you're listening and watching this, good chance I'm either getting my wisdom teeth taken out or recovering from getting my wisdom teeth taken out. But I should still be able to answer any kind of questions if you email me or anything. I have no idea how it's going to go. I told them I don't want to be put on anesthesia because I have to drive myself back. So I'm just going to sit there and let them pull the teeth out of my mouth, and we'll see how that goes. Can't imagine that'll be any fun, but we'll see. So we're going to go over the origins and the consequences of the Cold War. So we're going to focus a lot on the build up to it and the fallout, what happens because of the Cold War. So to understand this, we got to know where we're coming from here. We are transitioning straight from World War II. Like right after, actually, it kind of goes back to before the very end of World War II. But after World War II, some of the old traditional powers, the old guard, they kind of fall off the map as, the premier countries. I'm talking about countries like Britain and France, and obviously Germany. Those countries that have been the old guard for so long, they kind of fall off. Now, obviously, France and Britain and Germany are still countries today, and they're still first world countries, are still powerful. But as far as the old days of the British Empire being the most powerful thing in the world, and France being the power of Europe, those days are behind them. And now the two most powerful countries are the U.S. and the Soviet Union, formerly Russia. Because those are the two countries that overwhelmingly win World War II. Like the U.S. joins in 1941-42, and the tide turns in the war. So that's where their power comes from. And plus they proved their military power by showing off the most dangerous weapon that has ever been used on mankind in the atomic bomb. And then the Soviet Union shows how powerful it is by just desecrating the Germans and scaring the daylights out of Adolf Hitler, and then scaring the Japanese to where they wouldn't surrender from the atomic bombs, but as soon as Soviet Union declares war on them, they throw up the white flag. So their power cannot be understated. But what makes this conflict is, despite the fact that they were allies in World War II, they're polar opposites in so many ways. The main ways are, first of all, their economies. Soviet Union's communist, meaning everybody's equal, and the government controls all financial business. Meanwhile, the U.S. is capitalist, or a mixed economy, but pretty heavily capitalist. Individuals have the power, and you have limited government intervention in business. And then in their social rule, or in their, I guess I shouldn't say social, in their government programs, the Soviet Union is a police state, which is also known as a dictatorship. The people are at mercy of the military and of the head of state, which was Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, while the U.S. had a democracy, or a democratic republic, where people get to vote, and the most powerful person in the country still has to abide by written constitution and the rules, and still has to answer to the people. So they could not be more different in that way. Now, despite the fact that their differences, they started off with a solid relationship, at least during the war, and a lot of that had to do with the relationship between FDR and Joseph Stalin, with the help and mediation of Winston Churchill. But understand that once FDR dies and Harry Truman comes to power, that changes. Harry Truman and Joseph Stalin could not dislike each other anymore. They despised each other, and they didn't hide it, and it just led to more tension and conflict between the two. Now, this is known as the Cold War because there was no direct one-on-one conflict between the two over this specific tension. Now, there are episodes within the Cold War where Soviet soldiers find themselves fighting against American soldiers, but it's through a different, slightly different cause. You know, Vietnam and Korea, those are not a one-on-one, head-to-head American versus Soviet battle. A hot war or a hot conflict is military battle. It is settled on the field and, through weapons. Cold War is purely like a war of words. It's strategy against each other. It's a chess match. That's what I always used to describe the Cold War. This is just one big 40 to 50 year chess match. So after World War II, Joseph Stalin and the Soviets used their umbrella of influence to take power over most of Eastern Europe. They created what was known as the Eastern Bloc. And it's a bloc spelled without a K. BLOC is a group of countries or political constituents that are, grouped together in solidarity, in joining their political ideology. So Eastern Europe is all grouped together because they share a communist ideology. Now, a lot of that communist ideology was forced upon and, pushed upon by the Soviets, but, Eastern Europe just becomes another wall to protect Soviet Union. Eastern Europe, like Yugoslavia, Latvia, Lithuania, some of those countries. And Soviets set up communist governments all throughout Eastern Europe. So they're led by, native dictators. So like Yugoslavia their dictator was a Slavic ruler. Lithuania's ruler was Lithuanian, but they all basically answered to Stalin. So while the Soviet Union didn't take away this, country status as a country, they still were basically his puppet states. And in a lot of these places, just like he'd done in the Soviet Union, he outlaws political parties and he outlaws, any kind of media that is against communism. They eliminated, exiled, and arrested political opponents. And this last point, think back to in World War II, we talked about the conference at Yalta, where the big three attended, and each country had a request that they wanted met. And, the U.S. wanted the Soviets to declare war on Japan. The Soviets wanted an Eastern Bloc to protect them from, democratic and capitalist Western Europe. And then remember that Churchill, England's request was that the Soviets allow for elections in Eastern Europe. So the Soviets allow elections in Eastern Europe, but they rig them so that way the communists can maintain power, and maintain that type of economy. So this Eastern Bloc becomes known as the Iron Curtain. And his name is thought of and created by Winston Churchill. Remember, Churchill was friendly with Stalin during World War II. He was kind of the mediator, especially when Truman came in. He had to be the nice guy to Stalin. But shortly after World War II, Churchill is made aware of what he believes to be the evils of the Soviet Union. And so he starts to turn against the Soviets. And he calls Eastern Europe this Iron Curtain, which is to show its impenetrable boundary. Like, no one's planning on invading the Soviet Union, but the fact that the Soviets are able to control all of this territory here in Eastern Europe, that it takes freedoms away from innocent people, and it divides Europe. Like, it creates very strong, a very noted line in the sand. Like, here are the sides. Here's good versus evil. And the U.S. and Harry Truman decide that we can't. There's no more, sucking up to the Soviets. There's no bending the knee to Stalin or telling him what he wants to hear. Those days are over. We have got to take a firm stand against them, and we have got to let them know what's acceptable and what's not. Now, Stalin always maintained that the Iron Curtain was necessary. He says, think back to World War I. The Germans invade France, and then they go and invade the Soviet Union. Well, if we had this land in Eastern Europe to help stop and slow down the Germans, they would have been defeated long before millions of lives were lost in World War I. Think to World War II, where the exact same thing happens. Millions of lives could have been saved if the Germans were defeated earlier. And Truman and the Allies would respond with, well, Germany's taken care of. Like, they're not going to, there's no chance they're going to rise again. They've been dealt with. And so he says, well, Germany's not my worry. What about Britain? What about France? What about Italy? What about you guys, America? So he also uses this as an excuse to continue to build his military. There's rules that have been really rewritten after every conflict. It was originally written in the Geneva Convention in the 1880s, and then it's rewritten again in the Treaty of Versailles, and then it's rewritten again after World War II about how it's not legal to build and raise your military during peacetime. Well, Stalin doesn't care. He says, we are doing this to protect ourselves. Maybe if France were allowed to keep their military at full strength after World War I, then maybe Hitler wouldn't have had such success invading them. So that's what you have to remember, or that's what you seem to ignore. I'm speaking as Stalin here. That's what you guys seem to ignore when making these rules. So I'm going to continue to build my military up regardless of what you guys think. And up here in the top right corner, we see this is the division of Germany specifically. Germany is divided into 4 parts. We talked about this in World War II. I kind of drew it up. They divide it kind of into quarters, really into thirds, and then France gets a little part down here. This is Great Britain. This is America's territory, and then this is Soviet Union. Now, the Soviet Union gets the most valuable part of Germany. This is Berlin right here. They get Berlin, the biggest, most influential city in Germany. Now, Berlin itself is broken up into 4 parts. But again, in Berlin, Soviet Union gets half of it, and the other half gets divided into thirds by the US, France, and Great Britain. But even West Berlin, even Allied Berlin, Free Berlin, is still surrounded by more Soviet Eastern Germany territory. So now we get to American foreign policy. So the way I teach Cold War in American history is I break it down by president. If we were able to continue to do President's Day, this would fit in perfectly, and I would just teach it along with each president. So we're going to start with President Truman, and his policy is known as containment. Each president's got kind of a policy name, and Truman's was containment. Containment means to keep from spreading, to stop the spread. It's not to end communism. That's a future goal. We can't end communism without stopping the spread of it first. Just like the coronavirus, we can't just end the virus. We have to stop the spread of it first, then that will end the virus. So with communism, we can't just end it, we have to stop the spread of it. He releases the Truman Doctrine, one of the most important pieces of American foreign policy. It was Truman's promise to provide any kind of support that he could to any country that is being threatened by communism. And this was initially intended to help Greece and Turkey. Greece and Turkey were both dealing with communist uprisings, and they were both influential countries. And territorially, they were very important. And Truman swore to assist them in any way. Now, Greece was originally backed by the British. The British were helping them out. But after World War II, Britain was so broke and so damaged that they told the U.S., hey, we got to get out. We can't do this anymore. We are out of money. So we need you guys to help out, fill in for us, because we got to go back home. So the U.S. ends up giving, I think, like $400 million to both Greece and Turkey, and a little bit of military support, but not a lot. And they put a stop to the communist uprisings in those countries. Now, the Soviet Union doesn't really get involved in either of these. Like, these are actually native Greeks, specifically in Greece. Turkey wasn't a huge uprising. It was more a diplomatic battle over rights to the waterways. But in Greece, there was a Greek Communist Party that was at a civil war. But they are defeated, and the American involvement in Greece was a success from their perspective. Then the National Security Act of 1947 is passed. That kind of centralizes a lot of military power, meaning it gives the federal government even more power in military matters. It creates the position of Secretary of Defense, which is like the second in command of military power behind the president. And it also creates the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, the first military independent intelligence agency, meaning they answer only to the Secretary of Defense and the President. They don't answer to any branch of the military specifically. And the CIA is huge in the Cold War. huge. And then NSC 68 is kind of an interesting topic. It's a written policy that was presented by, well, shoot, I don't remember who created it actually, but it was sent to President Truman. It wasn't written by Truman, it was presented to him. And it was a plan to continue building military and technology. You know, we got mad at the Soviets for building their military, and then when they didn't back down, this finally tells the U.S., you know what, screw it. Let's do the same thing. We can't let them continue to get an advantage on us. So let's just build up our own military and arms as well. And while we're at it, let's also try and create a world alliance against things like communism and socialism. And so out of this is the creation of NATO, which is the North American Treaty Organization, still around today. It's just an alliance of like-minded nations with similar interests and needs. So, but it was originally created as a way to combat communism. So, yeah, that is the start of Truman and containment. We'll get a little more into it. He's very anti-communism, very anti-Soviet Union specifically. So it's only going to pick up from there. Now, today's essential question: why was this conflict known as the Cold War? Real plain, had it on a couple slides ago, talked about it. Answers right there for you. The essential question document will be uploaded on Classroom by the time you see this, so you'll have access to that. And same thing, you'll just answer it each day, and you'll turn it in at the end of the week. I will get those assignments all graded here shortly. The essential questions, the study guide, and the take-home test. So we'll get all that taken care of. But that'll be it for today. We'll still have a lecture for tomorrow. It'll be pre-recorded. And I'll get all that taken care of. So no Zoom meeting today. We will have one on Thursday. But if you guys have any questions, please ask, email me, and I'll get back to you. Have a terrific day. Hello, class. Welcome back for today's lecture, Tuesday, April 21st. Yesterday, we talked about the start of the Cold War. We talked about how things went a little sour between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, more specifically between President Truman and Joseph Stalin. Today we're going to pick up kind of carrying on when we talked yesterday about the Truman Doctrine and the U.S.'s promise or plan to fund those countries that may be susceptible to communist uprisings. Well, here we have the Marshall Plan, and the Marshall Plan was the Truman Doctrine put into action. The Marshall Plan was a donation, I guess you could call it, to countries in Europe that may have been susceptible to communism, but originally the goal is to rebuild some of the war-torn economies of Europe. Now, they give $12 billion in total, which today is about $128 billion when you account for inflation. So a pretty considerable amount of money. And here in this map, those stacks of dollar signs, they are relative to the amount of money that country was given as a part of this plan. So the bigger the stacks, the more money they got. You could see that it differs country by country, and the point of that was it was balanced based on that country's impact in the world economy, and also it had a little bit of favoritism in which countries America was real protective of. Specifically, like if two countries were equal in their role in the world economy, if one of them was an Axis power in World War II and one of them was an Allied power in World War II, the Allied power was probably going to get a little more money. Just a little minor favoritism there. So you can see by this map here that Great Britain gets the most money. They got, I think, 26% of the total 12 billion, and that's because they're the most powerful economy in Europe. They are the most influential and kind of the overseer of European economics. That's why just a couple of years ago when Britain left the European Union, it freaks some people out, especially in Europe, as it should. That is going to have huge repercussions here in the next few years. But Great Britain gets a large sum of money. Also, they happen to be America's greatest ally, so we couldn't really justify giving the most money to someone else. That would have soured our relationship with them, which our relationship with Great Britain to this day is extremely important. Second highest paid country would be France. Again, no surprise, also very strong ally, and they were, without a doubt, the second most powerful economy in Europe. So that checks out. And then you have the Netherlands and West Germany, because now Germany's been split in half. Like, they are two separate countries. They're two separate governments. So West Germany gets some money. Italy gets money. And you see Greece and Turkey both down there get money. This is on top of the assistance that was given to them originally in the Truman Doctrine. And you'll notice that most of this money is in Western Europe. Now, ignore those two countries I just said when I say Western Europe. Like, Greece and Turkey are obviously on the east side, but they're not a part of the Eastern Bloc. And neither are Sweden and Norway up north. Eastern European countries were also offered money in this, but the Soviet Union blocked them. They didn't allow them to accept any kind of money or help because, that doesn't fit communism. So countries like Poland and the Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia and those countries, they don't get the same treatment. They are blocked from it. So this is just to repair the economy so that way countries don't fall into an abyss and feel like they have to resort to communism. Because remember, communism only comes out of desperation. Communism only comes out of terrible economic times. So if we kept them afloat, if we helped keep them afloat, then hopefully they wouldn't feel any kind of threat of falling under communism. Now, obviously, the UK and France aren't going to fall to communism, at least not yet, not before these other dominoes do. But at the same time, helping their economy helps everyone's economy. So that's why they got helped. So that's the Marshall Plan. Now, the Berlin airlift, one of my favorite stories, and you might remember it from last year because it's kind of a cute story, but it's I think this is one of the most influential moments in the Cold War, and I think it's terribly overshadowed. We'll get to some big name events like the Cuban Missile Crisis and um, the Tonkin Gulf of Tonkin resolution. That stuff that gets talked about quite a bit, as it should. But the Berlin blockade, which leads to the Berlin airlift, was a huge moment and pretty tense. It was kind of the first really tense standoff between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. So, as we said yesterday, Germany split into quarters. Soviet Union gets northeast corner, and in the northeast corner is Berlin. Now, the Allies don't allow them to have all of Berlin. They get half of Berlin. So the Allies get West Berlin, but West Berlin is still surrounded by Soviet-occupied Germany. Well, to that point, there was a major highway that ran from West Germany into West Berlin. And there was, I think, two airports, or at least landing strips, that Allies were able to fly into when they needed. Now, nowhere in any kind of agreement was there in writing an agreement by the Soviets to always allow the Allies into Berlin. That was an oversight. By that I mean that was something that I guess the U.S. took for granted. They didn't think, well, we better get this promised in writing. They thought the Soviets would maintain goodwill and wouldn't, block that off ever. But they get angry with the Allies, specifically the U.S., because Germany's economy is kind of crashing, as you would expect from a country that's been decimated by war. And so the U.S. decided, it gets so bad that their money, I forget what they called their type of currency at the time, but it got so bad it became worthless and valueless. So people in Germany were using packs of cigarettes for currency, or they were just bartering, which is just trading things back and forth. So the U.S. decides, hey, we need to create a new currency for Germany. So they create what's known as the Deutschmark. And they believe that when circulated and when introduced to the rest of the world economy, it's going to balance the German economy. They offer it to East Germany. And of course, the Soviets say no. For reason one being, well, if anyone's going to help balance a Eastern German economy, the communist East German economy, it's going to be the Soviet Union. Or reason number two being, the Soviet Union they weren't really worried about the German economy. They kind of liked the fact that Germany was crashing because, first of all, Stalin is still mad at them. He's still, kind of has it out for him. And he likes the fact that they're desperate and suffering economically. So he blocks East Germany from it. Well, then that just means West Germany is going to be more powerful and more stable. So, or at least West Berlin is, and that's going to drive him crazy. So he decides to block that highway, the Autobahn, from any traffic from West Germany, meaning no one in West Germany can now get into any part of Berlin. And he can't block the air, he can't block any planes, not without violence. So he basically dares the Allies, if you want to bring supplies in to West Berlin, you're going to have to fly them in, which at the time, that technology, it was possible, but it hadn't been done before, so no one really knew what to expect. And it was I think just leaving winter in Germany, and the weather is cold, um, and they've used up so much of their coal and so much of their food, and they're running really low, and things are getting kind of desperate, and they're getting really worried. And they can't get anything from anywhere. The Soviets offer the West Berliners, hey, if you guys come over to East Berlin to pick up, and get joint citizenship, or just want to become an East German citizen, we'll give you free food. It's like the kind of weirdest, or not weirdest, but kind of creepiest ploy to get people to join your side is, hey, if you feel so desperate and come over to our side, we'll give you a snack. And of course, West Berliners had enough pride that they said no, and they wait. And the U.S. starts this Berlin airlift, planes flying in all day, every day. And there's some hiccups at first. There's some issues. First of all, the Soviets would conveniently plan their flight practice during specific times where Allied planes would fly over. And they'd do what they called buzzing the planes, where they'd fly way too close and make the pilots uncomfortable, possibly drop some of the cargo they're bringing in. But no shots are ever fired. First of all, Soviets don't want to engage the U.S. in war, at least not yet. They were working on their own atomic weapons, but they'd seen what America had done in Japan. I'm not saying they were necessarily scared of the U.S., but they didn't see a benefit right then in getting into all-out warfare. So all these goods are dropped into Berlin, and it turns into a massive success. 47,000 tons of goods daily were brought into West Berlin. Whether it's food, clothing, fuel resources, which is mostly coal, there's a ton of goods that are dropped in there. And if you remember last year, I talked about a pilot, a specific American pilot, on his day off. He was normally a part of the everyday Berlin airlift. On his day off, he still flies into West Berlin without goods, but he lands there, and he gets out and he meets a bunch of these little kids, and they're all enamored with him because he's a pilot, and they look dirty and hungry, and so he reaches in his pocket, and the only thing he has is 2 pieces of I think juicy fruit, Wrigley juicy fruit bubble or chewing gum. And so he gives it to him, and he was amazed at how they divvied up the gum amongst like 10, 15 kids, and nobody fought over it. They all just took off a little piece, and then if they ran out of gum, and they gave the wrappers to the kids to like smell and taste. And he was so impressed by it and so touched by it that he said, tomorrow when I fly over, I'll drop you guys some candy, or I'll drop you guys some treats. And they asked, how will we know it's you? And he said, I'll wiggle my wings. And so that next day he flies over and he drops, big boxes or containers of chocolate. And they look up at the plane that dropped it, and he does kind of a little, I don't know how pilots do it, but did a little shimmy in the air, shook his wings, and he became known as, I think they called him like Uncle Wiggly Wings or something real creative. And that story spreads, and it's a sweet story, and it spreads back home to America, and then elementary schools did candy drives where kids would bring candy to school, and they'd box it up and they'd send it over to the kids in Berlin. Stuff like that. It turns into a huge food drive. This was just a huge success for the U.S. And finally, the Soviets are like, all right, this blockade isn't working. So they lift the blockade, but the U.S. is like, we don't really care. This is that we're delivering more supplies than we ever did before the blockade. So, I mean, sure, we'll use the one train that's able to come in, but we're still going to drop in supplies overhead. And that was a great move from the American perspective. Now, with this, the European countries still feel a little uneasy, and because something like the success of the Berlin airlift showed America was every bit as powerful, if not more powerful, than the Soviet Union. So these European countries felt, well, as long as America is on our side, then we'll be okay. So they create this alliance or treaty, whatever you want to call it, and it's called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. A lot of people think that says North America. No, it's North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's an alliance between, originally I think it was 12 countries, and it was the U.S. and then most of Western Europe. And it was just promising defense for each other. If any of these Western European countries get attacked by the Soviet Union, then powerful countries like the U.S. would get involved and help. These Western European countries believed that Soviet Union would, if they ever actually planned on taking over Europe, well, these countries' alliance, like handwritten and signed alliance with the U.S. would be enough to keep the Soviet Union away. Because the U.S. would be liable to launch nuclear war, which at the time we still didn't know a ton about. We knew it totally decimated Japan, but we didn't know about the long-term effects yet. So we were still liable to set one off. But NATO is still around today. I think it's got over 30 members now, most of Europe. And there's different divisions. There's members, and then there's like partners or friends of the alliance. It's kind of a messy thing, but it's a big deal today. Actually, today it plays more of a role militarily than it did during the Cold War. Like NATO was the one that led the initial charge on Afghanistan after the World Trade Centers was hit, after the 9/11 attacks. NATO was actually the first organization or military group to move into Afghanistan. And then they did the same in Libya and Iraq. They've played a big role. Now, they're not massively powerful. They're a slightly more powerful military force than the United Nations, which is basically no military force. But they're still a very influential group. And there's a map of, that would be today's NATO. U.S., Canada, Iceland, the UK, Ireland. You see there's a few Eastern European countries that have now joined. Those would not have been a part of the original members. I probably should have put a map of the original members of NATO, but oh well, you get the point. So today's essential question: why did the European countries join NATO? I guess I should have asked, why did they create NATO? Because they're actually the ones that created it. They got the U.S. to join with them. But why do Western European countries want to create something like NATO? So that's a question added to the document from yesterday. And that should be it for today. Again, we'll have a Zoom meeting on Thursday at 2. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. Go outside today. It's gonna be beautiful. It's supposed to rain, like I think Wednesday. Go outside, go run. I don't know. I'm going golfing. I know that. So have a good one, guys. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Hello, class. Welcome back. Today's lecture is for Wednesday, April 22nd. Yesterday we talked about containment and the creation of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was the alliance of Western Europe and the U.S. promising support both economically and militarily against any kind of communist invasion, communist threat. So the communist countries of Eastern Europe, specifically the Soviet Union, takes that as a threat, and so they create their own pact known as the Warsaw Pact. This is essentially just Stalin looking at NATO and saying, well, if you have your own little club, your own little friends group, then I'm going to make my own. So he, I don't really want to say forces, but he forces the Eastern Bloc, the Iron Curtain countries, to align themselves with him. And it's purely, the wording is basically the Soviet Union will assist and help any of the Eastern European countries if they get invaded by a Western European country or by the U.S., and vice versa. If the Soviet Union were to get invaded, then the Eastern European countries would jump in and help them. So why is it formed? Well, like I said, it's to counter NATO. It's to provide some relief or some safety net, basically, if things go south, figuratively speaking. And it's an anti-Western military alliance, anti-capitalism, anti-democracy. So it's unifying all of those now communist countries in Eastern Europe with the Soviet Union. Now, why is it called Warsaw? Well, it's created in the city of Warsaw, Poland, capital Poland. That's where this whole thing is signed and agreed to. So I use the term satellite nation. A satellite nation is a country or state that is dependent upon another country, whether that's economic. Usually it's both economically and militarily. So it's an independent country that is recognized by the rest of the world as an independent country, but their own safety or defense is provided by someone else, a stronger country. And that's really all that Eastern Europe was. They're all independent countries, but they're all puppets to the Soviet Union. Satellite nations in Eastern Europe were Bulgaria, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, and East Germany. And then eventually it stretches to like Yugoslavia and other Baltic countries like that. So America's had a history with satellite nations as well. Just about any of the most powerful countries in the world at any given time are going to have satellite nations. Like during this time, West Germany was probably a satellite nation of the U.S. South Korea, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, was a satellite nation of the U.S. Taiwan, some current or more recent satellite nations, you could say that Iraq was a satellite nation after the U.S. disposed of Saddam Hussein, since the U.S. had a lot of military influence there and they were kind of acting on U.S. authority. Another one that may be a little controversial, but in my eyes and by this definition, I believe it to be true. I think Israel is possibly an American satellite state. Possibly. Now, Israel does have quite a bit of sovereignty itself and quite a bit of power and even military power, at least as far as weapons go. But they are pretty dependent on American support and American defense. They have to be. Israel, for some reason, is hated by just about every country on the planet except the U.S. I mean, they are probably the most hated country in the world. And a lot of it stems to biblical days. The U.S. is about the only, I guess, American allies are probably fine with Israel, like England and France are, I'm sure, on decent terms, but most of the rest of the world just really has it out for Israel. That's neither here nor there. I got off on a tangent there. My apologies. There's a map of the Warsaw Pact when it's signed. I mean, yeah, they all provide a defense with the Soviet Union. You might see in that little bottom southwest or bottom left corner, there's a little country. It's kind of striped, but it's not solidly a part of the Iron Curtain, at least not geographically. That little country is Albania. And Albania ends up getting out of the Warsaw Pact a couple years after it first joins it. It's over a disagreement about the Warsaw Pact ended up those countries invaded, I believe it was Hungary. Hungary went through a little bit of a civil war or revolution where a communist leader overthrew another communist leader, and the Soviet Union liked the original communist leader. So when he's kicked out, Soviet Union steps in and tells the Warsaw Pact countries, hey, we got to go invade Hungary and put down this rebellion. And Albania was very against it. And they ended up being so fed up with it that they get out of the Warsaw Pact, and then, which they needed help to do that. Basically, the NATO countries adopted Albania and said, if you guys try and do anything to Albania, then it'll escalate into conflict. So the Soviet Union decided, well, Albania is so small and not really strategically important, it's not worth it. So continuing Truman's containment policy, it stretches into Asia. As you can see, this is the domino theory is coming into play. Communism is spreading quickly, and there's things to deal with. Now, some successes of Truman's containment policy comes in Japan. Japan, you have to understand, is very weak after World War II. And when a country is weak, they are susceptible to communism. And the U.S. saw that and decided we need to kind of do what we've been doing with West Germany, and instead of trying to hold them down, build them back up. So they do that to Japan. Provide a lot of money, provide a lot of economic opportunities, and Japan flourishes. That's a huge reason why today Japan is such a huge economic power. Like so many goods are created in Japan and sold in the U.S. And it's because of the quick action that was taken after World War II to try and revive Japan. And we signed the security treaties with them, which basically pledges our support and our assistance in Japan to make sure that they stay afloat and they never feel the need to turn communist. The Philippines is another one. If you remember World War II, Japan invades and takes over the Philippines for a couple years. And even before that, the Philippines had a peasant group that was known as the Hake, which it was H-A-K. It was short for a longer name, which I can't pronounce. But the Hake was a communist group of peasants that went around the countryside in some of the Philippine islands and basically massacred and killed a bunch of the landowners. You know, the peasant class uprising against the more wealthy. Well, they were instrumental in kicking out the Japanese during World War II. Like, they fought a little bit. The Hake fought alongside American soldiers while they were trying to defeat the Japanese. And then when the Japanese are kicked out of the Philippines, they think the communists of Philippines think all is well, but then the U.S. decides to stay and occupy. Well, they don't like that. So these attacks continue, and then the U.S. gets out of the Philippines, and the Hague decides, hey, we're going to continue until we've completely kicked out the somewhat democratic government of the Philippines. And luckily, they're not terribly strong in numbers. They commit atrocities. They do horrible things. And the U.S. provides financial support, and they sell weapons to the Philippine government. And the Hague is destroyed, and with it, communism in the Philippines is destroyed. So that's another success of containment for Truman. Now, a major failure of containment was China. China under Mao. That means China under the guidance of a man named Mao Zedong. Mao was a follower of he was a Marx-Leninist, meaning he was a follower of Karl Marx, and then of Karl Marx's writing. If you remember, Karl Marx is the author of the Communist Manifesto. And then Vladimir Lenin was a Russian that led the Russian Revolution in 1919, which created the Soviet Union. So Mao was a follower of those two, and China was one of those. They were just so downtrodden and destroyed from World War II because of the Japanese that when Japan is defeated in World War II, then China's back to being essentially independent. And so with it, there's a battle for not only who's going to lead China, but in what way, what kind of government. And so there's a group called the Kuomintang, which was a more democratic government, and they were opposed by the People's Republic of China, or it started as the Communist Party of China. And the U.S. decides to send some people over to kind of not engage in warfare early, but to get a feel for what the situation is like in China. And these Americans go back home and report to Truman that the Communist Party of China is way more organized and way more supported by the Chinese people, and also less corrupt. The Kuomintang had a lot of corruption and poor leadership. And they called themselves a democracy, but if they'd won, they wouldn't have been it would have been a police state, and it would have been a dictatorship. It just wouldn't have been communist. And you'll find the U.S. really doesn't care if you're a dictatorship. We just care if you're communist. And so the U.S. continues to back the Kuomintang, but Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China ends up winning, and China becomes communist. Now, they start out pretty communist, but they eventually shift their economy, and that's why China today is such an economic power. They're not an economic power because of communism, because I would argue that today China's got more capitalist policies than the U.S. does. Like, the way they operate is not communist really very much at all. And they were a little more communist under Mao, but since then they've kind of adapted. They still call themselves communist, but I don't believe it. I don't see it. So China becomes communist, and shortly after, Mao signs a treaty or an agreement with the Soviet Union, the Sino-Soviet Alliance Treaty or Mutual Alliance Treaty, which scares the crap out of the U.S. Oh, they hate that. Now, not only is China communist, but they are aligning themselves with our enemy. That scares the daylights out of us. But relations between Mao and Stalin kind of fall apart eventually, and they don't remain very close allies, at least not for long. Now you see Taiwan there. Taiwan's interesting. I guess I could have, technically I could have put Taiwan under success. Taiwan's an island just off the coast of China, and it was a Chinese state. Like, it was just another Chinese territory. But they don't take to communism. The U.S. actually fights to protect Taiwan. And Taiwan gets like bombed and beat up pretty bad by the Chinese, but the U.S., after seeing China fall, decides we don't want Taiwan to fall. So they provide a little more effort and more assistance, and Taiwan is able to fend off the Chinese, and Taiwan wins its independence from China, and it remains capitalist and democratic, and that's the way it is to this day. And again, Taiwan's also, considering its size and its small size and not that big population, they're pretty powerful economically too. So you could say Taiwan was somewhat of a success, but they still had to fight for their freedoms and economic rights from China, which had fallen under Mao. And there's some atrocities committed in China under Mao. Mao does some good things, like increasing women's rights and increasing the economic distribution or economic power of China, but there's some atrocities he commits along the way, like starving his own people, and it's believed that he ordered the explosion of a huge river dam because just on the other side of the dam was all these villages of peasants that were living on the countryside. And it was said he exploded the dam so that way it caused mass flooding and they believe like millions of peasants were killed because of this. And he was just trying to eliminate the bottom feeders. And then he also, executed a bunch of anti-communist citizens and politicians. So now today's question, what is a satellite nation? Give definition back on that first slide. Not that difficult. Add it to the document that hopefully you've got Mondays and Tuesdays on, and you'll be good to go. So yeah, that'll be it for today. We're moving slowly but surely. So Progress is being made. Stick to it. Stay with me. We only got a couple weeks left. Let's finish strong. Finish all your classes. Stay busy and have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome back for today's lecture for Thursday, the 23rd, I believe. We'll have a Zoom meeting today, 2 o'clock. Just checking in. I want as many people there as possible. We're starting to slip a little bit in number of people, answering the essential question each day. I've been checking, and there's quite a few that haven't kept up on it very well. And I realize pointing that out here is kind of pointless because obviously the people that are answering the question are the ones that are here listening to these lectures, and the people that aren't are not probably listening to these lectures. But we will have a quick Zoom meeting, just like the others. Won't take terribly long. We'll get all that stuff figured out. Yesterday, we talked about the Warsaw Pact, and then we talked about some of the successes and failures of Truman's containment plan. Mentioning Japan and the Philippines as successes, and then China as a fail. But we're going to get into Korea today, and Korea is difficult. You can't really pin it down as either a success or a failure. So to break it down, Korea has been a Japanese territory all this time. And after World War II, Korea becomes independent. But both of the Allied powers, being the Soviet Union and the United States, they want different things for Korea. So they decide the best way to go about this is just split Korea basically in half. The easiest way to do that was to divide it along the 38th parallel. If you guys know latitude and longitude on a globe or on a map, latitude goes up and down like a ladder, and it measures distance from the equator. And this line is 38 degrees north of the equator, and it's about the closest thing to splitting Korea in half. So North Korea becomes a Soviet-controlled, or not controlled, but influenced country, and South Korea becomes an American-influenced country. And things seem fine, but no one in Korea is satisfied on either side. They all want a unified Korea, but they want it their way. South Korea wants a unified democratic and capitalist Korea, and North Korea wants a unified communist and dictator-ruled Korea. So both countries have governments put in place by their superior, meaning the U.S. for South Korea and Soviet Union for North Korea. The U.S. puts in a man named Syngman Rhee in charge, and North Korea puts in Kim Il-sung. So I guess I forgot to mention this before I change slides. How the war develops is North Korea decides to act upon their desire for a unified Korea, and they invade South Korea. They move past 38th parallel, and they actually move pretty far south. They get to Busan, here down in the southern tip of South Korea, and make a lot of progress. And the American forces and the South Korean forces don't have a whole lot of success originally. Then the South Korean and American forces decide to plan an amphibious assault on North Korea by going through the waters and basically encircling them. So they decided to get on boats and come around here and re-enter the land and kind of surround them and trap them. The North Korean army is able to escape, but they have to retreat back across the border. They've been kicked out of South Korea. And after that, General MacArthur, who was leading the defense of the American and South Korean forces, MacArthur is told to stay back, don't pursue, stay on the south side of 38th parallel. And MacArthur disobeys that order, and he pursues the North Korean army, and they are pushed back all the way to the Yalu River. They end up getting as far into North Korea as North Korea originally got into South Korea. Now, it sounds like they're about to take over North Korea and unify it under a democratic government. But now that China is communist, they feel like this American force that's moving towards their border, which that's what this country here on the other side of North Korea is China. They feel threatened. So Chinese military gets involved and they push the American and South Korean forces back. And the American South Korean forces have to retreat back across the 38th parallel. And the fighting continues there for a couple years, but no progress is made. It turns into a war of attrition. It basically turns into like trench warfare was for World War I. And nothing changes. After the Korean War is over, everything went back to how it was before. 38th parallel was still the dividing line. There was no unified Korea, and it did nothing but, intensify Cold War relations. The Soviets were helping North Korea, just like America was helping South Korea. It took place for 3 years. Interesting fact, despite a ceasefire being agreed to end the fighting, no peace treaty was ever signed. They never did agree on a treaty. And so technically the Korean War is still going on, even though no guns have been fired in 50 years. It wasn't until, I think, April of 2018 when the leaders of the two Korean countries decided to meet and talk about the possibility of signing a treaty. But still nothing has happened. The two Koreas are technically in what's known as a frozen war. It's not even a Cold War, it's frozen. There's nothing going on. But it's still technically considered a war because there was never a peace treaty signed. So that's the very basics of the Korean War. So was there a winner? South Korea is still free, so in that sense, containment succeeded. But North Korea was still communist. So if we're looking purely at the goal of containment, then yeah, I guess you could say that the Korean War is a success because you're trying to stop the spread of communism, and communism did not spread. It was already in North Korea, and they attempted to spread it to South Korea, and it didn't work. But MacArthur's charge into North Korea ultimately fails. So I would keep that thought that I just talked about in mind, maybe jot it down, because that's a very possible opinion opinionated essay question. I'm not saying for sure, but that's a very possible or short answer question on a test. So just keep that in mind. But just because this war doesn't change any results, that doesn't mean there wasn't any casualties, or that doesn't mean there weren't any consequences. Both North and South Korea were pretty heavily damaged. South Korea had its major cities pretty well burned to the ground and decimated, in Seoul and Incheon and Busan. They were very badly damaged by the North Korean invasion, and North Korea, really all over, got bombarded by jets and bombers. Like, North Korea got more bombs dropped on it in the Korean War than all countries combined in World War II. That's a lot. Now, they're not atomic bombs, granted. They're just, regular bombs. I don't know what they're called. Dropped from planes. But so the damage wouldn't have been as bad in Korea as it was in Japan from the atomic bombs, but still the sheer number of explosives dropped in North Korea was huge. And it's only outdone in the future by Vietnam and Cambodia. But at this point in time, it's the worst aerial bombardment any country had ever seen. And like I said, they're still separate, and reunification talks have begun, but progress is very, very slow. There's no rush to it. And really, at this point, the only thing the peace treaty would truly do is just, show goodwill. I mean, they haven't been really conflicted lately. They're not allies by any means. They're still pretty tense with each other, but they're not on the verge of warfare or anything. This actually leads to, I think I might have talked about it last year in world history, because I think it's an interesting, kind of crazy story about the axe murder incident in Panmunjom, which is just south of Seoul in South Korea, when American and South Korean forces wanted to cut down a tree that North Korea had claimed was planted and nourished by Kim Il-sung, the original leader of North Korea. And, North Korean forces didn't take kindly to that, and as the American and South Korean guys were cutting down the tree, the North Koreans attacked them, took their hatchets, and basically killed, I think, two of the American, or one American and one South Korean with the hatchet. And that happened in, I think, 1976, and that raised tension a lot and freaked people out. And American and South Korean forces were ready to invade North Korea and relaunch that war. And they went back to the tree like 2 days later with a huge army behind them. And they cut it down, and North Korean forces had moved in ready to fight, but when they saw the size of the American and South Korean army, they just stood there and watched. And they watched the tree not get cut down to the ground, like to a stump. They cut it and left it about 6 feet tall and just left it to look really frail and ugly. It was meant to be an insult. As a stump, you just kind of forget about it, or at least it, I guess, kills it with some dignity. Leaving it looking just kind of frail and rotted out and pathetic was meant to send a message and intimidate. But that happens in 1976, but it's a crazy event. And this is just a more modern map The border's changed a little bit. That's mostly just through the demilitarized zone. That land there, the land between the former border and the current border, it's not very consequential. It's rough terrain. It's not farmland, which ultimately is what is valuable. And that was agreed upon after the Korean War to ensure that MacArthur didn't invade North Korea again. And these are the two leaders of the first leaders of Korea. So Kim Il-sung ruled North Korea as a communist dictator. He is I can't remember if he's the grandfather or great-grandfather of Kim Jong-un, who's the current leader of North Korea today. Actually, there's rumors that he's battling illness and near death. But again, because they're so closed off and isolated, none of that information is made clear to the outside world. So no one really knows his situation. And then South Korea's leader was Syngman Rhee. And Rhee was, very popular in America. He was very receptive to American ideas and help, and really dependent on America. He's basically an American puppet. So American government loved him, but he was probably every bit as corrupt and oppressive as any communist leader, other than maybe Stalin. But America doesn't care about that, especially during this time. You can be the worst guy in the world, but if you fit our ideology and if you help push our global agenda, then we'll back you. We'll help you out. I mean, that's kind of how Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda rose to power, was because we assisted them because they were fighting the Soviets in the 70s and 80s. And we're like, sweet, you hate the Soviets? Cool, here's all these guns. But I'm getting ahead of myself there. That's a whole other conversation. So here's our essential question. What's the dividing line between North and South Korea called? Real simple. Just like all these questions I tend to ask, I try and make them real simple. So just add that to the document. We'll have one more tomorrow, and then you'll turn it in with all 5 answers on it, hopefully. So Zoom meeting tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, today, Thursday, at 2 o'clock. And we'll talk, we'll chit chat, and we'll get any questions or anything ironed out and taken care of. So, all right, guys, that's it. Have a terrific day. Hey, guys, welcome back for today's lecture for Friday, the 24th. I'm going to try and keep it a little as quick as I can today, just being Friday, so you guys can watch us answer the essential question and then get out for the weekend. So I'll try and get through this relatively quickly. Yesterday we talked about the Korean War, and today we're going to get into the nuclear phase of the Cold War. As you know, America developed, or at least developed and dropped the first nuclear weapon in World War II on Japan, but our science behind it and construction of it did not stop. In fact, that was just the beginning. So the U.S. continues to develop these nuclear weapons, and the rest of the world starts to follow suit. The Soviet Union creates its first nuclear weapon and detonates, which means, triggers, explodes, in 1949. Now, all of these detonations are going to be tests. None of them have been dropped on another country. Soviet Union tests its first nuclear bomb in 1949. The Great Britain detonates their first one in 52, and France in 1960, and China in 64. I think in like 1950, like 54, both the US and the Soviet Union had altered their science behind their nuclear weapons and then moved to a thermonuclear weapon, which was the hydrogen bomb. The hydrogen bomb was about 5 to 10 times more powerful than the atomic bomb. And you can only imagine the damage that a hydrogen bomb would do. The US used to test their hydrogen bomb on Bikini Atoll, which I think I've already talked about this when I talked about the Trinity test, where the US tested its atomic bomb. But when the US took the island at Bikini Atoll, which is in the Pacific, they told all the inhabitants to move to a neighboring island, and they tested the hydrogen bomb on that island, and it was a huge explosion, massive. But it was so toxic it actually killed all the fish, which is what the islanders lived off of, and it had lasting effects even on the islanders themselves just through the atmosphere. And the Soviet Union detonates the Tsar bomb in 1961, which to this day is the largest bomb ever detonated in world history. Like, it was huge. And I think in at least one of my classes, I showed a video of the Tsar bomb exploding. If you want to see it, I highly recommend looking it up. Google Tsar bomb, like TSAR, and then bomb. Actually, it's bomba. That's just how the Soviets say it, BOMBA. It's a huge explosion. Holy smokes. And it's terrifying to think of that dropping on you. But they tested it up in Siberia, actually north of Siberia. And because of that explosion, there's a graph of the arms. Because of that explosion, in 1961, the U.S. and Soviet Union signed the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which made it illegal to test nuclear weapons above ground or underwater. So the only way you could do it was underground and only in a fraction of the strength of your actual bomb. Like, you could only test certain limits of it. You couldn't actually detonate the entire thing. And that's been redone and rewritten, but we still have a kind of test ban treaty between a handful of countries. So with this this graph, we show the nuclear arms of the U.S. and the Soviet Union. You'll see early on the U.S. obviously has quite a bit more, but the Soviet Union just continues to pump tons of money and manpower into its nuclear arsenal. And, by the late 70s, Soviet Union overtakes the U.S. by a ton. By over 15,000 nuclear weapons. But that also coincides with the collapse of the Soviet Union. They spent so much money and time and resources and effort on these nuclear weapons that the people at home struggled. Like, there's no food, there are no jobs. So it was all for naught. and it took some time, but the U.S. does have, last I know, they have more nuclear weapons than the Soviet Union. But yeah, today we have around 10,000. It's probably gone up a little bit, but that is how tense things were. Look at these numbers. Like at America's peak, we had over 30,000 nuclear weapons. At the Soviet Union's peak, they had over 40,000 nuclear weapons. What in the world are you going to do with 30 or 40,000 nuclear weapons? All it takes is one. That is how serious this gets. And that is a ton of money that goes into that. Just crazy numbers. So during this time, as you can imagine, the U.S. goes through a second Red Scare. We talked about the first Red Scare, which took place right after World War I. The second Red Scare is probably more notable, just because it's more recent and there's more information about it. But it was also probably even more oppressive. So the government starts passing these new policies. The Loyalty Review Board, basically anybody under suspicion was pledged to loyalty, and you had to check in with the government every so often, and they could, check and make sure you were remaining loyal to the United States. The McCarran Internal Security Act was a bill that was passed that gave it forced forced everybody in the American Communist Party, which there was an American Communist Party, forced everybody that was registered with that party to put their name and their information and everything into a database, and they would basically be under 24-hour surveillance by the government, and they were told to tell us all the names of anybody else in your organization so we can keep an eye on them too. And that was actually something that President Truman vetoed. He didn't like that bill. He thought it was oppressive. But as Congress can do, Congress overrides his veto. They overvote it. And so it goes into action anyway. And then the most famous one was the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC. The House Un-American Activities Committee just led investigations against anybody that had any possible communist ties. Like if your neighbor was a communist and you knew it and didn't report it to anybody, then you were put on a list and you were surveyed. This gets really in depth, and there's a ton of paranoia. And a lot of this paranoia is led by a man named Joseph McCarthy. He's a Republican senator from, I believe, Wisconsin, either Wisconsin or Minnesota, one of those northern states. I think Wisconsin. And he basically leads a witch hunt on communists. Like he would bring them in front of a board or in front of a panel, a panel or a board of people, not like a physical board, and question them and interrogate them and try and tie them to any kind of communist leanings or organizations or any kind of sins that could be tied to communism. He just went after people, and he didn't care if the evidence was in his favor or not. He would use anything to prosecute anybody that's potentially communist. And so during this time, there's a lot of people are pointing fingers. A lot of as people today would say, a lot of snitching. So, it gets very tense. So Alger Hiss was an American government official who was accused of being a communist spy. And he's put in front of a jury, he's put on trial. And he's accused because someone else who got caught, some other person who was communist, he was basically bullied into giving names, and a name he gave was Alger Hiss. And Hiss was put through the ringer. He's asked all these questions, all these checks are done, but he seemed like they couldn't pin anything to him. Like there was nothing definitive. There was no, no hard evidence on him. And so they end up with a hung jury, which means it's a jury that just cannot agree one way or the other. They can't agree on guilty and they can't agree on non-guilty. So he's basically released, but then they don't let it die. They decide to bring him back in, and he's tried for perjury on like a technicality. There's some kind of lie somewhere in there that wasn't really even about him and his communist ties, but it was a lie nonetheless. And he's found guilty of that, and he's sentenced to 5 years in jail. I think he serves 2 of it, and then he's released. And from there, he goes on all these speaking tours, and he talks about his experiences, and he dies in the 80s. But he maintains his innocence for the rest of his life. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, all of their documents become declassified, so they are released. And in all of their all the information, which it isn't all of it, I'm sure the Soviet Union lost or got rid of some of their old ties and connections and paper trail, but from what was found, nothing mentioned Alger Hiss. So it doesn't prove he's innocent, but it sure doesn't provide near anything to sentence him to the witch hunt he was exposed to. Now, Klaus Fuchs, that's how you pronounce his name. Klaus Fuchs he was I believe, German man who he was educated in Great Britain, and he was very smart and part of some esteemed universities. He was actually a part of the Manhattan Project. He came over to the U.S. and he was in on the Manhattan Project. He goes back to Great Britain, and after World War II, it is discovered that he was giving the Soviets information about the American atomic bombs. Fuchs is probably the most, I don't know if you'd say helpful, or the biggest influence on getting the Soviet nuclear weapon program started by providing them with all the information that he had on the Manhattan Project. And he's found guilty in Great Britain of espionage, and he's sentenced to like 5 or 10 years in jail. And when he's released, he moves to East Germany, and he becomes a pretty high-ranking official in the Soviet Union. So, and then the final 2 people, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, they were Americans, and they were caught selling information to the Soviets, and they were tried in court, and they were both found guilty, and they were both sentenced to death. They maintained their innocence all through their execution, and then their children, who were orphaned, maintained their innocence. And information has now come out since then that Julius, the husband and father, he was indeed selling information to the Soviets. His wife, on the other hand, she wasn't involved necessarily in the Soviet deal, but she was an accessory. She was helping Julius, dispose of things and helping him cover up. But nonetheless, she was treated and executed like she was in on the entire operation. So they were executed on grounds of espionage and treason. So in that sense, given that time, selling secrets to your enemy, yeah, it's a pretty big offense. At least for Julius Rosenberg. Ethel Rosenberg, that one is more controversial, at least. So now we get to our central question. It's an opinion. Do you think the American government overstepped its boundaries during the Second Red Scare? And this one's important. Why or why not? Explain it a little bit. Tell me what your opinion is. I don't think there's not a right or wrong answer. You can say you think they did overstep. You can say you don't think they overstepped. But I want you to tell me why. I want you to be able to understand, or at least be able to justify it in your words. Because, I have my opinion. I won't share it right now. Not because I just don't want to share right now to sway your opinion anyhow. I want to hear your opinion. Don't ride the fence either. That bugs me. I know people do that on tests all the time. Well, I can see it both ways. Okay, it's great you can see it both ways, but I want you to pick a side here. I want you to argue it one way or the other. It'll make your opinion stronger. So put that on the essential question doc, and then turn it in, and you'll be good for the week. And we'll get back together on Monday. We'll have a Zoom meeting Monday. I want everybody there. I'll post it on Monday morning. It will be mandatory. So everybody needs to be there. So, all right, guys. Hey, have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. Hey, guys. Welcome back for today's lecture for Monday, April 27th. We'll have a Zoom meeting today at 2. Posted on Classroom. It'll be for those that have some missing work for me. So if your name is on the list that I posted on Classroom of people that don't have to come, then you can sit this one out. You can come if you want to, but you really don't need to. But if your name's not on that list, I need you there so we can get you caught up, get that taken care of. So last week we talked about Truman and his concept of containment. We talked about the Korean War and the concessions made in splitting Korea in half, and the losing of North Korea to communism as well as China, but saving Japan from communism as well as Taiwan. So we're going to go through this whole chapter. I said we're gonna break it down president by president, because each of their individual approaches to the Cold War or to foreign policy is really what defines this era. So we got through Truman's containment. Now we're going to get into Eisenhower and his concept of what was known as brinkmanship. Now, brinkmanship wasn't necessarily an Eisenhower created ideology. It was more attached to his Secretary of State, John Doles. John Doles was a big proponent of brinkmanship. Now you're asking, what's brinkmanship? Brinkmanship is purely pushing your opponent to the brink of, in this case, warfare. You know, pushing them to the maximum before the fight will erupt or ensue, and hoping that the danger of conflict is enough to get them to back down. Now, this is considered a high risk, high reward style of diplomacy. On one hand, if you can kind of scare your opponent into backing down, it gives you a ton of power and it creates a lot of momentum for you. On the other hand, if they don't back down, well, then you've gone too far and nuclear warfare is going to erupt. This brings about John Dole's theology of massive retaliation. You know, anything, he believed anything the Soviets do, we have to come back at them twice as hard. You know, we can't let alone back down. We can't even retaliate in an equal form. We have to outdo them. And again, that's a very dangerous plan. But Eisenhower believed in the domino theory, which is if one country or region falls to communism, then everyone around them is subject to communism. And we see that. I think back to world history. Think back to when America gets its independence. We founded this country on the principles of self-governing and democracy and republicanism. And then within 25 years, France goes through a democratic revolution. And then that spreads throughout Europe. And now, today, we see a world of, 60 to 70% of the world is some form of democracy. Well, and you think that happened kind of quickly. Well, now think of communism. Soviet Union falls to communism in the 20s. And then China becomes communist. And then North Korea becomes communist, all within, 30 years. And then Japan faces a threat. And now Vietnam is going to face a threat. All of Southeast Asia is going to face a threat. Like, this is going to spread quickly, and we'd better be able to contain it or be able to fight it. So Eisenhower passes through what was called the Eisenhower Doctrine. It's the same as it's just like the Truman Doctrine. If you remember, the Truman Doctrine was pledging any kind of help, whether it be financially or militarily, to the European countries that are fighting communism. But the Eisenhower Doctrine was pledging money or military forces to anybody in the Middle East fighting communism. And the big target of that was Iran. Iran had a government that was struggling, and they were being, I don't know how you'd say, courted or being talked to by the Soviets. And that government was not very receptive to American ideology. So the U.S. decides to launch Operation Ajax, which was a planned coup d'etat, an overthrow of the Iranian government. And they put in charge an Iranian leader known as the Shah, S-H-A-H, that was much more open and receptive to American ideals. Now, this doesn't work out in the long run because after a couple of years, the Iranians themselves didn't like the Shah, and so they overthrew him. But we'll get to that a little bit later because that's a big event itself. But then the same thing kind of happens in Central America. An oppressive government that was the government itself in power wasn't leaning towards communism, but it was so oppressive and so hated by the Guatemalan people that the people themselves are starting to think about communism. And the U.S. launches Operation PB Success, which overthrows that state and government and puts in charge another government that was more American friendly. But again, that American friendly government was also very oppressive. And communist people in Guatemala still wanted to overthrow that, quote, democratic government. And I say, quote, democratic government because it wasn't, like, they called themselves democratic, but they were corrupt. Like, they were just as corrupt as any other government. So the people were sick of it, and they were turning towards communism. But that doesn't spread immediately. It'll happen later on. But that's the start of Eisenhower and brinkmanship. So continuing Eisenhower and brinkmanship, we see a brief time period where things between the U.S. and the Soviets kind of cool down. Tensions aren't as high. We have the Atoms for Peace and Spirit of Geneva, these two kind of summits or meetings between the two countries where they agree, like, we're gonna be civil. We're not gonna escalate things. Let's try and coexist. But then tension starts to pick back up again, starting with the Hungarian Revolt. The people of Hungary had grown tired of the communist regime that the Soviet Union had put in place, and the people started to rise up against it. Well, as soon as the revolt becomes somewhat serious, the Warsaw Pact countries move in and destroy it, put it down pretty violently. And so now the U.S. and the other democratic countries are starting to see that things are picking back up. Tensions are getting serious again. Then there's the launching of Sputnik. That Soviet satellite, first man-made satellite to travel space. So the Soviets are the first ones to get to space. And we know, well, we still hardly know anything about space itself, but we know way more now than we did in 1957. But in 57, we thought technology was endless and we could, who knows what the Soviets are doing with Sputnik. People honestly thought that they were spying on us. They thought that with Sputnik, they could see in like each individual's living room. Now, they're broadcasts on the radio talking about, hey, tonight you should, if you go outside and look up in the stars, you'll be able to see Sputnik spying on you, which is, you can't. It's a tiny satellite, like the size, a little bit bigger than a basketball. And you can't see it. But if you're told that and you look hard enough, you'll find something that you'll convince yourself is Sputnik. But that motivates the U.S. to create NASA. and launch our own space program, and then we get involved in what becomes known as a space race. Then we have the U-2 incident, which is the American spy plane gets shot down over the Soviet Union. And this is, I talked about it last year, but as a refresher, we had spy planes. They'd go over, they'd take pictures of what's going on in the Soviet Union, like of their military bases. Well, this plane flew too, I don't know if it was too low or too high, but either way, it got recognized by Soviet radar and they shot it down. Now Khrushchev releases a press statement to the public, to the world, that an American spy plane was shot down in the Soviet Union. And that's it. He leaves it vague. He doesn't say anything else. He does that on purpose. The U.S. assumes, or Eisenhower assumes, that it was a fiery crash, pilot's dead, nothing recognizable was found on board. So he tries to play it off as though that was a weather plane that was flying over Turkey and the pilot lost oxygen and it autopiloted into the Soviet Union when you saw it and shot it down. So we weren't spying. It was just a weather plane that got lost. And then Khrushchev comes out and says, no, we have your pilot in custody. He survived. The pilot, Francis Gary Powers, he ejected and he landed with a parachute and he was taken into custody. And this just makes the U.S. look stupid. Eisenhower looks dumb. And Soviets are furious because they're being spied on. Powers ends up being sentenced in a Soviet court case, sentenced to 10 years in jail with 7 years hard labor. He actually gets treated pretty well. He gets put up in a pretty nice little room, and he basically spends his whole day doing arts and crafts. He's released after 2 years. He's traded for a Soviet spy that was captured in America, Rudolf Abel. Now, the actual trade itself is depicted in a movie that was made a couple years ago called Bridge of Spies. And it's a really good movie. I think it's fascinating. It's got Tom Hanks in it. But that whole incident just makes the U.S. look bad, and it continues the building of tension in the Cold War. And then, as we've talked about a bunch of times, to flex their muscles even more, the Soviets test the Tsar bomb. And now we touch base on Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, these little countries were once known as French Indochina. They're all French colonies. And then there's a communist uprising in North Vietnam led by a man named Ho Chi Minh. And they defeat the French. The French are just beaten. Like they're weakened after World War II, and their military can't even defeat the rebels in Southeast Asia. So the Geneva Conference is a meeting between all the world powers and then Southeast Asian leaders where they decide to split Vietnam. They give all those countries their freedom, and then they split Vietnam in half. North Vietnam is going to be communist. South Vietnam is going to be democratic. And John Doles doesn't like this. He doesn't want any communism. He creates SEATO, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. It's a Southeast Asia version of NATO. And it was just another alliance that promised we're going to fight communism as best we can. Doles' his hatred for communism is deep, and it'll come back to bite him a little bit later on. Cuba falls to communism. Fidel Castro takes power, deposes Fulgencio Batista. Batista was an American ally, and then Castro comes in, claims the U.S. has been taking advantage of Cuba, and they're the reason Cuba is poor. So he rises to power, becomes communist, cuts all ties with America, and aligns himself with Soviets. Like, he nationalizes the sugar industry in Cuba. Sugar was huge for, like, the U.S. needed Cuban sugar. And he nationalizes it and now says, all right, we're not going to sell it to America anymore. And that infuriates America. So America goes up, places an embargo, which is a ban of trade of any kind with Cuba, because we traded things with Cuba in return. And so we basically cut them off. And one of the things that we cut them off from was oil. That was a big deal. And so that's ultimately what drove the Cubans to the Soviet Union alliance, was now they could replace American goods with Soviet goods, which at the time seemed fine. Eventually, when the Soviets run out of goods to trade, it doesn't work out very well. But America tries to assassinate or get rid of Castro many times. In fact, as powerful as America is, it's actually very impressive that Castro lived out his term as leader of Cuba. Well, he survived probably 8 or 9 American, whether it was invasions or assassination attempts. Now, a lot of these attempts were done through the CIA, which was recently created by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. And the first head of the CIA was a man named Allen Dulles, the brother of John Dulles, Secretary of State. Both of their hatred for communism makes this a very tense and combative time. So we're just now starting to heat things up. It's going to get even more tense. So today's central question is, what is the concept of brinkmanship? What does it mean? I didn't have it listed in the notes, but I did say what it was. And if you remember anything or listened to any part of it, it should be pretty simple to explain. So that'll be it for today, right at 20 minutes. We got a week and a half left, so we're going to finish strong. We're going to get this taken care of. Keep working. Light is at the end of the tunnel. Hey, have a great day, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, guys. Welcome back for today's lecture on Tuesday, April 28th. Yesterday, we talked about Eisenhower and brinkmanship and tensions escalating in Southeast Asia, as well as Cuba. We're going to continue brinkmanship today, and we're going to get into a little bit of the economic connection to the Cold War. To come out of the Cold War is a phrase known as the military-industrial complex. It was talked about by President Dwight Eisenhower in his farewell address on his way out of office. He serves his 8 years. On his way out, he warns the people of a possible military-industrial complex. Now, a military-industrial complex, or an MIC, is an informal alliance between a nation's military and the defense industry that supplies it. So defense industry is just an independently owned or operated, whether it's like a weapons supplier, weapons, I don't want to say dealer because it sounds illegal, but like whether it's gun manufacturers or the manufacturers that isolate and sell uranium, or the other chemicals or atoms that are used to create atomic weapons or nuclear weapons. He warns against the over cooperation between these two sides. Now, on the surface, an alliance between those two seems beneficial, right? Well, the government gets weapons, which then creates security, and then those independent industries get work. They get money. They get to raise money, so it goes back into the economy. And yeah, on the surface, that seems like a good thing, but when it's abused, really like anything else, it can be a negative. And Eisenhower addresses that and talks about how it could lead to over-reliance. Like if that's the number one way that your economy is making money is by creating weapons, especially weapons of mass destruction, then A, it's building up to something catastrophic, or B, once that threat goes away, then the government's not going to buy as many weapons, and that's going to create a shock to your economy. When you become over-reliant on something, that means if whatever you're reliant on gets disturbed, then the whole economy is going to shake from it. And it also just gives way too much power, like economic power, to a couple independent industries. And power can fall into the wrong hands. And so part of his speech, he says, in the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. So be careful of putting all your eggs into this one basket, because those people may abuse all of the power and money you're giving them. And that's kind of what happens later on. Like when the Soviet Union falls apart in late 80s, early 90s, then we dial back our weapons. Like we don't pay as much. And the whole economy, we see a bit of a recession in the early 90s. Now, it's not all because of the military-industrial complex. There was a couple things that factored into it, but it certainly didn't help. And so this fuels the arm race that we're about to see, or that we're seeing at the time, building up of all the stockpiling all these weapons, and then just having a country that is just way too over-reliant on military spending. And we're still massively reliant on military spending. In 2018, the United States spent $650 billion on what they call defense spending, which is basically military, whether it's weapons or whatever. 650 billion. Second highest country was China at 250 billion. And then after that, nobody had more than like 20 billion in the world. The US by itself made up over over a third of the world's spending on military in 2018, and it'll just continue to grow. We spend more than the next 20 countries combined, I believe 19 of which are allies. That's just insane. So much money. And you think, well, there's wasting money. Well, no, because the money does, for the most part, go back into the economy. Like, we're not all of our weapons, but most of our weapons are American made. And so it goes into the economy. But again, the problem is that money could be put somewhere else. We're not even at war with anybody or in a threat of war with anybody. And we're spending that much. But that's the way we operate now. So that's a military-industrial complex. Now, Eisenhower's out. John Fitzgerald Kennedy is new president. And he makes a change from brinkmanship to flexible response. And his Secretary of Defense is a man named Robert McNamara. McNamara's a little different. Now, he was a soldier in World War II, so he's got some military background. But when World War II ends, he becomes like a front office analyst for Ford Motor Company. And he kind of he helps revolutionize the automotive industry during the 50s. But he's not like a lot of secretaries of defense have extensive military backgrounds. McNamara was a soldier, but that's about all of his military experience. But he was an analyst. He was very smart and very thrifty economic-wise, but he was a little less measured with his military acumen. So he decides to update our nation's military strategies and technologies. He decides that brinkmanship's not a good idea. Escalating things to the point of near disaster is not a good idea. We see that in the Cuban Missile Crisis. So he develops, with Kennedy, flexible response. Be able to adapt. Don't set your feet, in the sand or refuse to move. Be able to adapt and be willing to work with your opponent. And that becomes a huge staple in the foreign policy of John F. Kennedy. He was very, very good at working with the opposition. So some things that he takes part in are the Alliance for Progress. It was an agreement with Latin American countries. The U.S. would help support them economically as they try and modernize. Latin America was really struggling economically, and their people were poor and uneducated and growing weary of the world around them. And so Kennedy tries to create this alliance where they become economically indebted to the U.S. Like the U.S. would loan them money and give them materials and things that they could use to try and build the country and build their economies. So they would benefit that way, and the U.S. would benefit by basically being able to hold it over their heads. Like, hey, remember when we gave you all that money to get you out of the gutters? Well, now you're basically our puppets. And it actually kind of backfires, because while it does immediately help a lot of the countries and it builds their education system a lot, it lowers illiteracy, and it starts somewhat of a starter campaign on capitalism in those countries. It also leads to those countries building up their militaries And then a lot of those countries, like Guatemala and uh, oh shoot, Nicaragua has at least countries like Nicaragua to their militaries get powerful or get strong, at least compared to the civilians. And a lot of military leaders would overthrow the government leaders, and then they'd establish their own military dictatorship. So then you have an oppressive dictatorship, and then the people decide to turn to communism. So then America's left with either supporting a military dictator who abuses the people or a communist. And you know which side America's gonna side with on that. So Central and Latin America have become very contentious and uh, very downtrodden, and a lot of it came from the failure of the Alliance for Progress. Now, Kennedy also creates a Peace Corps. Peace Corps is still around today. It's volunteers that travel around the world to try and help and build and modernize developing countries. Whether it's building schools or hospitals or working with local governments to try and modernize and benefit the people. Its effect is not huge, like it's not revolutionary. It doesn't necessarily have one big world-altering event, but it is a positive development. It is something that's still around today. And while their work is typically pretty small, I think it's a positive change that is made. Now, in 63, and remember, we're talking not only in the heat of the Cold War, but now we're getting into the middle of the Civil Rights Movement. So we got problems abroad and we got problems at home. So this is no easy time to be president. John F. Kennedy gives a speech at American University, which is in Washington, D.C. And in it, he talks about cooperation, and he talks about his search for peace, for world peace. And he takes a softened stance towards the Soviets. He mentions how no country got devastated by World War II worse than the Soviet Union did. No people suffered more than the Soviet Union did. Now, that part's kind of debatable, but just the fact that it could possibly be said tells you how rough it got for the Russians. But he empathizes with them. And he recognizes, says, because the Cold War started so soon after World War II, that we as Americans forget the sacrifice that the Russians took and the effort that they put into defeating the Nazis. So there he kind of butters up the Russians, appreciates them. And he talks about how, oops, that popped up, about how he doesn't want war. He wants peace, and he wants the Soviets to coexist with him. And that speech it's marked as one of his greatest speeches. And that's saying something, because that's one thing Kennedy was good at. Man, could he talk. He was a great orator. And that speech earned him a lot of admiration from the government in the U.S. It also earned the respect of Khrushchev. Khrushchev was touched by it. He said that's the greatest speech he's ever heard an American give since FDR. Think about how much Khrushchev's opinion of Kennedy changed over the course of a couple of years. When Kennedy first took over and they had the Bay of Pigs invasion fall apart, which I haven't gotten to yet, I guess I forgot about that. He thinks Kennedy's a chump and a fool. And then after a few close calls and some disagreements, and now this, Kennedy has earned Khrushchev's respect and even possibly his admiration. This speech leads us into a nuclear test ban treaty. In 1963, Kennedy, without even prompting, to show good faith, agrees to cut off all American nuclear bomb tests. He says to walk, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. So he cuts off all nuclear tests, and then he asks the rest of the world powers, like the Soviets and the Brits, to do the same, and they do. And since then, the US, nor Russia, nor Britain, nor France have tested nuclear weapons, at least not above ground or, to their full extent. But now he's also met with some crisis in Vietnam. North Vietnam and South Vietnam are fighting, and North Vietnam's communist. And South Vietnam is struggling. Kennedy sends over he sends McNamara over to South Vietnam to assess the situation. McNamara comes back and he goes, man, it is not good. South Vietnam is just getting clobbered. North Vietnamese are starting to sweep through, gain land, gain support. And South Vietnamese government, nobody believes in them. They are so unorganized, so shell-shocked, and just can't do anything. If we want to keep communism out of Southeast Asia, McNamara suggests that America get involved, which they're wanting to avoid, but Kennedy takes the advice of McNamara and starts to plan American involvement. But which ends up, Kennedy himself doesn't get us directly involved. His successor, LBJ, does, but it sets things in motion which are not going to work out well. So now our essential question, what is the military-industrial complex? I gave a pretty simple definition. First slide should be pretty easy. So that will be it for today, almost right at 20 minutes. So we'll call her good there. If you guys have any questions or concerns, please email me and I'll take care of them. Have a terrific day, everybody. Hey guys, welcome back for today's lecture on Wednesday, April 29th. So yesterday we talked about JFK and his shifting of foreign policy from Eisenhower's brinkmanship to his flexible response. We talked about McNamara and his push for cooling of tensions between us and the Soviet Union, but it doesn't take place that way, at least not originally. In 1961, the Soviet Union is trying to push the other Allied countries out of West Berlin. Like, they want Berlin to be completely engulfed by East Germany and turn all of Berlin communist. Now, the Allies are not going to let that happen. No way. Khrushchev gives them an ultimatum. It says, either you guys leave by choice or we'll force you out. We will deploy the military into Berlin and force you out. And The other allies don't bat an eyelash. It doesn't bother them. What he requested was that you guys get your military out of Berlin, but in doing so, that would have just made it so the Soviets could end up taking over all of Berlin. So I guess he wasn't telling them he was going to take Berlin, but ultimately that was what was going to happen. So Kennedy's not on board with it. He's not going to take American troops out of West Berlin. And so at the crossing point of the border, the Soviets pull their tanks down the middle of the road, and they put them about 50 yards away from the border in Berlin, facing West Berlin. America takes its tanks and drives them 50 yards from the same gate and points them back at the Soviet tanks. And they just sit there. An old-fashioned Mexican standoff, as they're called. This is the Berlin crisis. Thankfully, cooler heads prevail. They both send their tanks back, and no harm is done. But it continues to build a divide in Berlin. And Berlin was having what they called a brain drain, where so many of their smart and elite people were immigrating to West Berlin because they had more economic and individual freedom. So to stop this, the Soviets built the Berlin Wall. Berlin Wall was 87 miles long. It's about 12 feet high, and in most places it was topped with like barbed wire. And every couple miles there's a watchtower. It's like a prison yard. And if you tried to cross illegally, you were shot. And the crossing point, the only place where you could possibly get through legally, like through border customs, was called Checkpoint Charlie. Now, Checkpoint Charlie was not used in the early 60s. I mean, it was there, but no one got through. Like, no one was allowed into West Berlin. And no one wanted into East Berlin. So it was like one-way traffic, but it was all shut down for many years. And people were, forced to stay on the side that they were fenced in on. Now, this fence was a physical border and physical separation, but it was also a cultural separate, like it was a symbol of the division of not just Berlin, not just Germany, and not just Europe, but the world. Like there was a strong division in the world. And we tried to make it pretty white and black, pretty cut and dry down the middle. You're either on one side or you're not. But, like everything else in life, it's not that cut and dry. It's not that simple. In protest of the Berlin Wall, JFK travels to West Berlin and gives a speech called Ich bin ein Berliner, which translates to I am a Berliner. And what that means is he gives a speech to the people of Berlin, and that was the only German thing he said. Like he spoke in English, but he gave that closing line in German. But he was sympathizing with West Germany. He was sympathizing with the fact that they'd been divided from their friends and family. and that they were surrounded. They're in an uncomfortable position, being surrounded by the rest of communist East Germany. He said, "Continue your struggle, continue your fight for freedom." So we are all people who are in pursuit of freedom. And because of that, we are all Berliners. I am a Berliner. Or as he said it, Ich bin ein Berliner. He called it Berliner. JFK had a real thick Boston accent. And when he gave that line, the crowd went crazy. And it's another one of his most famous speeches. You could look up JFK's best speeches. I bet if you were to Google just a list of JFK's greatest speeches, his list would be longer than just about any other president. Like, that was his specialty. He could talk. Him and FDR are probably the two greatest speakers we've had as president. So then this escalates into a couple different conflicts. First, we have the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. We talked about both of these in world history a little bit, but to refresh your memory, Fidel Castro takes over in Cuba. He starts a communist regime, and he immediately turns against the U.S., and he joins forces with the Soviet Union. And so the U.S. had plans to get rid of Castro. So a couple thousand Cuban exiles, so people that left Cuba after they went communist, they go to the U.S., and the CIA trains them into becoming soldiers and all that, and they decide to launch an invasion of Cuba with these Cuban exiles to overthrow Castro. Well, the invasion fails epically. They're captured within a couple days, and it makes the U.S. look terrible, makes us look stupid. And Kennedy looks like a chump, and that happens only a couple months into Kennedy's presidency. Like, that's the first thing notable that happens during his presidency. And he's the youngest president ever elected. So when this happens, people think, oh, he's young, he's arrogant, he's in over his head, he's not fit to be president. Like, this is just evidence of his youth and inexperience. And Khrushchev in the Soviet Union thinks he's a chump. Khrushchev thinks he himself is so much better than Kennedy. Like, he's like, I'll be able to crush him. He has no shot. So then, a year later, an American spy plane, another U-2 spy plane, this time flying over Cuba, takes pictures of, I don't know why that bar down there is up. Let me try to open this back up again. I hate when that happens. The bottom of the screen was cut off because of the bar. But that picture in the bottom left corner, that was taken by U-2 spy plane. And in the picture is all of these nuclear missiles. All of these weapons of mass destruction. And they are locked and loaded and ready to be shot. And they are, without a doubt, pointed right at the U.S. These are Soviet medium-range missiles, intercontinental missiles. And so when these pictures make their way back to Kennedy, he realizes, holy crap, we have a problem. We have missiles being pointed right at us. at an island that is 90 miles away from Florida. And these missiles can shoot a lot farther than to Florida. These, as you see in the bottom right corner, the missiles could reach nearly Washington, D.C. Now, in this circle here, this is just the distance that those missiles can travel, can be shot to, but their explosion, their detonation, and their damage zones are way bigger than that. Like, let's say they shoot a missile here. This looks like it's probably about Arkansas here. That would for sure damage us here in central Kansas, south central Kansas. That would for sure within, oh heck, I mean, this is all speculation because it never happened, luckily. But that would, I'm almost certain, kill us within a day or two. Between the radiation spreading and the sheer fires that would spread from it, like that would damage almost the entire country. Because these are way more advanced nuclear weapons than whatever we dropped on Japan. Like, missiles had evolved a ton in the 17 years. So this is serious. And the reason the Soviets put these missiles in Cuba, Cuba asked them to. Castro wanted these missiles there because he hoped that it would scare the U.S. into stopping invading Cuba and trying to depose Castro. And B, the Soviets wanted to do it because they'd found out that America had their own nuclear missiles stationed in Turkey, which Turkey's pretty dang close to the Soviet Union. So, but we don't like that. It scares the daylights out of us. And there was about a 5-day period where John Kennedy did not sleep at all. Like, he never went to bed for about 4 or 5 days. He was constantly either talking to Khrushchev or he was delegating with his cabinet members. Like, this was an extremely tense situation. And nuclear warfare, they realized, would bring about that acronym up there, mutually assured destruction, MAD. Meaning, if we find out that you launched a missile, which we will know if you launch a missile before it lands because our radars will tell us. If we find out you launch a nuclear weapon, we will launch our own. If you want to assure American destruction, then you will have to be willing to live with the fact that you are going to be destroyed as well, because we will launch them back. Mutually assured destruction was definitely considered at this time. It was known that if you get hit, or if we get hit, you're getting hit too. And are you willing to take that risk? Are you willing to make that sacrifice? And so we stand, this is basically just a showdown. Like, Kennedy won't back down, Khrushchev won't back down. Their fingers are on the big red button and they are ready to press it whenever. This is the closest we ever got to World War III, by far. This was so tense. Like, the people at home, this wasn't a time where like all information was at our fingertips like it is now. Like, news wasn't around the clock, and there weren't sources everywhere in government to where everything was known immediately. But every night people would listen to the radio or watch the news, and they were not sure if, when they woke up in the morning, if the world would be a fiery blaze around them. It was crazy how tense it was. If you have any family members like grandparents that were alive during this time, ask them about it. Ask them if they remember anything, if it really was that tense. My mom was not born yet at this time. My dad was 1 year old, so he doesn't know anything. But my grandparents talk about it, and they may not have been extremely scared of this individual, like the Cuban Missile Crisis itself, because they didn't know much about it at the time. Like I said, it wasn't commonly known until later on, after the fact. But during this time in general, and in the 50s, there were, schools did nuclear bomb drills. I may have showed a video last year in your world history class. Like we have tornado drills and fire drills. Back then they had nuclear bomb drills where you stacked your books on your desk and you crawled under your desk. Like that would have any impact on a nuclear bomb hitting you. But they did it. So this is by far the closest we come to World War III. And we have this system. It's known as the Defense Readiness Condition. Defense Readiness Conflict, maybe. Yeah, shoot. We shortened it we call it DEFCON. Maybe you guys have heard of DEFCON. We have 5 DEFCON levels. I'll show them here. Readiness condition. Yeah, defense readiness condition. 5 DEFCON levels, and they go backwards. DEFCON 5, normal day. Like we are, there's no immediate threat of nuclear warfare, no deploying of forces. We're fine. There's DEFCON 4, which code name is Double Take, which is something's brewing. We better deploy some intelligence to keep an eye on this. Up your security measures, increase the U-2 spy plane mission, stuff like that. So you're aware something may be brewing, but it's nothing to freak out about. You don't really tell the people at home, hey, be careful. Then DEFCON 3 is Roundhouse. Well, now, those spy planes have seen something that's reason to worry. And we need to be ready. Air Force is ready to go in 15 minutes, and we could probably deploy some soldiers, within a couple days. DEFCON 2 is called Fast Pace, where it's a standoff and it's serious, and we better be ready to fight because it just might happen. It's getting close. And at that level, Air Force, the planes are on the tarmac, and their engines are on. They're just waiting to take off, and the rest of the armed forces are ready to be deployed in a matter of hours. That is fingers on the button, and we're just waiting to see if they press it. And then DEFCON 1 is called Cocked Pistol. That's where war is imminent, Air Force has been sent, and now it's just a countdown from 10 or 5 as to when the missiles are launched. We obviously in our history have never had a DEFCON 1, or else that would mean that a nuclear missile was shot. We have had DEFCON 2 twice. First time was the Cuban Missile Crisis. The second time was Operation Desert Storm in 1990 in the Persian Gulf War. But I would say the Cuban Missile Crisis was probably closer to DEFCON 1 than Desert Storm was. Like, Cuban Missile Crisis is the closest we've come to nuclear war. So we've had a couple DEFCON 3s. I know 9/11, after 9/11, we were at DEFCON 3 for a couple days. The axe murder incident in South Korea. You guys remember me last year talking about when North Korean troops murdered American and South Korean troops because they tried to cut down a tree? That escalated things to DEFCON 3, but DEFCON 2 was the Cuban Missile Crisis, and man, it was close to DEFCON 1. It really was. I don't think people realized just how close we were, and that would have changed the world dramatically. Sent a question really easy. What DEFCON level was Cuban Missile Crisis? Hey, I said it like 6 times. So that's your question. Put that on the sent your questions document. And let's see, tomorrow on Thursday, we will have a Zoom meeting for everybody. And it'll be, we'll have a question of the day. We'll talk. I'll kind of lay out the plan from here on out, and just checking in, that kind of stuff. So if you guys have any questions, hit me up, email me. I'll answer them. Other than that, we'll call her good. Have a good day, guys. Hey, guys. Welcome back for Thursday's lecture on April 30th. We'll have a Zoom meeting today, 2 o'clock. Just touch base. We'll have a normal question of the day and all that. So everybody go ahead and show up. Yesterday we talked about the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Bay of Pigs, and then DEFCON levels. Today we're going to talk about Vietnam. Very controversial subject, and one that at the time was extremely contested and very divisive in America. So Vietnam had been in conflict for about 10 years. First, they kicked the French out and become independent, but then the country becomes divided, North Vietnam being under communist influences and South Vietnam under democratic and capitalist. So the U.S. had been involved in Vietnam basically since France had gotten out in the 1950s. But there had been threats going both ways between South Vietnam and North Vietnam, and conflict was going to erupt. It was going to happen. Well, we'd been funding South Vietnamese soldiers and their military and all that, but we hadn't fully gotten involved yet. Well, an incident in the Gulf of Tonkin changes that. So the Gulf of Tonkin is that Gulf there right off the east coast of North Vietnam. And there were American warships in the waters. Now, they were there just to kind of, keep peace in the waters. Vietnam claimed that they had 8 miles of water that was their personal waters, whereas the U.S. didn't recognize that. So these warships are a couple miles off the shore, and they're in what North Vietnam considers their own water. And a warning shot is sent at the warship. It doesn't hit, doesn't even really come close. It's literally just a warning shot. And the Gulf of Tonkin radios back home, hey, we've had a warning shot. They say back home, okay, stay calm, stay prepared, but that's not enough to engage in any kind of conflict. So nothing happens from there. About a day or two later, that same warship, the SS Maddox, claims that it's been shot at again. This time it wasn't a warning shot. It was close. It just missed. And the U.S. sends help. And President Lyndon Johnson, who has now taken over since Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon Johnson requests from Congress a resolution. Because remember, the president cannot declare war. The president cannot declare war. He can ask for war to be declared, but Congress has to declare war. So when kind of putting out a feeler in Congress for, hey, are we going to get the support to declare war on Vietnam? They say, no, that's not enough of a provocation. Like, they didn't full out attack America. They shot a warning shot at a ship. So they tell him we're not going to have enough support at home to support full-fledged going to war. And also, declaring war would flat out signal to the Soviets that this is going to blow up to be a big time conflict. They wanted to keep the Soviets out as much as they could. So what Congress does do is they pass a resolution called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which gives President Johnson the power to send troops on an expedition, basically. He was able to deploy troops to Vietnam. And it was supposed to be for, I can't remember if it was like 120 days, but essentially like 4 months. But he could renew that expedition over and over again, essentially leaving them in conflict. So he basically went to war without declaring war. Now, what's interesting is the U.S. never declares war on Vietnam. So we never legally entered warfare. This was all just through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. This is all just presidential power to send troops somewhere. So that's the Gulf of Tonkin and its resolution. Now, here's the interesting thing. It's come out since that the second attack or second claimed shot fired at the SS Maddox in the Gulf of Tonkin, it's come out recently that, or not necessarily recently, but after the fact, that that may have been either a misunderstanding or just flat out made up. There isn't a whole lot of evidence stating that there was a shot fired at the SS Maddox. Now, whether it was just a blip on the radar that they misdiagnosed, or it was flat out looking for a reason to fight, we don't really know. Either one of them is quite possible. But that's ultimately what draws the U.S. into Vietnam. Now, once we get into Vietnam, we find out it's not that easy. It was thought that little North Vietnam could not withstand any kind of American pressure. But we found out that it actually is very difficult. First of all, fighting a war on your own turf is, though destructive, much easier. You know the landscape, you know the contour. It's a lot easier to fight on land you are very knowledgeable of, which North Vietnam was. Second, and maybe this is the biggest reason, it's something my high school history teacher always stressed to us, and it's stuck with me ever since. The reason America was able to defeat Japan and Germany and Italy, and before that, the other European countries in World War I and Spain in the Spanish-American War, the reason America was able to defeat them was because they were developed countries And by hitting them militarily at home, whether it was with a nuclear bomb like Japan or by destroying German posts throughout Europe and taking over and destroying cities in their home country, they're not able to do that in Vietnam. Like, you can't do a ton of damage to a place that isn't very well built up. Or in my teacher, Mr. Hermstein was his name, in Mr. Hermstein's words, you can't bomb a country back to the Stone Age if they're already there. You know, that's essentially what a lot of these war campaigns become, is bombing back to the Stone Age. But Vietnam's not developed. Like, a lot of them live in like shanty towns. I'm not saying nowadays, but back then especially, you know, they're living in jungles with modest straw and thatch houses. Bombing them while maybe killing some of them, you're not leveling civilization. So when they bomb like Hanoi, now granted, these aren't nuclear weapons, these are just regular bombs. Yeah, you may kill some people and you knock down a building, but you're not destroying their way of life. So we found that this was an uphill battle from the beginning. And we launched it with one of the major operations is Operation Rolling Thunder. We decided to bomb North Vietnam because ground forces weren't making much of a difference. The Viet Cong in North Vietnam, which the Viet Cong were guerrilla, like, when I say guerrillas, I mean it's G-U-E-R, not G-O. It's not the animal. It's the basically militia. It's the rebels, the untrained civilians that took to savage ways of fighting. And the Viet Cong had a very extensive like underground tunnel system that they would use to trade. And you can't bomb a tunnel. Like, it's not going to do anything. But Operation Rolling Thunder was meant to bomb over the top because the Vietnamese weren't going to have a very extensive anti-aircraft artillery. But again, these bombs, they don't do a whole lot. And then we found out that Vietnam did have some anti-aircraft artillery. Like, Operation Rolling Thunder was supposed to force the North Vietnamese into a truce, but it didn't have that much impact. We had pilots and planes that were being destroyed and not inflicting as much damage as we'd hoped. And we just keep sending troops over there, and then we send over 500,000, but it just wouldn't have as much of an impact as we thought it would. And then back home, we have a very divided nation. There are groups called hawks and doves. Hawks were people that were in favor of us being in Vietnam. They supported America fighting communism in Southeast Asia. On the flip side, there were doves, more docile. They were pacifists. They were people that didn't think we should be fighting a war that didn't involve us. And they didn't think we should be sacrificing American lives. They opposed the draft. And as the war goes on, there become a lot more doves than hawks. The longer this goes on, the less support for war we have. And it becomes a hugely divisive issue in America. Then the Tet Offensive is launched in '68. And that was a huge turning point. It was a surprise attack by the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. It catches the U.S. by surprise, as well as South Vietnam. And media, we had a lot of correspondence in Vietnam. Like, this was the most publicized war in our history. Like World War II, we had some news people, we had some photographers, and we had some journalists that were, near the action. But we had so much more in Vietnam. So almost everything was being broadcast nightly. And that first night when that Tet Offensive happened, it scared us. And back home, we immediately said, "That's it. We can't compete. If Viet Cong can catch us off guard, then we're toast. We need to get out of there now." Now, it wasn't as heavily publicized that over the next couple weeks, that attack ends up failing horribly for North Vietnam. Like, they get pushed back out of South Vietnam, and they lose 4 times as many people as the U.S. and South Vietnam. Like, it's a strategic and military victory for the U.S. and South Vietnam, but because we'd already been so freaked out at home, it's a huge political victory for North Vietnam. By that point, the people had already basically pressured the government into figuring out ways to pull troops out. If media wasn't present in Vietnam, things may have been different. But alas, it was not. And some examples of what media got. Well, they got a lot of actual experience in the field. They saw a lot of hand-to-hand combat in the jungles. They saw Americans dumping what was known as Agent Orange in the jungles, which is a chemical that rains down, kills all the trees, and burns your skin clean off. Americans tried not to dump that over any kind of civilian population, but it's hard to when a lot of the civilian population lives in the countryside. And then that bottom right image, that's very controversial. On the nightly news, there was a clip, a video of a man holding the gun as a South Vietnamese general. I don't remember his name. But there was a lot of fighting in Saigon, which is the city they were in. And it had been a rough day for South Vietnam. And someone had brought him a Viet Cong prisoner. The man to the right was a member of the Viet Cong. He was taken prisoner, and he was brought to him. And he was told that apparently the prisoner before had, raped and murdered villages and done horrible things, and he was brought to the South Vietnamese general, and right in front of a live camera feed, pulls out his pistol and shoots him. And that gets broadcasted on the nightly news. And that brutality shocked people and made them uneasy and uncomfortable. And from there, Vietnam was not seen as worth fighting. So now our central question: what are hawks and doves? If you give me birds, it's going to be wrong. What are they in the context of war, or specifically the Vietnam War? So, all right, that's it. One more day this week. Again, Zoom at 2. I will see you guys there. Have a good day. Hey guys, welcome back for today's lecture, Monday, May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Okay, now I got that joke out of the way. Now I can really focus. I hope you guys had a nice weekend. Beautiful weather out. I saw quite a few people out on the lake. I went golfing plenty, which was nice. Um, let's see. There will be no Zoom meeting today. Nothing new to add. We'll still have one on Thursday that I do want everyone at. So we'll go on Thursday. Today we're just gonna continue. I want to finish this hopefully this week, hopefully by Friday, and then we can do the take-home test and we'll be finished. So something I want to try, it's a little different, is I don't know how many are watching. Actually, I know how many are watching because I can see the views. But I feel like some kids, and I know I would probably do this if I were in high school, some may just fast forward to the very end of the video to get the essential question and then either look it up or just kind of go through the slides and find the answer. So I'm going to try something a little bit different. And here's going to be our essential question today. Why did OPEC place an oil embargo on the U.S. in 1973? At this moment, you probably don't know what half those words mean, but I will explain them to you and I will give you the answer. So here we go. First, we're going to talk about the space race. Space race was a huge time in our era, extremely important to the growth of the United States. NASA was created in 1958 as a response to the Soviet satellite Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin, which was the first first human being to go into space. He orbited the planet. After that, the U.S. thought, oh, we should probably get something going. Sputnik was launched in 57, so NASA followed shortly. And then throughout NASA's history, we have different programs. These programs were really just goals and then ways to accomplish those goals. And the first program in NASA was called the Mercury program. Mercury program, the goals were pretty basically get a man into space, launch a man into orbit. That was the extent of the Mercury program. And in 1961, we sent the first American into space. His name was Alan Shepard. Shepard launches into space. He doesn't get into Earth's orbit, but he is launched through the atmosphere and comes back down to Earth. So we take what we learned from that experience, the science and the math and everything behind it, and the next year we launch John Glenn, who's the first man to orbit the Earth. Does so in about a day, I believe. An entire trip around the planet, which that spaceship has to be moving pretty quickly. So those were the first two Americans first two to accomplish those goals. So from there, now that I say first Americans to orbit because, like I said, the Soviets actually had the first man in space and they had the first man to orbit Earth. So they're ahead. But this fuels us to continue growing. And in 1961, President John F. Kennedy stated that his goal was by the end of the decade for America to be on the moon. You know, it was another one of his great speeches. You know, I don't know the exact words, but we hope to put man on the moon. We choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And he's got I can't do a Boston accent, but just imagine a very strong New England accent. So the Mercury program ends in either 62 or I guess 62 because that's when its final mission was accomplished. Then another program is launched, and that program is called the Gemini Project. And the Gemini Project was it was a further adaptation. the Gemini project goals were to launch multiple people into space at a time, multiple manned missions. And so they do that, and then they decide to upgrade that to the Apollo program, which the ultimate goal was put man on the moon. Now they can't do that on like Apollo 1, like first mission, you got to take baby steps. You can't, you don't just build a rocket and say, okay, I'm taking this to the moon. Now there's a lot of science and prep that goes into it. And there were some mistakes made. I mean, there were a couple, oh shoot, I can't remember which one it was, Apollo 7 maybe, where the rockets never left the ground because they caught fire, combusted, and killed all the men on board. So after some trial and error, in 1969, at the end of the decade, which was Kennedy's goal, and out of respect for him because of his assassination and people's revering of him, we made that a very strong goal by the end of the decade. So in 1969, Apollo 11 is launched, and it is the first mission that sent man to the moon. Neil Armstrong, it was a three-man mission. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were the two men that stepped out, walked on the moon. The third man, Michael Collins, was still in the shuttle recording, doing data. These photographs are taken. That's a picture of, I believe, Armstrong. Now, there's conspiracy theories about if we really landed on the moon, and they're absolutely ridiculous to me. It's the biggest thing about the conspiracy they talk about, well, there's no air in space, there's no wind, so why would the flag be flailing like it is? Well, they knew there was no air in space and there'd be no wind, and what kind of picture takes a picture of a flag that's totally draped along the flagpole and not even showing what the flag is? Like, wow, what an exciting picture. So they planned on putting a kind of slit at the top of the flag and having a rod run across the top of it. So that way it extends the flag out. And then now you see there's a bit of a wrinkle in the flag that makes it look like it's waving. It's not waving. The rod was supposed to extend, and it got jammed at some point, so it hangs a little crooked. And that's what it's not waving. The flag is still right there. It just has a wrinkle in it. And if you see, you can there's multiple pictures taken over the course of a couple seconds. And not in this specific image, but in others, you could see the astronaut moving towards the flag, but that flag doesn't move at all because it's not waving. It's just sitting there. There's no artificial wind being created. There's no conspiracy, no Hollywood movie theater. This actually happened. Now, they planted the flag and left it there, but they realized they left the flag too close to the ship, because when the boosters kicked on and they launched from the moon, it was powerful enough to knock the flag over. The flags are still, we've been to the moon 3 times total, I believe. No, 3 or 4 times, because there's been 12 people that have walked on the moon. And we've planted a flag each time, and the flags are all still there. Now, we can't see Apollo 11's flag because it fell down. But the flags from Apollo, I think they're Apollo 15 and Apollo 17 that also ended in moon landings. They are still standing, and we have rovers that take pictures, and we've seen pictures of the flags, and they look a little bit worn, more worn than you would think from 40 years of no wind or air. And most of that's just because the heat that may be emitted from their proximity, the moon's proximity to the sun at certain times, being that it orbits around the Earth. So that was the moon landing. And that was the race to the moon. Now, this was all a time where this was the greatest educational revolution in American history. Like, education was never stronger, never more advanced and prevalent than during this time, during this late 50s, early 60s. Because we had a hunger. We were in competition. Competition drives everything. Competition makes us better in every way. You know, we get pushed to improve. Education today is just not quite the same. Like, we made incredible advancements mathematically, scientifically, technologically in such a short span. Think about, we didn't even consider space travel in the early and mid 50s. In 1958, we got scared because of Sputnik. We decided to make a program that would accelerate or drive our want to be in space. And so it pushes us to improve. And in 3 years, we launch a man into space. In 4 years, we launch a man into orbit. In 11 years, we get from the Earth to the moon. And we learned about it. And we use that to further our knowledge and curiosity about space in general. We strived to learn. We strived for intelligence. We wanted to be smart. We wanted to be better. And we created some of the greatest accomplishments and advancements in human history during this time. You know, by conquering ignorance, by defeating it. Kids in school learning math, learning what it is applicable to and why it needs to be known. And they wanted to know it. Like, this is, I'm always in awe studying this era, because there was no accepting second place. There was no accepting mediocrity. We wanted to win. We wanted to be better. And then once the Soviet Union falls, and with it the space and arms race, we get complacent. We think we're already at the top. Why do we need to work hard? We have a powerful economy. Why do I need to strive for a hardworking and possibly high-paying job? Why can't I just settle? And now we fall into this cycle of, generational circumstance, where we think, well, I'm destined to be this because, that's the neighborhood I grew up in, or the community I grew up in. We don't accomplish much. We don't strive for much. Like, these people that accomplish these things were average, normal people. Alan Shepard grew up in a small town and was moderately educated growing up. But he had a thirst for science and learning. And then he uses that to launch himself, no pun intended, into NASA. These are just normal guys that accomplished incredible things. And I just love learning about that. And I think we would be so much better served if we took on that mindset. Not everything's discovered, not everything's learned yet. Strive for it, try to get it. Anyways, that's my tangent. All right, now we move on to President Nixon and his foreign policy of détente. The Secretary of State's Henry Kissinger. Kissinger is he's maybe the most well-known of all the Secretary of States that we'll talk about in this chapter. he was actually born in Germany, and when he was 15 years old, him and his family immigrated to the U.S. to escape the persecution of the Nazis because he was Jewish. He moved in 1938, right at the beginning of the rise of the Nazi Party, and he moves to the U.S. and he joins the military and he rises through political ranks and he becomes President Nixon's Secretary of State. And he pushes across the Nixon Doctrine, which is another presidential ideal of assist allies, but don't take on the entire world's defense. Don't be the watchdog or the neighborhood police. You know, help your friends, but don't stick your nose in everybody's business. That's a direct result of Vietnam. Like, we got in the situation of Vietnam in that pickle because we tried defending the entire world, and that didn't work, obviously. Nixon's foreign policy is highlighted by his visit to China. He's the first American president to ever visit China. And to visit it while they were communist and seemingly an enemy. Like, he turned things around. He saw the Soviets had a break in their relationship with China. China and the Soviet Union had kind of had a split, and Nixon saw this as an opportunity to meld relationships with China. Now, I forgot to mention, détente just by definition means an easing of political tension, you know, trying to calm things down. And that he does that with China first. And he recognizes China. Now, what that means is he recognizes the legitimacy of that government. Before, no U.S. president had ever accepted China as being communist. But now he recognized it, and he recognized the opportunity to work together with China. Now, he does also try and meld a relationship with the Soviet Union and their leader, Leonid Brezhnev. And he visits Moscow, and they create the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, which is SALT I, because there will be a SALT II later on. SALT was an agreement that you cannot continue to build and compile this mass nuclear arms arsenal. You can continue to make nuclear weapons, but you have to get rid of your old ones. Basically, if you want to make a new weapon, you got to melt down the old one. You can't continue to build, like, both the U.S. and the Soviet Union agreed to this. You know, you can't further build it without getting rid of the old stuff. So you can adapt, you can improve, but you can't stockpile. And then there's a real contentious situation in the Middle East in 1973. So here's going to be your answer to the question. Now I'm going to give you a lot of details here. OPEC is an organization. It's the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. If you didn't catch that, you can Google it. But OPEC is the Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. That means countries that sell oil, that have a lot of oil. And those are mostly in the Middle East. Now, OPEC was originally created with 5 countries. 5 countries, I believe: Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. Now, 4 of those are in the Middle East. Venezuela is obviously in South America. But those 5 countries, they're during this boom of oil, like the world becomes so much more reliant on oil. These Middle Eastern countries are mostly Islamic. Well, there's one Middle Eastern country that's not Islamic, and that's Israel. Israel is they practice Judaism. Now, Israel, as we see throughout all of history, is hated by basically everybody but the U.S. So Israel controls a little bit of territory near the Suez Canal, which is in Egypt, and on the other side they border a country called Syria. Well, and by 1973, both Syria and Egypt are in, or at least Egypt is in OPEC. both countries, both Syria and Egypt, decided to invade parts of Israel, or territories that Israel had claimed to, and tried to take them because they were land that Egypt once had, and there was land that Syria once had that they felt that they shouldn't have had taken from them by Israel. The U.S. then airlifts weapons, thousands of pounds or millions of pounds of weapons into Israel for them to use. And this is called the Yom Kippur War, because Yom Kippur is a day of Jewish day of fasting and rest and prayer. So both Egypt and Syria invade, thinking that they would catch them by surprise, and they did. They advance pretty deep into Israel within 3 days. But after those 3 days, and with the help of the U.S., Israel is able to repel both Syria and Egypt. And after, I think, 19 days and 20,000 deaths altogether in 19 days, the U.S. helps broker a peace, and basically nothing changes. Like, the land goes back to how it was before Egypt and Syria invaded. But the OPEC countries were so upset at the U.S. assisting Israel, because those countries didn't like Israel either, that they placed an oil embargo. An oil embargo is basically banning the trade of oil to the U.S. The U.S. had become very reliant on OPEC countries' oil. And now these countries are refusing to sell oil to the U.S. And this embargo takes place from October of 73 to, I think, April of 74. So that is, 7 months? It really hurts the U.S. in terms of, availability of oil. It also makes oil way more expensive around the world. And eventually they lift the embargo because they found out the U.S. is actually a huge buyer of it. Like, these countries didn't have near the market if the U.S. wasn't buying it. And the U.S. could kind of stand on their own. Like, we have plenty of oil here too, but it's more expensive and it's not as easily accessible. So OPEC places an oil embargo on the U.S. because of their support of Israel during the Yom Kippur War. That's a very simple answer there. I know I gave you a ton of info, but I just wanted you to kind of understand that situation. It was very tense because the Soviet Union was supporting Egypt and Syria. So it was another kind of indirect battle between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Ultimately, there's not really a winner or a loser. I guess Israel is technically victorious because they repelled Egypt and Syria at the same time from both sides. But they had to come to an agreement. Later on, they end up giving some of the land that both countries wanted, because the U.S. told them they're going to keep invading you until they get it, and we can't step in to help you every single time. So it's probably best to give a little bit peacefully. And so Israel agrees to do that at the Paris Peace Accord, which I believe we'll talk about a little later. But that is the OPEC's oil embargo. OPEC being the Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries, and oil embargo banning trade to the U.S., banning oil trade to the U.S. So, all right, I went a little long day. I apologize, but I did go on that tangent on education and everything. So we'll stop there, and if you need to go back to the question, go back to it. So, all right, guys. Hey, tune in tomorrow. I appreciate you stopping by. Email me if you have any questions. I posted the essential questions assignment. Just add today's question and answer to it. Don't turn it in yet. We'll add to it throughout the week. So, hey, have a terrific day, everybody. Hey, guys. Welcome back for today's lecture on May 5th. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, Cinco's 5. Okay, had to think that one through. So yesterday we talked about the space race and the Apollo missions. Then we got into Nixon and his visit to China, and OPEC and the Yom Kippur War. So continuing with Nixon today, we're going to get into his Vietnamization plan. Vietnamization was his plan to eventually withdraw the U.S. from the Vietnam War. And so its purpose is to expand, equip, and train the South Vietnamese. They weren't giving up on the war, or they weren't giving up on the fight. They were just taking themselves out of the battle. So they wanted South Vietnam to still stand, but they were in no shape to do so on their own. So they had to train them and grow them, recruit, and then equip them properly. And then slowly we would just kind of phase ourselves out. We would start sending troops back home in small numbers, and then within a few years we would be out completely. And this would not only benefit America, and that people were clamoring for the troops to come home and stop fighting a needless war, but he believed that it would establish peace with honor, meaning that if a stalemate ensues and they decide to stop fighting, then South Vietnam could take pride in the fact that they were able to stand on their own and they didn't just need American help or America to fight for them. So the U.S., before getting completely out, actually before Nixon even steps into office, we'd been chasing the Viet Cong for quite some time in Vietnam. Now remember, the Viet Cong is the rebel guerrilla fighters of North Vietnam. And the Viet Cong was very elusive because they had a very complex system of tunnels and trenches, and they operated through the jungle, which was very difficult to keep tabs on them and pursue. Like, you couldn't just fly a plane over the top and see all their movements. Like, the trees covered basically everything. So we'd gotten reports that the Viet Cong was also working in Cambodia, which neighbors Vietnam to the west. So the U.S. began bombing raids on Cambodia. And here's a fun fact. Cambodia had more bombs dropped on them than any other country in any other war ever. Earlier this chapter, I said that North Korea had more bombs dropped on them than anybody up to that point, and that was true. Cambodia had more bombs dropped on them than North Korea did. And these were carpet bombs. I mean, they're just peppering the jungles of Cambodia. And we're not even at war with Cambodia. We're not even at war with Vietnam. But Cambodia is even less involved. So what does that do? Well, it cripples Cambodia and it drives them into the arms of communism themselves. And in steps a group called the Khmer Rouge and a leader known as Pol Pot, if you remember me talking about him last year, maybe the most evil human being who's ever lived, and he massacred his own people. But that was a direct result of American carpet bombs on Cambodia. Just because there were a few divisions of the Viet Cong possibly hiding in Cambodia. So, seemingly a little unnecessary, you could say. Now, an even worse turn of fate is the My Lai massacre in 1968. This was a massacre that U.S. troops committed against innocent women and children, really all civilians, but, the fact that it includes women and children is the worst part, of South Vietnam. They'd also heard reports that the Viet Cong was littered throughout South Vietnam, and they were recruiting people. And so American troops didn't know who to trust and who to believe, so they go through a town known as My Lai, and they massacre just about everybody in sight. You know, women and children that were praying at church, troops go in, execute them, rape and murder. It was indiscriminate. They killed anybody in sight in that village. Hundreds were taken out. They would, cars would be pulled over to the side of the road, and the people in the vehicles would be killed. There are some pretty horrific images of the massacre taken. And at that point, a lot of it just had to do with the fact that even the American troops were just disillusioned with being at war. They were just sick of it all, and they didn't feel really any sympathy for the civilians. So they kept saying their defense was, well, they thought that these women and children were working for the Viet Cong, and they thought they had hand grenades, and so they felt threatened. It's, to my knowledge, the most disgusting and horrific thing American soldiers have ever done. And we've had our fair share of, terrible actions, but this was up there, and it gets released to the public, and it's just further, further incentive for us to get out of Vietnam. There was a few decent and brave soldiers who went against orders and helped the civilians. A couple helicopter pilots. One of them, I think his name is Hugh Thompson, went against orders and flew his helicopter into the village to try and save survivors and airlift them to safety. He even threatened to open fire against fellow American troops to ensure their safety. And he was originally blacklisted from the military after that. They thought of him as a whistleblower. They thought he was ratting out the military, and he made a lot of enemies when he disclosed that information. But over time, we got more reasonable, and he was given a handful of medals and awards, but he never accepted any of them because he still felt so disgusted from the entire ordeal. Then we get the Pentagon Papers, which Pentagon Papers were leaked government documents that included American plans for the Vietnam War and their actions that maybe weren't common knowledge at the time. And they were leaked on the front page of the New York Times in 1971. So there was the actions in Vietnam and the plans of Vietnam had been being recorded by kind of a government paid historian. All this was possible because everything was being recorded, and a historian was making note of everything going on, and that information was meant to be classified. But it got leaked and ends up on the front page of the paper, and some of the things that it involved or that it mentioned, first of all, was the plan. As the Vietnam War went along, we realized it was going to be near impossible to win, so our plan shifted to avoid defeat and just ensure the containment of communism. The plans for the Vietnam War were set as far back as their mid-50s, back when France was kicked out originally of French Indochina. And from the beginning of the Vietnam War, President Lyndon Johnson had always said that the whole reason for involving ourselves in the Vietnam War was to help a friend in South Vietnam. We thought that was a moral thing to do, and we thought it was a valiant thing to do. But in the Pentagon Papers, it was reported that that wasn't the plan at all, or that wasn't the reason for America's involvement. The reason was to contain China, because we saw China as a major threat, and we wanted to limit their imperialism that we thought they were on the path of. You know, Lyndon Johnson, or JFK and Johnson both considered China a possible imperialist country, much like Japan and Germany in World War II when they grew to power. So this all just further angers the citizens, and it's just another nudge to the government to, hey, get the heck out of Vietnam. You have failed epically in every way. And then this leads to a Supreme Court case, New York Times versus the U.S. The leak specifically was threatened to be charged with the releasing of classified documents, and I don't think it was espionage, but it was some other massive charge. And the Supreme Court sided with the New York Times and said it's freedom of speech, it's freedom of press. You know, these documents were not properly classified and kept safe, so to get into the hands of the public, and the public has the right to know what the government's true intentions are. So no further action was taken against the leak, and it damages the legacies of JFK and Johnson a little bit, at least. Not so much nowadays, but at the time, it dimmed their light a bit. It doesn't really do anything to Nixon, because Nixon wasn't involved in this. He'd only been president for about a year and a half when this is released. So there's nothing really damning about him in there. But it's still not a good look for the president of the United States to have to deal with a leak like this, even if it's not at your expense. 1973, the War Powers Act is passed, and that is a direct counter to the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. If you remember, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution gave the president the power to send troops into conflict without a declaration of war. Well, since that seemingly worked out so well, sarcasm noted, that they decided we better be able to control this and make sure something like this doesn't happen again. So the War Powers Act doesn't take away the president's right to do so, but it requires 48 hours advance notice to Congress, so that Congress can formulate a plan on how to either proceed or how to possibly put a stop to it. And then it also limits the deployment of troops for 60 days. No more than 60 days can troops be deployed without congressional consent. And then on top of that, another 30 days to finish with the withdrawal of soldiers. And that's still enacted today. That's still holds up to this very day. And then the Paris Peace Accords in 1973, when the U.S. finally decides to get the heck out, they meet a meeting in Paris between Ho Chi Minh, which was the head of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which was the name of North Vietnam, and the leader of South Vietnam. His last name is Diem. Or no, not Diem, his successor. I don't remember what his name was. Oh, that was another thing in the Pentagon Papers. We mentioned how we initially put in power the first president of South Vietnam, which was no secret. Everyone knew that. But then the president of South Vietnam in, oh gosh, I don't know what year, before 1971, obviously, he was assassinated. He was overthrown by his own people and replaced. Well, in the Pentagon Papers, we mentioned that we were the ones that ordered that assassination. So we ordered the assassination of a person we put in power ourselves, showing ultimate buyer's remorse. So anyway, sorry, I forgot to mention that. That was another thing that we weren't happy about. But at Paris, those two countries' leaders and Nixon all meet, and we come up with a plan, stay divided, stay out of each other's hair. The United States is getting the heck out of here. And so they sign a ceasefire. This is like a truce. It's not a treaty. There haven't been rules and stuff established yet. It's just a ceasefire until a treaty can be written. And that ceasefire was in effect for less than a day before North Vietnam and South Vietnam continued fighting each other. Now we move on to President Gerald Ford and détente. If I was still able to have President's Day, we'd talk about why Ford takes over randomly in 1974. Well, it's because President Nixon got involved in a huge scandal and was forced to resign. He's about to become the only president to be forcibly removed from office. He was impeached. He was the second president to be impeached, and he was going to be the first one found guilty and forced out of office. But he decided to kind of save face and just voluntarily step down. And so his vice president, Gerald Ford, steps in and finishes the term. And here we have the Helsinki Accords, which Helsinki is in Finland. It was a meeting with the U.S. and really almost all of Europe, and including Eastern Europe, as well as the Soviet Union, talking about how they can ease Cold War tensions and how they can ease tension in Eastern Europe, because it was starting to brew. Eastern Europeans were getting a little tired of the failures of communism and the oppressive rule of the Soviet Union. So the U.S. meets with all those countries and they come to some agreements. It's really not a big event. Nothing really changes, but it's one of the first establishments of Ford's foreign policy. And a further change in the SALT Treaty, the first one, the Soviets accused the U.S. of possibly violating it in the mid-70s, proved not to be true, but there were some amendments made. Oh my goodness. There were some amendments made to the treaty. Nothing major, but and then we have the fall of Saigon. Saigon was the capital city of South Vietnam, most important strategic city, and the U.S. was in the process of evacuating all the people there. Now they've evacuated almost all the soldiers. There were still diplomats and government employees that were still in Vietnam. On April 29th, North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong launched an invasion into South Vietnam, and they reached Saigon. And that picture there at the bottom is a picture of Operation Frequent Wind, which was an emergency exit for all the American and endangered South Vietnamese citizens. On that day, through helicopter, 7,000 people were airlifted out of Saigon and airlifted out of Vietnam altogether. You know, we even took South Vietnamese civilians that did not want to be in communist rule, at least that were in Saigon. So, yeah, 7,000 people through, I don't know how many helicopters, but they're all done through helicopter. I don't know if you've seen a helicopter. They're not terribly big. I couldn't even guess as to how many people you could fit in there. I would think minus pilot, co-pilot, you could probably squeeze no more than 15 or 20 in a helicopter. That'd be purely a guess, though. I could be dead wrong. And so 7,000 in less than 2 days. It's a lot of helicopter flights while war is going on below you, while the North Vietnamese are moving into the city. Saigon falls, and they rename the city of Saigon Ho Chi Minh City. And I think today it is still the most populated city in Vietnam. But that ultimately unifies Vietnam. Today, Vietnam is a unified country. There's no North and South. It's just one Vietnam, and they are still under a communist government. So that is the result of that. So those thousands of American soldiers' lives that were lost, the South Vietnamese civilians' lives that were lost, both due to American troops and North Vietnamese troops, was basically all for naught, because South Vietnam ends up becoming communist anyways. So for some reason, American revisionists like to claim we're undefeated in warfare, and it's not true at all. Some argue we lost the War of 1812. I'm not one of those. The War of 1812, we didn't win. It was more of a stalemate, and the British just got tired of fighting, so things went back to the way they were before. But I wouldn't say we won the Korean War. I think that was another stalemate. But we for sure lost Vietnam. And the only way you could say we haven't lost a war is if you tried to make a case that Vietnam wasn't a war because we never declared. But I think that's a cheap way out. It was a conflict that we got full-fledged involved in, and we failed. Our initiative was to keep Vietnam from being communist. And what was the result of the Vietnam War? Vietnam unifies as a communist country. Failed objective. Lost war. And I'm not trashing on the U.S. I mean, we have a pretty decent record as far as conflict goes, but that is not one of our prouder moments. Our prouder moments include our rebound from Pearl Harbor and our victory in World Wars I and II, but this is not one of them. So that takes us to the essential question. What were the Pentagon Papers? Simple enough. I think you guys can handle it. I did talk quite a bit, and I apologize, but that was something I really wanted to get covered. We're going to finish this week one way or the other. I'm going to get through it, and then we'll still have a Zoom meeting on Thursday, and I'll clear everything up then, and we'll be good to go. So if you guys have any further questions, please reach out, and I will see you or talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Hey guys, welcome back for today's lecture on Wednesday, May 6th. We're gonna get pretty close. I think we'll probably wrap things up either tomorrow or Friday on the chapter, but today we're gonna pick up following the short presidential term of Gerald Ford. We now get a new Democratic president, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is known for his stance on human rights and his peaceful approach to diplomacy. So early on in his presidency in 1977, the U.S. and Panama agree to transfer the control and responsibility of the Panama Canal from the United States to Panama. In 1903, when the canal was built, the U.S. assumed all power and responsibility with it because they were the ones that funded it and paid for it to be built. Panama wanted to seize control of it, and they said if the U.S. didn't agree to do it diplomatically, then they would do what Egypt essentially did in 1957 with the Suez Canal. They said they would nationalize it and take it by force. So the U.S. felt, well, better to do so peacefully and agree to sign it over. And the treaty planned for a slow transition into Panamanian control. And by December 31st of 1999, the Panama Canal would be in Panama's hands. And so that's how that happened. At the end of 1999, Panama assumed all power over the canal. The U.S. still got plenty of use, or still gets plenty of use out of it and benefits from it. And a big reason why the U.S. agreed to transfer it over was because Panama was in extreme debt to the U.S. and they were continuously running up debt, and they didn't have a way to bring in a big amount of income to pay that off. Well, they would bring in income with the Panama Canal. So the canal they would then use to pay off their debt to the U.S. Then we had the Camp David Accords in 1978. It was a meeting between Carter and I think it was Prime Minister of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, and Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Now, Egypt and Israel had been at odds for quite some time. We talked about the other day when Egypt and Syria both invaded Israel to gain back land that Israel took from them in the 60s. But the two governments wanted to come to an agreement of peace, and they wanted to settle some of the tensions that were building between the Arab world and the Jewish Israelites. So this is done in a place named Camp David. Camp David is the wooded and country retreat for the President of the United States. It's out in the country somewhere in Maryland. It's just a cabin, or a really fancy extension of cabins, I guess. And for 13 days, Sadat, Begin, and Carter sat in this cabin and they negotiated, and it was contentious, it was heated, and it didn't look like anything would get done. But Carter was extremely fixated on getting this deal done. He was not going to let either man leave without a peaceful agreement. And so they essentially came to an agreement. Israel would return some of the land back to Egypt and Palestine and Syria. In return, they would get free use of the Suez Canal in Egypt, and they would be guaranteed peace from Egypt, which at the time, Egypt was the most powerful Arabic country in the world and in the Middle East. So getting a guarantee of peace from them was huge to Israel's state of affairs. Now, what this does is it makes the rest of the Arab world mad. The rest of the Arabic countries don't like Egypt doing business for them. They said, you can sign peace with Israel all you want, but the fact that you try to do it on behalf of us is not okay. And Egypt is actually suspended from the Arab World League, which was their alliance, like their version of NATO. And since then, Egypt's power as an Arabic nation has lessened. Now, SALT II happens in 1979. That builds on the first Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty and basically gets rid of all new nuclear missiles. Before, it said SALT 1 said that if you wanted to make new ones, then you had to get rid of old ones. Well, now we found that doesn't really limit anything, so we better just go ahead and cut off all intermediate missiles that can be launched against us. And both countries agree to that. Then Soviet Union invades Afghanistan and fights against the Mujahideen, which was the rebel groups of Afghanistan that were trying to kick out a communist leader. And of course, Soviet Union is going to step in to try and help the communist leader because that's what they stand for. And they fight the Mujahideen for about 9-10 years, and they never end up winning. Like, they eventually just get so broke. They get so broke that they are forced to leave without victory, and this becomes known as the Soviet Union's version of Vietnam. You know, the U.S. fought in Vietnam, thought it'd be an easy victory, and then it ends up just being a drain, and they leave, and their objective is defeated. Well, that's exactly what happened to the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. And the U.S. provides some assistance to the Mujahideen rebels, not military necessarily, but like selling them weapons and stuff. And so we basically put the new leaders of Afghanistan in power. Fun fact, the leader of the Mujahideen that we were assisting, his name was Osama bin Laden. So we did at one time assist Osama bin Laden in rising to power. And because of worldwide disdain for the Soviets invading Afghanistan, that following year, 1980, when the Soviet Union hosted the Summer Olympics, 66 countries boycotted, including the U.S., meaning they didn't go. Only 80 countries participated, which is way lower than usual. And then, fun fact, the following Summer Olympics in 1984 was held in Los Angeles. So guess who boycotted those Olympics? The Soviet Union and almost all of the Eastern European countries, and then the other communist countries around the world. It was just a big diplomatic mess. Speaking of diplomatic messes, we have the Iranian Revolution. Iran was, in the early and mid 70s, they're ruled by the Shah, which was kind of an oppressive leader, but he had a good relationship with the U.S. He was a very strong American ally. Well, he's kicked out. There's a coup d'etat against him, and he's replaced by a man named Ayatollah Khomeini. Ayatollah Khomeini is a very strict, I believe, Shiite Muslim. Like, very strict to the core, follows the Quran very, very closely. And he leads a revolution, and Iran becomes a very disciplined and strict, or more disciplined and strict Muslim nation. Now, Ayatollah Khomeini hates the West. He hates the modern and industrialized world. He hates the United States, everything they stand for. Basically anything that was Christian related, he hated. The Shah was exiled, or he escapes, I guess. He escapes from Iran before he can face any kind of punishment. And he goes to the U.S. because he's diagnosed with cancer. And Ayatollah finds out that he's in the U.S., and he demands that the U.S. return the Shah so he could stand trial for his crimes against the Iranian people. And the U.S. refuses to do that because they have no diplomatic ties to Iran now, and they're not going to serve someone up just to see them be stoned to death or whatever his method of execution was going to be. So they don't do it. Well, they see that, Ayatollah sees that as the U.S. accepting the Shah's abuses to the Iranian people. So he decides to take revenge and a group of Iranian revolutionaries stormed the U.S. embassy in Tehran, which is the capital of Iran, and they kidnap and take hostage 52 American diplomats and citizens, which is that picture down at the bottom right or bottom center. And they are held hostage for 444 days. That is well over a year. Imagine being held hostage in a foreign country for over a year. Now, they're eventually returned in 1980, I think, when Iraq invades Iran and Ayatollah decides he's got to come to some. He's got to, try and salvage this. So all 52 of the hostages are returned safely, but the U.S. ends up assisting Iraq in their war against Iran, which takes place for about 8 or 9 years, and it's deadly and brutal, and nothing changes. Like no territory was changed. They invaded Iran, got land. Iran countered, got land, got into Iraq, took land, and then Iraq pushed them back. Finally, they signed a ceasefire. But this is a huge mess, and we'll talk a little bit about it tomorrow. But the U.S. actually sold weapons to both Iraq and Iran. Like, they helped both sides. They helped Iraq more, and they helped strengthen Iraq's power in the Arab world. By the way, anyone want to take a guess at who the leader of Iraq was that we assisted? Saddam Hussein. America's two greatest enemies of the last 20, 25 years were two men that were given money and weapons by the U.S. in Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein. We chose to back them to fight against past enemies, and then they ended up turning into enemies of our own. And we knew they would. Like, they never even pretended to be allies with us. They just accepted our money and weapons. Like, we were like, hey, take these weapons to fight our enemies. And they're like, all right, cool, we'll do that. We still hate you. And we said, oh, I'm sure you guys will warm up to us later. And they're like, no, I doubt it. We'll probably hate you forever. And we'll probably be at war. And we said, don't worry about that now. And then what happens? Bin Laden leads Al-Qaeda, and they perpetrate the attacks on 9/11, and then, we go to war in Iraq and depose of Hussein. Anyways, that's just further mistakes we've made in our past. Now we get to President Ronald Reagan and his concept of rollback, which was trying to make peace for past issues and mistakes. He creates the Reagan Doctrine, which was his plan to provide support for any movements against communism. So we're not going to start anything against communism, but if countries want to fight it, they want to roll back on it, like in Eastern Europe, then we can help them. And it establishes his peace through strength, basically intimidating the America's enemies not to do anything foolish. Operation Cyclone, which is a specific operation to support bin Laden and the Mujahideen rebels in Afghanistan, which at the time we saw as a success, but later on bites us in the keister. Lebanon in 1983. The Lebanese Civil War was going on. Lebanon's a tiny little country in Western Asia, borders Israel and Syria. They were going through a civil war with I guess you could call them extreme Islamists, trying to overthrow the more Christian tolerant government. And so UN soldiers were trying to be peacekeepers, and Syrian Islamists bombed one of the UN camps in Lebanon, killing 241 American peacekeepers, which we saw as an act of war. Now, the U.S. doesn't go to war, but they do condemn Syria and place sanctions on them. And then Grenada, small island, kind of in the Caribbean. It's about 100 miles north of Venezuela. They had a communist government, or they had a communist overthrow, so they installed a communist government. And then there was just a lot of violence that ensued. And Grenada had about 100 American med school students there. They were performing some kind of med school course. And so when violence erupts, President Reagan says that he needs to protect American interests and American people in Grenada. So Operation Urgent Fury is an American first bombing campaign and then overthrow of the communist government in Grenada. Around the world, it's met with some disdain. People thought that America overstepped its boundaries, but most Grenadian citizens appreciated it. They wanted it. They wanted a government that would be democratic and give them a voice, and they were pleased by the fact that the American bombardment and overthrow resulted in very few civilian casualties. So overall, it was a success, and Grenada has been democratic ever since. And then we have the Libya bombings. Libya had been another enemy of the U.S. for years because of Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi was another Islamist who wanted to rise to power in the Arab region. He bombed a disco in West Berlin because it was a popular hangout place for American troops that were in West Berlin. And so America retaliates by bombing Libya. Nothing major comes out of it, like it doesn't turn into full-scale war, but it does hamper Libya in basically stopping them from doing anything rash immediately, but it does motivate Gaddafi to build an empire against the U.S., which he takes a few years, but he does end up causing a problem later on. Now, our essential question, what was the Camp David Accords? Real simple. Who was there? What was it for? What did it do? I know today went a little long. I apologize. I'm trying to finish this. But that'll be it. We have a Zoom meeting tomorrow. I want everybody there. at 2 p.m. Everybody there, I'm going to give you a rundown what the official plan is for the last 4 or 5 days of the school year, and we will be good to go. I appreciate you guys listening in. Have a terrific day. Hey guys, welcome back for today's lecture on May 7th, Thursday. Today we're going to cover some of the craziest events in the last 40, 50 years in our nation's history. Some huge scandals that are unlike any other. So yesterday we talked about the Camp David Accords with Israel and Egypt, and then we talked about the Iranian Revolution and the Iranian hostage crisis. And I talked a little bit already yesterday about the Iran-Iraq war. But today we're going to start with that. So to go over it quickly again, Iran had at that point established themselves as the most powerful country in the Arab world. It was Egypt, but then Egypt falls out of favor because, they make the rest of the Arab world mad when they try speaking for the rest of them at the Camp David Accords. So Iran rises to power with Ayatollah Khomeini. Then the U.S. places all these sanctions on Iran after, they overthrow the American-favored government and then take 54 or 55 hostages. So we place all these embargoes and trade bans on them. So Iraq sees this as a chance for themselves to crawl up and knock off the powerful Arab country and become top dog themselves. So they invade Iran. And it's a back and forth battle for the next 8-9 years that neither side wins. And the U.S. originally sells weapons and helps Iraq. Now, the U.S. didn't have any ties to Iraq. We had no diplomatic affairs or relationships with them, but we really despised Iran, so we're like, we'll help their enemy. And in doing so, we helped Saddam Hussein. But over time, we started to realize, hey, this Saddam Hussein guy sucks too. We don't like him either. And there are American diplomats that were quoted as saying, like, it's a shame they can't both lose. Like, that's just how we felt watching this unfold. And the U.S. ends up actually selling weapons to both sides over the course of this war. And that seems strange and maybe like a conflict of interest, but again, it wasn't really interest at all. We didn't really care too much either way by the end of the war who won. We just saw it as an economic opportunity. Now, there was more to it than that. There was more than just an economic opportunity, and I'll talk about that here in a moment. But first, let's shift into Central America with the country of Nicaragua. You're going to think, wow, that's clear on the other side of the globe. That surely has nothing to do with Iran or Iraq. Well, you're wrong. So Nicaragua had I don't know what you call it. It was a dynasty in power. It was almost like a monarch, but they didn't call themselves kings. But it was a family that had ruled Nicaragua for the last 50, 60 years, called the Somozas. Well, the Somozas, while they had a decent relationship with America, like they were, for the most part, capitalist, and we enjoyed trade with them, they were sneaky, dirty people. They murdered, tortured, arrested a lot of people for unjustified reasons and committed terrible offenses. Even when an earthquake of like a 6.2 magnitude, which is very, very big, hits their capital city and destroys it, all this international aid and money comes in, and the Somoza government like pockets it. Like they were swindling money, and it was just a bad deal all around. And finally, by the end of it, like the people had gotten so sick of it, there were some uprisings. Finally, the Jimmy Carter administration, even they said, look, we can't back you now. We're cutting ties. We can't back a government that's as hated and disgusting as you guys are. So when they cut ties, a rebel group in Nicaragua known as the Sandinistas rises to power. The Sandinistas are a leftist Marxist group, meaning they had communist backgrounds. Now, they were actually more socialist necessarily, but we really didn't care. We didn't like either of those things. They were followers of Cuba, Castro specifically. And so the Sandinistas rise to power. They execute the Somoza head of government and then rise to power themselves. And a rebel group against them rises out of this called the Contras, which is short for Contra Revolucionaries. I can't speak Hispanic, which just means counter-revolutionary. So they were countering the original revolution. Now the Contras didn't support Marxism or communism or socialism, any of that. And the U.S. is like, hey, we like you guys. That sounds great. We're fighting the same fight. So the U.S. helps the Contras. Like they send them weapons and money. But the Contras are not good people. They committed atrocities, rape and murder and intimidation. Now, the Sandinistas were doing similar things too. They were no angel government. But the U.S., when choosing between two evils, chooses the non-socialist one, as always. Well, the people back in America didn't support this. They said, we need to stop getting involved in other people's business, especially when it's a no-win situation, such as it was in Nicaragua. Like, neither of these governments are fit to lead the people, and it's not our business anyways. So then government follows suit, and the Boland Amendment is passed in 1985, which just says that the U.S. cannot directly assist the Contras in defeating the Sandinistas. We cannot give them money. So you would think, event over, no more worrying about the Contras, whatever happens down there happens. Well, you're wrong. Instead, President Reagan. Reagan was a very right-wing conservative, very anti-communism. And the people that he put in power in his cabinet were very well the same way. Well, this starts the Iran-Contra affair. So somehow we managed to tie Iran and Nicaragua together. And how we do this is after the Boland Amendment, where we couldn't just openly send money and weapons to the Contras. We decided, well, we can't send money on the books. So it has to be basically unmarked money, money that that no one would know we would have. And when I say we, I mean like the people or, American government accountants, maybe budget balancers, have you. So what we do is we decide, hey, let's take some of the money that we're making by dealing weapons in the Iran-Iraq war. We thought, well, everything we're selling Iraq is government mandated, like we were supporting Iraq, so everything that all the money we got back from Iraq for those weapons, we were, reporting in our own government checkbook, basically. But we could secretly and illegally sell weapons to Iran and then use that money to fund the Contras. It would never be recorded. It wouldn't be in our checkbook. That theory in economics is known as fraud. I believe specifically wire fraud. Basically, moving money that is not accounted for in any kind of account. But we knew, well, we hate Iran, so we can't just tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, you guys want to buy these guns? So we decided, hey, let's find a somewhat common ally. Well, Israel wasn't currently at war with Iran, so we thought, here's an idea. How about we sell weapons to Israel? Israel then sells those weapons to Iran, and then Iran gives the money to Israel, and then Israel gives the money to us. That way, if it does go on the books, it's just a loan to our friendly ally, Israel. No one would bat an eye at it. So that's what happens. Selling weapons to Iran, and taking that money, not accounting for it at all, and sending it to the Contras, which not only violated the law, it violated an amendment. It violated the Boland Amendment. Like, we put a rule in the book specifically to stop funding the Contras, and we went around it. Now, the person in charge of this was Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who was very high up in President Reagan's cabinet and very trusted by Reagan. When this affair comes to the public, people are appalled and upset. And Oliver North takes all the blame. Reagan doesn't get, he claims ignorance. He claims he did not know that was going on. And there's never been any direct proof that he did. So he maintained ignorance. So in this case, Reagan at worst was openly breaking the law. At best, he didn't have enough power or control on his own support staff that they were going rogue and doing things that he didn't allow. And Reagan's he's a controversial figure. In conservative areas, he's loved. Like, Kansas is a big Reagan state. My parents absolutely adore Ronald Reagan. I could see why. If you listen to Ronald Reagan talk for a couple minutes, like, he is a very likable individual. He is hilarious. If you have time, YouTube Reagan jokes, because he is absolutely hysterical, to me anyways, in a goofy grandpa kind of way. But he had some controversy with him. Like, liberals do not like him, Democrats do not like him. He was very conservative. But this is probably the biggest stain on his record as president, is the Iran-Contra affair. So now we get back to the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Reagan labels the Soviet Union as the evil empire. He tries to install a defense system known as a strategic defense system, and it becomes known as Star Wars, and for two reasons. One, because the actual plan itself was, in order to possibly eliminate a threat of being hit by a Soviet nuclear missile, we were going to put satellites up in, not satellites, sorry, lasers up in space that would sense when a missile was shot off, and the lasers would just shoot these missiles as soon as they left the ground, meaning they would detonate and explode over the Soviet Union and not over the US. So it was, now we're taking war, nuclear war specifically, into space. So we call it Star Wars. Also, this idea comes out like right after the first Star Wars movie, so it was a big hit and it was fresh in people's minds. But the second reason we called it Star Wars was because, like the movie, this was not realistic whatsoever. Like, this was a dream. This was a crazy dream type thing. At the time, we were 14 years removed from landing on the moon, and we thought the possibilities were endless. So I could kind of understand, like, dreaming big. But looking back on it, it was a ridiculous plan. Like, it was never going to happen. But yeah, that was Star Wars, was the plan to put lasers up into space to shoot out any missiles that might be launched. Now, tension starts to increase throughout Soviet Union, Eastern Russia, and then Berlin specifically. Ronald Reagan makes a trip to West Berlin, and he gives a speech right next to the wall at the Brandenburg Gate, which was the main opening of the gate, which it hadn't been open in a long time. But he gives a speech, and it's a really good speech, but his most famous quote is he tells the Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And the crowd roars, and there's people on the other side of the wall in East Berlin that hear the message, that cheer. And Gorbachev eventually listens. Now, Gorbachev is, we talked a little bit last year about him. He's so different from every other Soviet leader. He is very calm, understanding, sympathetic, and he sees the need for reforms because, as you see with communism, after 60 years, which is what the Soviet Union was going on, communism starts to break down. When you run out of money in the economy, and communism doesn't make money, when you run out of money, you are screwed. So Gorbachev tries to reform not just the government, but also, or not just the economy, but also the government and the social atmosphere in the Soviet Union. So economically, he introduces the concept of perestroika, which was gradual capitalist reforms. He was going to take some of the economic power away from the government and place it back into the people's hands. Not all. He wasn't going to just flip completely and go capitalist, but he was going to slowly transition that way. And then he was going to implement glasnost, which just means openness. He was going to take off so much of the oppression, so much of the silence that had been forced on the people. You know, he was going to give freedom of press. He was going to give freedom of media, freedom of speech, something that the Soviets hadn't had. And when that happens, you're going to see people use it. You're going to see people criticize. And you're probably, after this long of the Soviet Union struggling, you're probably going to see the people rise up and go against you. And that's ultimately what ends up happening. But Gorbachev and Reagan are actually, or become good friends after this. They're actually kind of during it. Like, no American and Soviet leaders were anything even close to as friendly with each other as Reagan and Gorbachev. I think 20 years before, with Khrushchev and Kennedy and how they hated each other. And now look at Gorbachev and Reagan. Friendly. Like, I think they even played golf together after their terms as leaders, like in the 90s. Yeah, that's where we're headed. We are headed to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So today's essential question, what was the Iran-Contra affair? I know I talked about it quite a bit and maybe it got complicated. You could be as simple as you can if you understand it. I hope I explained it well enough. I understand if I didn't because it's just such a complex thing. But if you can manage to try and keep it simple, who was involved, what was traded, and with what, um, that should work. So before I forget, we have a Zoom meeting today at 2 o'clock, and then we will finish the lecture tomorrow. We'll finish the lecture. You'll turn in your essential questions, and then I'll probably assign the study guide tomorrow, so you can start on it if you want. And then the study guide and the take-home test both will be assigned. The take-home test I'll assign Friday. They will both be due on Wednesday. So I'll give you the whole weekend and then the first 3 or 2.5 days of next week to do it. I really strongly recommend you not put it off. I recommend you try and get those done in a timely fashion. And then you can focus on other classes, or if you're done, you're done. But that's going to be our plan. But I'll talk about that tomorrow more in the Zoom meeting that I do want everybody at. So with that, I think we're good to go. Thanks for tuning in, guys and gals, and have a terrific day. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our final lecture. We finally have made it. We got one more day. This is the one more day. So let's just get into it. This is for Friday, May 8th. We are starting with a new president, George H.W. Bush, George Herbert Walker. He's known as Bush 41 because his son was Bush number 43. That's the number of president they were. He was Reagan's vice president. He was, before that, the director of the CIA. So he's got quite a bit of diplomatic experience. And he's quite knowledgeable. And he basically he uses the positive momentum from the Reagan years to coast to victory in '88. I don't want to say he rode Reagan's coattails, but Reagan was very popular in a lot of places in the U.S. after his 2 terms. And so when his former running mate and vice president decided to run for president, people just thought, well, keep the good times rolling, and they rode with George H.W. Bush. Now, Bush wasn't a bad president, but he had his struggles, and he's been villainized for quite a few things that happened during his time. But during his time is officially when the Berlin Wall falls. So he takes over in '89, the Berlin Wall comes down, and Germany is reunified in 1990. No more East and West Germany, now it's reunified Germany. Poland sees the fruits of their solidarity movement, their unionization and decentralization of the government. So people's rights, basically. And Poland is allowed to gain its further freedom from the Soviet Union. And then when that happens, the rest of Eastern Europe starts to distance itself from the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union just falls apart. Now, I mentioned this in world history last year, but Mikhail Gorbachev wins a Nobel Prize because he lets it fall apart peacefully. He doesn't try and latch on and unleash the military and try and hold on to what he has left. He lets it fall apart peacefully. He lets the people choose how they want to be ruled. If they want to be a democratic nation, he lets those people choose that. And a lot of Russian people don't like him because of it. Because Russians, like some Americans, place their own pride ahead of just about anything else. And the world's view of them is very important. And so when the Soviet Union falls apart, some Russian people think the world sees them as weak, and they blame Gorbachev. Gorbachev's still alive today, and he's still a controversial person in Russia. Now, as time has gone on, people's opinions of him have improved, but he was seen almost like a hero everywhere but his home Russia. But today, he's still looked at kind of skeptically by his own people. Then we have START, which was the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. This was probably the strictest and most limiting arms treaty. They had to get rid of both the U.S. and the Soviet Union had to get rid of 6,000 nuclear missiles, which was a ton. And then START 2 negotiations began in '93, but it doesn't actually follow through. It was just further reductions. They're planned for further reductions, but they don't end up coming to fruition. Now, there's an incident in 1989 in Tiananmen Square, which Tiananmen Square is in Beijing. It's one of the largest town squares in the world. It's actually the site where Mao Zedong declared the People's Republic of China, which is, the communist rule of China. Well, there had been a lot of protests and a lot of people clamoring for more domestic freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of democracy, and all that. And there were protests, and finally the government decides to declare martial law, which when you declare martial law, it does things like, it's just a heightened state of awareness. It enlists a curfew for everybody. It has military personnel basically walking the streets with guns, making sure you don't do anything wrong. It places double penalties on any kind of crime. It's a very nerve-wracking, intense situation. And when the government sends the military in to break the protests, things turn violent. And civilians and peaceful protesters are shot and killed by assault rifles and even tanks. And the numbers on deaths aren't well known because China didn't release any of those figures, but people estimate anywhere from hundreds to possibly even thousands of civilians died as a result of it. And the rest of the world condemns China and places or embargoes on them and penalties and stuff, but it doesn't actually get them to shift out of their oppressive ways. In fact, it just ups their oppression. They re-upped their media limitations, which still exist today. So after Germany reunifies Soviet republics, the countries that were around before the Soviet Union swallowed them up, basically. They begin to seek their independence also. Like Yugoslavia breaks up because it was just the conglomeration of a bunch of different countries. And the countries that came out of Yugoslavia were Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, Macedonia, a bunch of those really small Balkan countries regain their independence, and Yugoslavia is no more. Same with Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia is divided into Czech Republic and the Republic of Slovakia, and then the rest of Eastern Europe gets to reestablish its own non-communist government. So 91, the Cold War officially ends because the Soviet Union is no more, and if you're going to have any kind of war, whether violent or diplomatic, you have to have an enemy, and there wasn't one anymore. I mean, Russia technically was pretty similar to the Soviet Union, but they were no longer communist either. Like they turned into a somewhat of a democratic republic. So that was the end of that, but that doesn't mean it's the end of conflict. So I'll move that down. Bush 41 still runs into some conflict, starting with South in Latin America. Operation Just Cause. We wanted to expel a former ally. Manuel Noriega was the leader of Panama, but he started to go rogue on us, and he was heavily involved in drug trafficking. He was actually an informant for the CIA back in the day, so he and H.W. Bush had really close connection, being that Bush was the head of the CIA at the time. But Noriega starts to distance himself, and him and the U.S. become at odds. So then he starts leading these civil rights abuses, or abuses of humanity on his own people. So we launch an invasion and arrest Noriega, take him back to the U.S. He serves. He gets sentenced to like 30 years in jail, where he dies in jail. And we put in a different government. Now, that government wasn't necessarily friendly with us. We did some damage when we invaded Panama. Maybe 1,000 or 2,000 civilians were killed, and they had to start from scratch because Noriega was so corrupt that he basically ruined their economy. So Panama didn't like us for a while. Now, we weren't enemies, but they were pretty cold. Then I'll go to the bottom one first there. Operation Restore Hope. Somalia, which is in Africa. Somalia was going through some really rough times as the country was up in arms. There were multiple warlords that were fighting for power, and the people were really struggling. Like, it was one of the most dire places in the world, and the civilians were just absolutely starving and disease-ridden. So we tried sending humanitarian help, like clean food, medicine, clean water, through the United Nations. And some of the warlords took that as an act of aggression, and some peacekeepers, some United Nations peacekeepers, were killed. And so the U.S. decided to send Marines in to protect the peacekeepers. This doesn't turn into a conflict, actually. It's really just a operation to protect the people that were sending humanitarian aid to Somalia. And it continues for a few years because it is successful. We're able to get supplies into the citizens that desperately needed it. And since then, that's kind of been a model for how we approach humanitarian aid to other countries in Africa. Like recently, a dire situation has been founded in Sudan and South Sudan, and we've also been escorting peacekeepers and humanitarian aid in with military because it worked so well in the early 90s. Then we come to Operation Desert Storm. So how this happens is Iraq is still Iraq emerges from the Iran-Iraq War as probably the more powerful Arab country than Iran. They were less damaged after that, and they were kind of power hungry, specifically Saddam Hussein, who we helped. So Iraq invades a little country there just on the southeast border of Iraq. They invade Kuwait. Kuwait is known for its oil, and the U.S. had a good relationship with Kuwait, and so we got to use their oil quite a bit. They invade Kuwait, and then in doing so, they show aggression towards their southern neighbor, Saudi Arabia. Guess what Saudi Arabia has a lot of? Oil. And Saudi Arabia was probably our greatest ally of the Arab countries. So when they invade Kuwait and then threaten invasion on Saudi Arabia, we see this as a reason to step in and help. Now, we decided we don't want to get caught doing this alone again. So the U.S. creates a 35-country coalition against Iraq. So it's Iraq against 35 countries. Now, it was nothing more than just selling some weapons or giving some soldiers. The U.S. was about 60% of the soldier strength. But after, I think the whole thing takes about 5-6 months. And Operation Desert Storm is the attack on Iraqi forces in Kuwait, and they are pushed back. The Iraqi soldiers are pushed back into Iraq, and Kuwait is liberated, so Kuwait retains its independence. And then the U.S. decides to push back into Iraq a little bit, but they decide not to pursue because they think it could get messy. And then, then Iraq's up for grabs, and who knows what happens. So nothing's really changed a whole lot. Saddam Hussein is allowed to maintain power in Iraq. People at the time criticized the coalition for not going into Baghdad and expelling or possibly killing Saddam. But again, the U.S. thought that would just cause even more trouble. Eventually, we decided to do just that. About 12 years later, we go into Iraq with all our might, dispel of Saddam Hussein. And those fears that we had in 91 about what might happen if we kick Hussein out, they were right, because that's exactly what happened. Iraq's still up for grabs. Like, it's an absolute mess there, still to this day, because of what happened in 03. And I'm not saying we should have Saddam should have kept his post, but it has not been a smooth transition. And ironically, the president that ordered the second go-around with Iraq was Bush 43, George H.W. Bush's son. But Operation Desert Storm is a huge risk because Iraq had nuclear weapons. They got them from both the U.S. and the Soviet Union during the Iran-Iraq War. So there's a chance that this could have turned nuclear. Luckily, it didn't, but it very well could have. And Operation Desert Storm is the only other time, besides the Cuban Missile Crisis, that the U.S. has been on DEFCON level 2, and it's because of that nuclear possibility. It was very high stakes. So that was Operation Desert Storm. And that was the chapter. Now, the final essential question doesn't have to do necessarily with today's specific notes. but it's something I realized it's on the take-home test. It's a short answer. And I thought it'd be good to get you guys familiar with this. Name 3 Cold War conflicts between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Now, when I say Cold War conflicts, they can be military, like actual battle, or they can be diplomatic conflicts. I don't want to give you a bunch of answers, but things like the building of nuclear weapons against each other. There's a better name for that, but I don't want to say it because it'll be the answer. Or, the creation of NASA, what that was in response to. I mean, those weren't armed conflicts, but they were still conflicts of a type against each other. And then you have 2 pretty major wars that we fought on opposite sides, and I do not mean World War I and World War II. Do not include that. Those are right in no way. There's a handful. I can think of probably 5 or 6 off the top of my head. But if you're still unsure what I'm asking for, email me. I don't want to just give away answers. I'll try and help out. But that is the end of this chapter. If I had more time, I'd talk about Rwanda, even though it's not a Cold War issue, but it's something that happened in the 90s that was extremely important that never gets talked about, or at least not as much as I think it should. So, but if you're curious, Google Rwandan genocide. It's pretty crazy. I appreciate you guys tuning in and listening, and those of you that have done it every day and taken good notes and answered all the questions. I really appreciate you guys. You're awesome. I've thoroughly enjoyed my juniors this year and last year sophomores. I honestly, I will openly state that this is probably my favorite class of the 4 different grades I've had. So I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for all your hard work. And I will be posting the take-home test today. You will have the rest of today, the weekend, and the first 2.5 days of next week to work on it. So have a great day and have a terrific weekend.